thought that I could figure out when I was ovulating by avoiding having sex after my period. Well, I figured wrong. I was 16 in high school and pregnant. My family would not approve of this, so I could not tell them. Sarah, age 18. Increasingly, teens are looking for information on the internet, and although there are reliable websites, getting on them can mean wading through a slew of pornography and even sexual predators. The teens who bring their questions to teenwire.com, a Planned Parenthood website for teens, are concerned about their changing bodies, about what's normal, about whether they are ready to have sex. Some ask how to talk to their parents about sex. These examples of questions asked of teenwire.com demonstrate the uncomfortable combination of ignorance and sophistication that characterizes today's teenager. I think I'm pregnant. What should I do? I can't tell my mom. So what should I do? I don't want to go to the hospital. So what should I do? I am 16 years old and I have not started my period. Sometimes I touch myself down there and I am wondering if that will prevent my period. We always use condoms every time we have sex, except the last time. Could I be pregnant? You can't get pregnant from oral sex, can you? I don't envy today's parents. There is frequently run Partnership for a Drug-Free America ad that shows a boy with his hand over his mouth and an embarrassed look on his face. The caption says, "It's not half as uncomfortable as talking to your kids about sex." How poignant that so many parents find this to be true. Many studies have found that parents and teens have very difficult perspectives about whether they have talked about sex and what they have talked about when they did talk about. For example, 72% of mothers say they have talked with their teens about sex, but only 45% of their teens agree. Similarly, 1/3 of teens say they have had a good talk about sex with their fathers. Two 16-year-olds report their experiences below. The two stories turned out differently because the first had access to a trustworthy source of information in health services, and the second did not. I'm a 16-year-old girl. I've been sexually active for the past 6 months. My boyfriend and I love each other very much, and we knew we were ready for sex. The only thing that was holding me back for a while was the fear of getting an STI, or becoming pregnant. I know a lot of people say to talk to your mom. She's been there and all that, but realistically, not everyone's mom is willing to discuss that, much less her baby girl is having sex. My mom is one of those people. Without access to contraceptives, I might be another teenage statistic. This was the first time I had ever been in any kind of women's health center. My mother never wanted me to get a pap test, so that was my first experience in the stirrups. I was very scared. What's so unfortunate about this disconnect is that teens who perceive that they have a better level of communication with their parents are less likely to engage in sexual intercourse. But I know from my own life that translating a study like this into real life is not easy. If measured against my parents and the time into which I was born, I was more open with my children about sex. But I realized too late that the culture had changed so much that better wasn't good enough to meet the needs of kids coming of age in the 70s. My children were exposed to so much more than I was. Incredible social upheaval, all-pervasive mass media, and of course, the sexual revolution. I didn't fully understand the needs and pressures of their lives in their era. I suppose this happens in every generation, but it haunts me because I wanted it to be different from them. Today's kids and their parents face even more. Mass media makes sexually explicit materials available 24/7 with very little responsible context. In the past 20 years, HIV/AIDS has raised the stakes of the talk to matters of life and death. Parents are rightly afraid, and this fear alone may be propelling more parents to talk to their children, at least about this particular public health issue and its dangers. And many schools have HIV/AIDS education even if they have no other sex education. Yet an understanding of the joy of sexual love is missing when conversations about sex are couched only in terms of disease, fear, danger, and life-threatening outcomes. It's no surprise then that few of us grow up knowing that sexuality is a healthy, normal part of human life that greatly enriches our lives when managed responsibly. And I weep for the millions of children who grow up without honest, real communication about sexuality. I weep for the millions of adults for whom, as a result, sex becomes identified with shame, guilt, and embarrassment instead of healthy, loving relationships. When I read the facts of life and love for teenagers, I at least got the basic anatomical facts. What I didn't grasp were the emotions, the relationship issues, and the complicated interplay between the physical and emotional aspects of sex. You don't get that out of a book. You get it from years of honest, ongoing dialogue at home, in the classroom, at a church or synagogue or mosque, and organizations. You get it from good role models of healthy relationships, sound values, and healthy sexuality, from parents who step up to their responsibilities as primary sex educators for their children in word and deed. Being told just say no doesn't help because no is not a value or a goal. But what ultimately matters in life, after all, is what we say yes to. When parents, schools, and other social institutions don't help our teens get the answers they need, the result is the high rate of unintended pregnancy, abortion, and sexually transmitted infections that plague the United States. The personal and social costs of our silence stand in stark contrast to the more positive indicators of sexual health in similar countries with more open attitudes towards sex. Countries like Canada, France, Great Britain, the Netherlands, and Sweden that have comprehensive, medically accurate, real sex education, easy access to contraception, and social attitudes that support sexual health. Wouldn't the world be a different place if all daughters could talk to their parents about being sexually active? Jessica, age 17. I have a feeling that most parents, including the parents of all the young women whose stories appear here, including the many parents who themselves had premarital sex, have managed to convey one message about sex. Don't do it. You have to figure out what it is yourself. Abstinence-only sex education is not only not new, it always has been, and is now the dominant form of sex education in America. That's the problem, and the jury is not out. Every indicator of sexual health shows it does not work. It's like another drug education commercial, the one that says just say no. There's a key difference. We never want our children to use drugs, but we do want them to eventually have healthy sex lives, and we want them to be safe when they do have sex, even if they have sex before we think they should. So what are we teaching them instead? Sex is dirty and awful and ugly, so save it for someone you love. Look at the trends and you can see how ignorance is expanding. Over a 5-year period ending in 2002, it's approximately $500 million in federal and state matching funds have been spent on abstinence-only education within the welfare reform program alone. Increases in federal abstinence-only funds are coming so fast it's hard to keep track, but annually they now well over $100 million. President George W. Bush's budget have proposed huge escalations each year, despite the fact that these programs are an unproven effectiveness and potentially even harmful. I know that the abstinence-only and don't ask questions message was strong in my West Texas home, just a few miles down the road from where George W. Bush also grew up in the 1950s. It didn't work then either. I think that these messages are the only kind being given in so many of our schools today is beyond belief, but all too true, and government enforced to boot. Sexuality is the only subject about which we would ever tolerate the notion that our young people shouldn't be well educated and prepared for life's responsibilities ahead. It's absence of common sense, and it is dangerous. These young people's stories give voice to the problem. I think I might have HIV because I gave oral sex to my boyfriend, and after I had to pee a lot, and then it burned, and also blood came out. I told my mom about it, but it went away after I told her. What does all this mean? Nikki, age 17. When I was young, neither of my parents talked to me about sex, so I learned from friends. I was taught that if a boy pulls out before ejaculation, that you can't get pregnant. Surprise, I was 19, in college, and pregnant. Joni, age 22. I have 3 sisters ranging from ages 20 to 24. They all had children before they were 18. 2 of them were only 16 at the time. I'm the youngest girl, and I just turned 18. I'm about to graduate from high school and attend college in August. With the education about sex I have received from my sisters, I am able to be a better person and make better decisions. April, age 18. The staggering majority of parents, over 80%, want the schools to teach comprehensive, medically accurate sex education, including human growth and development, decision-making skills, abstinence, contraception, and prevention of sexually transmitted infections. The biggest problem is that parents generally think schools are doing the job. They think this because it belies common sense to think otherwise. Yet the number of secondary educators who say they discuss abstinence and only abstinence in their classes has increased 11-fold since 1988, from 2% to 23%. Fewer than 5% of students receive comprehensive sex education, and fewer still each year because of the abstinence movement. That's irresponsible and potentially dangerous. Students in comprehensive sex education classes do not have sex more often or earlier than others, but they do use contraception and practice safer sex more consistently than when they become sexually active. A study in the archives of pediatric and adolescent medicine underscores the importance of starting early. Teaching children about sex before they begin to make sexual choices positively influences the choices they eventually make. Love to.
story by Emily, 32, Dave, 34, from Maryland. How our abortion changed our relationship. Emily. I met my husband during my first week of college. We got married in June 2008. I was starting my final year of med school when I went off birth control and got pregnant, but I did not want to tell anyone at first. I didn't want to get attached. Being an OB/GYN, I see bad things happen on a regular basis. Dave. Emily wanted to wait, but I wanted to tell everyone. By week 13, we thought we were in the clear. We had an ultrasound and knew it was a boy. I called my parents and I could hear them whooping and hollering. Emily. At the first trimester screening, we saw a mass on the baby's neck. My doctor thought it was benign and nothing to worry about, but when I returned 3 weeks later, the mass had grown exponentially. Dave. I'm a professor and was teaching when Emily called to say she had difficult news. I rushed home and she showed me the ultrasound. I could see the growth was large, but I was sure there must be corrective surgery. I was worried but hopeful. Emily. My doctor sent us to one of the best neonatal hospitals in the country. He wanted the baby to be 18 weeks old in order to get the best ultrasound picture, so we had to wait 2 weeks. That was really hard. We wanted answers. I tried to talk about scenarios, but Dave didn't want to even think about it until we knew more. At the hospital, we had a full day's worth of appointments. Everyone sat around the big table with 5 doctors to look at 3D MRI images. Dave. The growth of my son's neck was larger than his head. My first thought was, how will he be able to breathe? We discussed options. If the baby survived, he would need a tracheotomy, a vent, and 24 nursing care. That's if he made it, which was unlikely. We got into the car and didn't talk for 20 minutes. I knew we had to consider termination, but I didn't want to bring it up. I thought she'd think less of me, but I finally said, we have to talk. Emily burst into tears and said, I don't want him to suffer. Emily. I knew that an abortion was the most humane thing for baby Aaron Jack. We were living in Virginia then, which bans later abortions. Time mattered. I was put on the schedule the next day. I decided to do a normal delivery, so I had an epidural and pushed. The doctor cut the cord, and I held AJ. He is always going to be one of our children. Dave. The hospital took handprints and pictures. They hid the mass with a little blanket. And then we buried him in the Jewish cemetery in Roanoke. Emily. I thought since I do this for a living that I was going to be fine. But then 2 days later, my milk came in and I completely lost it. I tried an antidepressant, but I didn't like the way it made me feel. Luckily, I had my work to focus on. Dave. We waited a couple months and then got pregnant again. Hannah was born October 24th, 2011. She would not be here if we hadn't lost AJ. Emily. Everything going on politically right now is heartbreaking. It shows a misunderstanding of why people choose abortions and a lack of respect for women. Dave. And frankly for men too. This was a decision Emily and I made together. And these are the state policies in brief as of May 10, 2014 from the Guttmacher Institute about counseling and waiting periods for abortion. Every state requires that a patient consent before undergoing medical treatment and that the consent be informed. 3 interrelated elements underlie the long-standing tradition of informed consent. Patients must possess the capacity to make decisions about their care, their participation in these decisions must be voluntary, and they must be provided adequate, appropriate information. However, abortion counseling requirements sometimes run afoul of these principles by requiring information that is irrelevant and misleading. In addition to abortion counseling requirements, many states require that at least 24 hours elapse between the counseling and the abortion. In states in which the counseling must be obtained in person rather than via email, fax, internet, or phone, and the person must then wait a specified time period, most often 24 hours, between the counseling and procedure, the woman is effectively required to make 2 trips to the healthcare provider in order to obtain an abortion, a requirement that could constitute a hardship for some women. Moreover, several states also mandate when and how an ultrasound is performed prior to an abortion. So the highlights of these policies. 35 states require that women receive counseling before an abortion is performed. 27 of these states detail the information a woman must be given. 8 states have abortion-specific requirements, generally following the established principles of informed consent. 26 of these states also require a woman to wait a specified amount of time, most often 24 hours, between the counseling and the abortion procedure. 10 states require that counseling be provided in person and that the counseling take place before the waiting period begins, thereby necessitating 2 separate trips to the facility. 27 states direct the state health agency to develop written materials. 10 require that the materials be given to women seeking an abortion. 17 require that the materials be offered to her. 14 states require that women be informed and that she cannot be coerced into obtaining an abortion. Nearly all states that require counseling require information about the abortion procedure and fetal development. 25 states require that the women be given information about the specific procedure, while 23 require information about all common abortion procedures. 33 states require that women be told the gestational age of the fetus. 27 states include information on fetal development throughout pregnancy. 12 states include information on the ability of a fetus to feel pain. 5 states require that the woman be told that personhood begins at conception. 24 states include information about the risks of abortion. 21 states include accurate information on the potential effects of abortion on future fertility. In 6 states, the written materials inaccurately portray this risk. 5 of the 7 states that include information on breast cancer inaccurately assert a link between abortion and the increased risk of breast cancer. 8 of the 22 states that include information on possible psychological responses on abortion describe only negative emotional responses. 29 states include information on the health risks of continuing pregnancy. So for Missouri, right now, we are now going from a 24 to a 72 waiting period hours. There is an in-person counseling, so it necessitates 2 trips. Written materials are given. Women informed that abortion cannot be coerced. Description of the procedure must be specific and also common. Fetal development, the gestational age of the fetus is given in explanation of fetal development throughout pregnancy. Written materials are given the ability of a fetus to feel pain, as well as that personhood begins at conception. Verbal information is given that accurately portrays risk of future fertility. And written and verbal information is given on that correctly reports the range of emotional responses. This is an article by Meredith Turk from KBIA titled Missouri's 72-Hour Abortion Wait Time Bill Likely to Pass This Session. The issue of abortion in Missouri seems like old news, but it's an issue that remains very much at the forefront of Missouri politics this year. In this year's legislative session, there are over 30 pieces of legislation touching on the issue. Is this year different from others? The Guttmacher Institute, a national reproductive rights advocacy organization, said there is a greater legislative focus on regulating abortion in the Missouri General Assembly than ever before. At least one of these bills seems likely to pass. It is a bill requiring women to seek abortions to wait 72 hours instead of the current 24 hours before the procedure. If it passes, Missouri will be one of 3 states to have the most restrictive wait time in the nation. Missouri is one of the most restrictive states for abortion services in the country. Missouri only has 1 clinic that offers abortion services in St. Louis, after Planned Parenthood lost a doctor who could perform abortions at their Columbia, Missouri location in 2011. It's hard to keep track of all the abortion-related legislation in Missouri right now. In fact, some people whose job is to do it have stopped counting. Ryan Summerford, lobbyist for Planned Parenthood Advocates of Missouri, said there are so many bills up for debate that are anti-abortion, she stopped counting them all.
It's hard to keep track of all the abortion-related legislation in Missouri right now. In fact, some people whose job is to do it have stopped counting. Ryan Summerford, lobbyist for Planned Parenthood Advocates of Missouri, said there are so many bills up for debate that are anti-abortion, she stopped counting them all. I found her on the third floor rotunda of the state capitol last week, strategizing with her partners about how to combat the more than 30 bills in the legislature right now that coerce and shame women from having an abortion. I'm going to go out on a limb here. As I am scrolling through all these bills, I don't think there is one bill that hasn't moved somewhere, some reports said. These aren't just bills that are ceremonious and are filled and don't go anywhere. Increased numbers of bills related to abortion is status quo in Missouri, especially in the period before an election. This is an issue legislators hope will connect with the conservative voter base. But this year there is one bill that's rising above the fray for abortion opponents and supporters. It's a bill that would increase the time of a woman. A woman must wait for an abortion from 24 to 72 hours. I don't see how to negotiate on this, said Missouri's Senate Minority Leader Jolie Justice, who has been labeled a champion by abortion rights advocates. Her strategy as senator from the past 8 years has been to negotiate legislation to make this less harmful to what she says is the important doctor-patient relationship, and she's had successes in past years. But on the issue of wait times, however, Justice says it might be impossible to find a compromise. I've been told by the Republican majority in the Senate that the 72-hour waiting period is a bill that will pass this year, said Justice. I've been told that it is something that even if they have to use extraordinary measures to stop our filibusters, they're going to get this bill this year. Justice still holds out hope for a veto from Governor Nixon, but if the bill does pass, even as a Senate vote, veto override is possible. If that's the case, she said opponents will have to try to look for unconstitutionality, arguing the 72-hour wait time places on an undue burden on women. Missouri Representative Tim Jones is Speaker of the House. He's the co-sponsor of a bill called the Conscience Bill, House Bill 1430, that indirectly affects abortion services. This bill is intended to get more healthcare workers to participate in our healthcare industry, but give them the protections that they deserve, so they don't check the religious beliefs of their conscience right at the door. His view on what he calls protecting life runs all the way to federal government.
Time and time again show that states can reasonably protect life, and that the reason for that is that they were to choose the opposite. We were to choose the opposite extreme, and the state were not to choose to protect life. Well, eventually, the state would run out of citizens, it would run out of taxpayers, and the state would cease to exist. On the issue of 72-hour wait times, Jones agrees it is a priority for him and fellow supporters. I don't think 72 hours, 3 days, is too much time to bring another life into this world or not. Recently, a Missouri state representative made headlines when he compared getting an abortion to buying a car, arguing that if one can wait 3 days to research the purchase of a car, then it's not too much to ask for an abortion too. Elizabeth Nash, state issues manager of the Guttmacher Institute, a national advocacy organization that tracks these topics by state, disagrees. This really burdens women. We know that a woman has made up her mind before she even picks up the phone for the appointment, said Nash in a phone interview. Nash said the 72-hour wait legislation could be crippling for women seeking abortion services in Missouri. Women may have to drive great distances and figure out how to stay in St. Louis in order to undergo the procedure. Nash and other opponents of the legislation argued that increased wait time in a state that only has one abortion provider, like in Missouri, creates a logistical burden for women seeking an abortion. By including a waiting period to 72 hours, that is probably not going to sway a woman or affect her decision making, but it can impact her ability to access abortion care entirely. And by that I mean it can affect her ability to arrange the logistics for getting to the abortion clinic, for the abortion counseling, and then getting back to the clinic for the abortion itself. Women seeking abortion have to navigate the logistical hurdles of taking off work, getting to the center, staying at the location, and if the bill passes, finding a way back in 3 days. Nash and other opponents of the bill say that this impacts poorer women who don't necessarily have the means to take off work, pay for all the surrounding costs and additions to this procedure, which Nash estimates is about $500. Nash argues this sort of wait time is out of line with other outpatient medical procedures. Senator Justice says she will keep working on negotiating the issue, but she also recognizes that she is in the deep minority of folks, as several Democrats in the Missouri Senate are abortion opponents. Jones says he hopes Missouri restrictive policies on abortion will be a model for the nation. The 72-hour wait time legislation has passed out of Senate committee after House approval in March. The legislation session ends May 16th. Okay, we now have an article from the Journal of Women's Health by Rachel K. Jones, PhD, and Jonah German, MPH. How far did U.S. women travel for abortion services in 2008? Some women must travel substantial distances to access abortion care services. Currently, 87% of United States counties lack an abortion provider, and 35% of women of reproductive age live in those counties. Abortion providers have estimated that 8% of patients travel more than 100 miles to get to them. An additional 19% travel 50 to 100. While distance itself may serve as an obstacle, its effect may be compounded when coupled with legal restrictions, such as waiting periods. In 2008, 25 states required mandatory counseling, followed by a waiting period, typically 24 hours, though in most states, this counseling could occur by phone, mail, or online. However, 7 states, Indiana, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Ohio, Utah, and Wisconsin, they all required in-person counseling prior to the waiting period, which necessitated 2 clinic visits. For women who have to travel, these restrictions can increase both the time needed to obtain an abortion, as well as increase ancillary costs in the form of transportation, missed work, lodging, and childcare. More than 30 years ago, Lupfer and Silver interviewed more than 300 women obtaining abortions in Tennessee, which at the time required in-person counseling. The law has since been enjoined and is no longer in effect. A majority of women reported that the second visit increased the cost of the abortion, and these costs were greater for low-income women. In 2008, 43% of abortion patients were poor, and it is likely that some women with limited financial means were prevented from obtaining abortions because of travel barriers. In turn, travel for abortion services, particularly in the face of legislative barriers, but even in the absence of them, may be more common among women with greater financial resources. Alternatively, some women may opt to travel to a provider outside of their community, bypassing a closer facility in order to ensure anonymity, to access a particular type of service, or because the more distant facility offers services at a more convenient time. Poor and low-income women, as well as those with less education, may not be able to pursue these strategies due to the potential financial burdens that extra travel imposes, or they may lack the health literacy skills needed to track down information about abortion care services outside of their community. More practical concerns may also motivate women to travel farther for abortion care. Almost 2/3 of providers offer second trimester abortions, but availability declines at later gestations. Thus, many women seeking second trimester abortion services may have to travel for them. Due to a variety of factors, there are fewer abortion providers in the Midwest and the South, and women in these regions are 2 to 3 times more likely than those in the Northeast and the West to live in a county with no provider. As such, they may have to travel farther to access services. This study uses data from a national sample of abortion patients to assess how far women traveled for abortion services in 2008 and which groups of women traveled farther. The study will serve as a baseline for monitoring future trends in distance travel, as since 2008, a number of states have implemented restrictions around abortion services that may require women to travel farther and prevent some from accessing abortion services at all. So for the data used, we used data from the 2008 Abortion Patient Survey to estimate how far women travel to obtain abortions. More detailed information about the dataset has been published elsewhere, but we provide a brief summary below. In 2008, 107 abortion care facilities were randomly selected from the universe of all facilities where abortions were known to be performed according to the Guttmacher Institute 2005 Abortion Provider Census. Questionnaires, available in both English and Spanish, were distributed to all women who obtained abortions during the facility's fielding period. Demographic information was collected, and respondents were also asked to provide their state and zip code in response to the question, "Where do you currently live?" The questionnaire and procedures were approved by the Guttmacher Institute's Federal Registered Institutional Review Board. Participating facilities reported performing 12,866 abortions during the sample period, and usable data was collected from 9,493 women for a response rate of 74%. Respondents resided in 47 states, in addition to at least 20 women who lived outside the United States, and were obtaining abortions at 95 facilities in 34 states. Weights were constructed to make the data representative of all U.S. women obtaining abortions. Our primary outcome of interest was a categorical measure of distance traveled to the facility: less than 25 miles, 25 to 49 miles, 50 to 100, and greater than 100 miles. These categories were selected because they matched with previously published figures based on information from abortion providers. We used the travel time command in Stata, which uses Google Maps to calculate distance between two sets of points. Here, the starting and end points were generated from the latitude and longitude based on the centroid of the woman's zip code and the centroid of the zip code of the provider where she obtained the abortion. Google Maps was unable to generate the exact distance for the 25 women living in remote areas or islands without a direct route of travel to the provider. For these cases, an approximate distance was assigned. The 316 women whom reported residing in the same zip code in which they obtained the abortion were coded as traveling 0 miles. We measured whether women lived in the state with a 24-hour waiting period with 2-visit requirement, a 24-hour waiting period but no 2-visit requirement, or no waiting period at all. Socioeconomic status was measured according to education, not a high school student, a high school graduate, some college, and a college graduate, a poverty level, less than 100%, 100 to 199%, or 200% and over of the federal poverty level. We used a 3-category measure of gestation: less than 12 weeks, 13 to 15, and greater than 16 weeks. Women were categorized to live in the Northeast, South, Midwest, or West, based on state of residence. Control variables included age, race, ethnicity, nativity, method of payment for the abortion, and whether the respondent lived in a metropolitan statistical area, and whether she crossed state lines to obtain an abortion. 59 of the 9,493 women that traveled more than 400 miles for their abortion. Most of these women were obtaining first trimester procedures and lived in states that had multiple abortion providers. These cases could represent several situations. Some of the women may have been students obtaining abortions in the city where their school was located and reporting their permanent address. Others may have been traveling specifically for abortion services but bypassed closer providers because they had friends or family living in the cities where they obtained the abortion. We exclude these outliers from the analysis because they do not represent the average abortion patient and had the potential to distort the findings. 12% of abortion patients did not provide a valid zip code and could not be included in the analysis. This was a higher level of missing data than for demographic variables such as race, age, and marital status, where only 0.2 to 5% of women did not answer these items. Chi-squared statistics suggested that 1,155 women for whom we lacked information on distance differed from those who did on several characteristics. They were less likely to be white and slightly more likely to be Black or Latina, and less likely to be born in the U.S. They are also more likely to be poor and to not have graduated from high school. It is possible that the more marginalized women were less willing to provide potentially sensitive information about where they lived, and our analysis may underrepresent these groups. At the same time, the demographic profile of women who had information that allowed us to calculate distance was very similar to that of all abortion patients nationwide. We first assessed the associations between demographic characteristics and the categorical measure of distance traveled using chi-square statistics. All variables were then entered into an ordered logistic regression model, a preferred method of logistic regression to multinomial, given the ordered categories of our dependent variable. Ordered logistic regression assumes the proportional relationship between each pair of outcome groups is the same. In other words, the relationship between those traveling the least distance compared with all higher categories of distance is the same as the relationship between the next lowest category and all the higher categories. Selected variables were individually removed from the model using backwards elimination through stepwise regression and walled testing to confirm that they did not impact the complete model. The final model includes only those variables significantly associated with traveling greater distances. Margins were calculated based on this model to obtain predicted probabilities of each category of distance traveled for the selected characteristics while holding all covariates at their means. A sub-analysis of rule women was conducted following the same process to construct an ordinal regression model and predicted probabilities. We decided to use a categorical independent variable because the continuous one was highly skewed, and transforming it made the regression coefficients less meaningful. However, to verify the statistical validity of the proportional odds model, an additional model was constructed using these same independent variables, but we relied on ordinary least squares regression and a continuous distance traveled dependent variable transformed into a natural log. All associations were maintained in this model. So for the results, a demographic profile of abortion patients has been published elsewhere, but prior studies using this data have not examined several characteristics used in our analysis. In 2008, 10% of the sample lived in the state that required 2 in-person visits prior to the procedure. An additional 31% lived in a state with a waiting period that did not require 2 visits. 9% resided in a rural area, and 7% obtained abortions in a state other than the one in which they lived. In 2008, approximately 2/3 of abortion patients, 67%, traveled less than 25 miles. 16% traveled 25 to 49 miles, and 6% traveled more than 100 miles to obtain abortions. Women traveled a mean distance of 30 miles for abortion services with a median of 15. Chi-squared statistics revealed that several characteristics were associated with distance travel. As expected, women who lived in a state with 24-hour waiting periods were at least 4 times as likely to have traveled 100 miles or more than women who lived in a state with no waiting period, regardless of whether 2 visits were required. Greater proportions of women living in the Northeast and West traveled less than 25 miles compared to women living in the South and Midwest, who in turn were more likely to have traveled more than 100 miles. The expected associations between distance traveled according to poverty, status, education, and gestation were not evidenced at the bivariate level. A number of the control variables were associated with distance traveled. The proportion of white women who traveled more than 100 miles was higher than that for all other groups, and Hispanic women were least likely to travel this far. The proportion of women born outside the U.S. who obtained abortions within 25 miles of their home was substantially higher than the proportion of native-born women. Women able to use Medicaid or private health insurance to pay for procedures were less likely to travel long distances than were women paying out-of-pocket or relying on financial assistance. 31% of women who lived in rural areas traveled more than 100 miles, a higher proportion than any other subgroups examined. An additional 43% had to travel between 50 to 100. Over half of women crossing state lines traveled more than 50 miles, compared to only 13% of women who stayed in state. Many of the bivariate associations were maintained in the ordinal logistic regression model. 2 new associations, education and gestational age, emerged once other factors were taken into account. Compared with women with some college, those with less education were less likely to have traveled each category of distance farther, while women at 16+ weeks gestation age were twice as likely to have done so compared with women seeking abortions at less than 12 weeks gestation. The predicted probabilities for the latter characteristics suggest that an almost linear relationship where women at each higher gestational group had increasingly greater probability of traveling each category of distance farther. Women residing in states with 24-hour waiting periods were more than twice as likely to travel greater distance compared to women with no waiting periods. This association was positive, but only marginally significant for women in a state that required 2 visits. And it is possible that the relatively small number of cases reduced the statistical power of this group. One potential reason women in states with a waiting period may travel farther is because they cross state lines to avoid these restrictions. Bivariate analysis provided some support for this idea. 19% of abortion patients who lived in a state with a 2-visit requirement traveled out of state for abortion services, as did 12% of those in states with a less strict waiting period. Only 4% of women in states without such a requirement did so. Predicted probabilities suggest that on average, 78% of women in a state with a waiting period, without a waiting period were likely to travel less than 25 miles, compared to an estimated 58 to 59% of women in states with waiting periods. And that the probability of traveling 50 to 100 or more miles was twice as high for women in states with either type of waiting period. The cumulative odds that Black, Hispanic, or women of other races had traveled each category of distance farther were only about half that of white women. After taking other factors into account, women living outside of the metropolitan statistical area were many times more likely than their counterparts to have traveled each increasing category of distance. The unusually large odds ratio is due to a strong inverse association between residing in an MSA and distance travel, and its validity is reinforced in the differences between real and urban women's predicted probabilities of distance traveled. For example, when we hold all other variables in the model at their means, the predicted probability of urban women traveling over 100 miles is only 2%, compared with 24% of rural women. Women who crossed state lines were more than 3 times as likely to travel greater distances than women who did not. Because of the unexpectedly strong association between residing in a rural area and distance travel, we conducted a sub-analysis of this group. Women residing outside of a metropolitan statistical area differed from those who did on most characteristics. In particular, higher proportions of rural women lived in a state with a waiting period, resided in the Midwest or the South, were white, were born in the U.S., and crossed state lines for abortion services. An ordered logistic regression model limited only to rural women revealed that only a few characteristics were associated with traveling farther. Among abortion patients living in rural areas, those who lived in a state with a 24-hour waiting period without a 2-visit requirement were more likely to travel within each increasing category of distance relative to those with no waiting period, as were those who lived in the West, and those crossing state lines. Among rural abortion patients, those under age 18 were less likely to be traveling each category of distance farther compared to women aged 20 to 24. So for the discussion and the conclusions. In 2008, most women who obtained abortions, 67%, traveled less than 25 miles to do so. Our estimate of distance traveled is substantially lower than previously published. National estimates based on information from providers, but similar to a more recent study of abortion patients in Iowa that used a methodology comparable to ours. In 2006, non-hospital abortion providers were asked to estimate the proportion of patients that lived within 50 miles of the facility, 50 to 100 miles, and more than 100 miles. The analysis used the midpoint of each category weighted by abortion caseload to estimate distance traveled. According to this measure, 19% of abortion patients traveled 50 to 100 miles, 8% more than 100 miles, compared with the 11 and 6 respectively in the current study. We expect that our estimate based on information provided by patients is more precise. In the prior study, providers were only able to respond in their broad categories, and the smallest value was within 50 miles. Our Our analysis suggests that fully 2/3 of abortion patients live within 25 miles of the facility where they obtained their abortion. While the proportion of women who traveled more than 50 miles for abortion care services may be lower than was previously thought, to focus on this finding would be misleading, as it may obscure the burden faced by women who are unable to travel long distances. For example, 31% of women living in rural areas had to travel more than 100 miles to access abortion services. We included this measure to serve as a control in the multivariate model, and to not anticipate that the association to be as strong as it was. To some extent, it reflects the fact that women residing in rural areas have to travel farther for all kinds of services, including basic health care, and even necessities such as groceries. At the same time, rural women are underrepresented among abortion patients, 9% compared to 14%. And we expect that at least some of these underrepresentation is due to difficulties finding and getting to providers that are so far away. It is worth noting that reduced access to care extends to other reproductive health outcomes. And for example, rural women are at increased risk of receiving inadequate prenatal care and have higher rates of neonatal mortality and worse birth outcomes. Telemedicine has the potential to increase access to health care and improve the quality of life for individuals who live in rural areas. There is some evidence that telemedicine used for medication abortion slightly reduced the distance patients travel in Iowa, and it may also have contributed to a slight decline in the proportion of abortions in the state that were second trimester procedures. At the same time, 7 states with substantial rural populations have introduced laws that prohibit telemedicine from being used for abortion. This particular technology may have limited potentials in regards to abortion. Women who lived in states with a 24-hour waiting period that did not require 2 in-person visits were more likely to travel farther than those without any waiting periods. And this may be due to the fact that a substantial minority had crossed state lines. While abortion care facilities in these states are technically allowed to provide the counseling by mail, phone, or internet, it is possible that providers were not taking advantage of this option, or that women were unaware that they did not have to make 2 visits and chose to travel farther to an out-of-state provider. We found some support for the idea that women with greater economic resources can travel farther for abortion services, insofar as abortion patients with less education travel shorter distances once the other factors are taken into account. These women may have fewer economic resources to devote to travel expenses and ancillary costs in the form of lost wages, and they may also have lower levels of health literacy and access to resources that would allow them to find the healthcare provider outside of their community. As expected, women having second trimester abortions traveled farther than first trimester patients once other factors were taken into account. Bivariate associations suggested that women living in the Midwest and the South traveled farther for abortion care, but this association was not maintained once we controlled for other characteristics. Somewhat unexpectedly, we found that Black and Latino women and those of other races traveled shorter distances than white women. This could be due to the fact that women of color are concentrated in metropolitan areas, but it could also be an indicator that women of color are unable to access abortion services if they have to travel substantial distances to get to them. This study has several limitations. 12% of the sample was missing data that would have allowed us to estimate distance traveled. Non-white, poor, and less educated women were less likely to provide this information, and as such, the sample may be biased. In a separate investigation of women who crossed state lines for abortion services, we found that 18% of women were not obtaining an abortion at the facility closest to them, and were traveling at least 10 miles farther than necessary. Factors such as cost, accessibility, and preference for a particular provider are factors that can influence where women go for abortion care services. For some women, ability to travel longer distance may be a beneficial or positive option. At the same time, our estimate of distance assumes abortion patients drove the shortest route to reach the provider and does not take into account factors such as taking a longer route to avoid traffic or tolls, or that some women rely on forms of public transportation, such as a train or a bus, that can take substantially longer than driving in a car, even for distances under 25 miles. Finally, due to programming constraints, we were unable to test the proportional odds assumption of our model using the Brandt test and data. The findings from the study are intended to serve as a baseline for monitoring issues related to distance traveled for abortion services. As of January 2013, 35 states have implemented mandated waiting periods, up from 25 in 2008. Several additional states, Arizona, Texas, and Virginia, now require 2 in-person counseling visits. Others have passed targeted regulation of abortion providers, bills that single out abortion clinics for unnecessary restrictive regulations, which may lead to clinic closures. If the number of providers resumes its declines, more women will have to travel farther to access services, and for some, the additional obstacle of travel could prevent them from obtaining abortions. More dramatically, if Roe v. Wade were overturned, on average, women would have to travel an additional 157 miles in order to access services in states where it would remain legal. Given that this is 5 times farther than most women currently travel for abortion services, it would almost certainly decrease access to abortion services.
Abortion and informed consent called biased counseling laws mandate violations of medical ethics. Imagine a doctor who has a moral objection to the use of birth control pills. The patient comes to him seeking a prescription for the pill, but he tires to discourage her. He exaggerates its risks to her health, and he tells her that she may experience various side effects, even where there is no scientific evidence of such effects. During their conversation, he tells her graphic details about another form of birth control, tubal ligation surgery, and shows her photographs of such a surgery being performed. Even though the patient expressed no interest in tubal ligation and in fact said she did not want to hear about the surgery once the doctor brought it up. Finally, he tells her that birth control is morally wrong. At the end of this conversation, the patient tells the doctor that she has considered her options and the information the doctor gave her and is ready to proceed with the pill. However, the doctor sends the patient home to think it over, telling her she must wait at least 1 day. Because of the patient's work and childcare obligations, she is not able to return to the doctor's office for her prescription until the following week. This doctor's actions would strike many people as morally wrong. He has used deception, frightening, and medically irrelevant information and the practical obstacle to delay to try to prevent his patient from obtaining a medication, all as ways of imposing his moral view on the patient. In fact, there's an ethical doctrine that regulates the practice of medicine that can be used to evaluate the moral character of the doctor's actions. That is informed consent. At its heart, the doctrine requires that healthcare professionals provide their patients with sufficient information to allow them to make an intelligent decision as to whether to undergo a medical intervention, and that the patient's decision determines whether the patient undergoes the intervention. If we slightly change the facts of the story about the discouraging doctor, it becomes a story that happens every day. Abortion patients face attempts to discourage them from terminating their pregnancies, like the imaginary doctor used, as well as others, and state laws mandate these attempts. While the law of every state requires healthcare professionals to secure the informed consent of the patient before any medical intervention, over half of the states place additional requirements on legally effective informed consent for abortion. These laws sometimes include features that have ethical problems, such as giving patients deceptive information. Such laws are part of anti-abortion activist strategy to chip away at the legal availability of abortion in the United States by heavily regulating the practice of providing abortion. These laws are examples of abortion exceptionalism, in which abortion is singled out for more restrictive government regulation as compared to other similar procedures. Various justifications are offered for abortion-specific regulations, but at the heart they are driven by moral opposition to abortion and legislators' desire to come as close as possible to banning it without enacting a law that will be struck down as unconstitutional. Unique informed consent requirements for abortion are depicted by their supporters as necessary for fully informed and voluntary consent to abortion. They are purported to protect health by regulating the practice of medicine, but their worst features are detrimental both to the goals of the doctrine of informed consent and to women's health. I refer to these laws as biased counseling laws because they are not intended to ensure that patients give their informed consent to abortion, but rather are intended to make women less likely to terminate their pregnancy. I employ a broad definition of biased counseling laws. For my purposes, any law that is intended to discourage women from deciding to obtain abortions is a biased counseling law. However, not all abortion-specific consent laws are equally ethically problematic. Thus, my argument will focus on certain features of biased counseling laws. This article contributes to the literature by examining in detail the most problematic features of biased counseling laws, collecting and explaining some of the most influential ethical accounts of informed consent, and demonstrating the deep ethical problems with biased counseling laws. Legal scholars have previously argued that biased counseling laws are unconstitutional because they impose an undue burden on the right to terminate a pregnancy. They violate the First Amendment, and they constitute sex discrimination. This article shows that, in addition to their shortcomings when judged by the standards of the Constitution, biased counseling laws have serious problems when judged by the standards of medical ethics. The article provides an innovative, interdisciplinary analysis of statutory provisions in an area in which legislatures have been highly active in recent years and will likely continue to be. Part 1 sketches the legal doctrine of informed consent, which constitutes useful background for understanding the related ethical doctrine and illustrates the baseline of general informed consent requirements that abortion-specific laws go beyond. The ways in which biased counseling laws exceed general informed consent requirements are an example of abortion exceptionalism, the strategy of regulating abortion more stringently than similar medical procedures in order to decrease patients' access to the procedure. Part 1 also draws attention to Supreme Court decisions discussing informed consent to abortion that contain the troubling beliefs held by supporters of biased counseling laws. Part 2 describes several biased counseling laws, pointing out specific features that have medical ethical significance. Part 3 surveys several well-developed influential accounts of informed consent in the field of medical ethics, as well as the provisions of two medical professional associations. I apply each of them to the features of biased counseling laws that are discussed in Part 1 and argue that none of them provides a justification for the problematic features of biased counseling laws. In fact, those features of biased counseling laws are deeply flawed according to all the ethics authorities that this article examines. Part 1, the legal context. The legal doctrine of informed consent. The tort doctrine of informed consent in the United States was developed in the common law in the early 20th century, although it has since been codified in many states. The doctrine has shifted in its legal consequences. Initially, a doctor's failure to obtain informed consent created a cause of action surrounding in battery, protecting the patient's bodily integrity, but the cause of action later generally came to be the thought of as sounding in negligence. The key element of informed consent is that the doctor must disclose material risks to the patient. About half the states define material risks as those that a responsible person would likely find significant in deciding whether or not to forego the proposed therapy, while the other half defines the term by reference to professional practice and when a responsible physician is disclosed. Under the doctrine, the decision belongs to the patient. Patients have the right to refuse medical intervention. Thus, informed consent is the legal recognition of the medical patient's protectable interest in autonomous decision-making. The fundamental value undergirding the doctrine is generally considered to be patient autonomy. There are 4 widely recognized exceptions to the requirement that a physician obtain informed consent to a medical intervention: emergencies, patient incompetence, patient waiver, and therapeutic privilege. A doctrine that allows doctors to refrain from making a disclosure that will seriously harm the patient. Other sources of law buttress the tort doctrine requiring informed consent for medical treatment. Although the two are distinct, there is quite a bit of convergence between the principles underlying the tort law doctrine of an informed consent and the constitutional right of privacy. Both doctrines are undergirded by the value of individual autonomy. In addition, the right not to be subjected to medical treatment without one's informed consent is a human right that is guaranteed to individuals in the United States by the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. The ICCPR requires states parties to ensure that patients give full informed consent to medical procedures. The legal doctrine of informed consent and the ethical doctrine of informed consent are analytically distinct, although they have been intertwined in their historical development. It is conceptually possible for the legal doctrine to place an obligation on doctrines that are ethical. The ethical doctrine is silent upon or even prohibited. Since this article argues that biased counseling laws violate the ethical doctrine, I will not analyze the legal doctrine in any detail. Since every state has generally applicable informed consent laws, statutes that require more individual consent protocols are an example of abortion exceptionalism. This is the anti-abortion legislative strategy to decrease the number of abortions by placing onerous regulations on abortion where similar procedures are unregulated, making abortions more difficult and more expensive to provide. Abortion providers often face more stringent regulations than other healthcare providers, such as physician's assistant offices or outpatient surgery facilities that have similar risk profiles. Abortion providers are often required to obtain licenses, be subject to inspections, maintain certain written policies, and meet physical plant requirements, even where other healthcare providers are not. While most regulation of the medical profession is enforced only by professional sanctions, such as disciplinary action by a licensing body, abortion regulations are often backed by the threat of criminal penalties, including prison sentences. Provisions like the Federal Hyde Amendment and similar state laws prohibit public funds from being used to pay for abortions on the basis that taxpayers who oppose abortion should not have to pay for it. However, there are no similar provisions prohibiting taxpayer money from funding other activities that are morally offensive to large numbers of Americans, such as the production of highly destructive military weaponry. The popularity of laws that create unique requirements for legally effective informed consent to abortion stands in contrast to the rarity of informed consent laws specific to other procedures. Some states have informed consent statutes specific to sterilization. Some states have laws specific to breast cancer treatment, and some show special concern for psychological treatments like ultraconvulsive therapy and psychotropic drugs. Other statutes provide specific disclosure requirements for telemedicine, which is the provision of medicine remotely through the use of telecommunications or from umbilical cord blood bank. Interestingly, unique application to women or reproduction is a feature of most of these areas of special regulation of consent. Sterilization is one area where the state shows its desire to regulate reproduction and specifically to protect childbearing capacity, just as it does in the abortion context. Two others involve medical circumstances faced only or primarily by women, breast cancer and umbilical cord blood banking. This gender distinction fits with the notion that women need special protection in their medical decision-making, which is an important aspect of anti-abortion policymaking, as I discuss in the next section. The United States Constitution protects the right to terminate a pregnancy. The constitutionality of laws that impact the right to abortion is judged by the undue burden standard articulated in Planned Parenthood of Southeastern Pennsylvania v. Casey. The Supreme Court's abortion jurisprudence in Casey and since touches on informed consent principles in women's autonomy. Apparent in these decisions is a troubling strain of paternalism and distrust of women's decision-making ability. The court's use of these ideas in decisions regarding which forms of abortion regulation are constitutionally permissible helps illustrate how such regulation is in the form of biased counseling laws conflicts with the doctrine of informed consent. Casey departed from prior Supreme Court decisions by enhancing the government's interest in promoting the life or potential life of the unborn. The plurality reasoned that, while the government may constitutionally act to further an interest in potential life by persuading women to choose childbirth over abortion, the means it uses must be calculated to inform the woman's free choice, not hinder it. One of the restrictions in the Pennsylvania abortion law that was upheld in Casey was a biased counseling provision. The statute requires that 24 hours before an abortion, a woman must be orally informed of the gestational age of the embryo or fetus and of the nature and risks of the procedure and alternatives. It must be offered state-produced materials that describe the unborn child and list agencies which offer alternatives to abortion, among other disclosures. The Casey plurality had no trouble upholding the risk disclosure, approving the requirement to give truthful, non-misleading information about the procedure and its risks. But the following language, which appears in the portion of the plurality opinion upholding disclosures about gestational age and fetal development, reveals the plurality's view of women's capacity to decide whether to terminate their pregnancy. It cannot be doubted that most women considering an abortion would deem the impact on the fetus relevant, if not dispositive, to the decision. In attempting to ensure that a woman apprehend the full consequences of her decision, the state furthers the legitimate purpose of reducing the risk that a woman may elect an abortion, only to discover later, with devastating psychological consequences, that her decision was not fully informed. The plurality statement contains wholly unsupported empirical claims about what women think. In addition, the plurality writes as if the law requires disclosure of the consequences of an abortion to the embryo or fetus, when it is common knowledge that an abortion results in its destruction. The disclosure at issue is not about what the consequences are, but what the embryo or fetus looks like, information which is not clearly relevant to the patient's decisions. Finally, and most importantly, the plurality betrays its skepticism about women's decision-making ability and autonomy by assuming that it is appropriate for the state to protect women from their putative inability to think about their own decisions and then face the consequences of those decisions. Turning to the Pennsylvania law's waiting period, the Casey plurality said, the idea that important decisions will be more informed and deliberate if they follow some period of reflection does not strike us as unreasonable, particularly where the state directs that important information become part of the background of the decision. We should ask, what is the problem the state is addressing here? Why do policymakers believe that women are unable to take sufficient time to make the decision of their own and need to be forced to sleep on it? What is more, informed consent is a doctrine designed to help patients make decisions when they need medical information to decide among treatment options, but the decision of whether to bear a child goes far beyond that. Yet Casey treats the state's disapproval of abortion as if it were as relevant as the medical risks. Even if the state has a legitimate interest in discouraging abortion, that does not entail that it is appropriate to use the informed consent process to express that interest or intrude upon the relationship between doctor and patient. In its most recent abortion decision, Gonzalez v. Carhart, the Supreme Court upheld the so-called Partial Birth Abortion Ban Act of 2003 against its constitutional challenge. This federal statute places a criminal prohibition on some methods of abortion. The physicians challenging the act argue that it placed an unconstitutional undue burden on the right to abortion by imposing a substantial obstacle on the path of women seeking abortions. Carhart cited Casey for the proposition that the state does not impose an undue burden on the abortion right, with regulations which do more than create a structural mechanism by which the state may express profound respect for the life of the unborn. They are not substantial obstacles on the woman's exercise of the right to choose. The court found that the statute's prohibition on abortion methods that involve the partial removal of the fetus from the uterus before fetal demise is justified by the government's interest in showing its profound respect for the life within the woman. The court accepted congressional findings that procedures that are similar to infanticide should be prohibited in order to maintain a right line between abortion and infanticide. In addition to the government's interest in protecting the dignity of human life by prescribing certain methods of terminating pregnancies, the court found that the government's interest in protecting women from the consequences of their own actions was a purpose that helped keep the statute from imposing a substantial obstacle. Like Casey, Carhart made bold assertions without statistical support and even acknowledged doing so. While we find no reliable data to measure the phenomenon, it seems unexceptionable to conclude some women come to regret their choice to abort the infant life that they once created and sustained. Severe depression and loss of esteem can follow. It is alarming that the mere possibility that some individuals might regret an act can be part of the government's justification for criminalizing it. It is unexceptionable to conclude that some people regret getting married or divorced, but no one would argue that this is a reason for either to be criminalized, both because the proportion of regretful people is presumably small and because people have a fundamental right to control their families' lives, even where they may come to regret their decisions. Both reasons apply equally well to abortion. Even more alarming and germane to informed consent, the court found another justification for the ban in the following string of possibilities. Doctors might not describe the details of the procedure in question to their patients. Some patients might later learn of those details, and some of those patients might experience serious grief and sorrow. The last step is this imagined scenario, that a woman who regrets her abortion must face deeper grief and sorrow once she discovers the details of the procedure was characterized as self-evident by the court. Even though it is an empirical proposition that demands supporting evidence like any other claim about human psychology. Bafflingly, the Carhart court used an informed consent justification to uphold not a requirement of verbose disclosures, but a criminal ban on a state procedure. This ban restricts patients' autonomy rather than protecting it. As Justice Ginsburg put in her dissent, eliminating or reducing women's reproductive choices is manifestly not a means of protecting them. The court's mistaken arguments are a particularly transparent example of the anti-abortion strategy of using the idea of informed consent to justify regulation that does nothing to protect the values that informed consent serves, the provision of information and the enabling of autonomous choice. Rather, the anti-abortion strategy uses informed consent as an obstacle to abortion access. These examples show the court's willingness to accept the notion that women's decision-making abilities are deficient, which is supposed to justify forcing women to receive certain information, so to endure mandatory waiting periods and to have some options taken away from them altogether. Unsupported assumptions about future regret become reasons to restrict women's action, despite the fact that various life choices people make may become a source of regret. The power of self-determination that principles of liberty grant to individuals entails a requirement that individuals face the consequences of their actions. Informed consent, a doctrine designed to facilitate self-determination through the provision of the information needed to make a decision, is manipulated in the service of the political goal of restricting abortion. That this is a political goal of biased counseling statutes will become clear as Part 2 describes these statutes and explains the ways they are intended to discourage abortions. Legislatures have been encouraged by the fact that the Supreme Court upheld Pennsylvania's biased counseling in Casey, as well as the mistrust of women apparent in the court's decisions to enact biased counseling laws that go far beyond the Pennsylvania statute that was before the court in 1992. Part 2, biased counseling laws. Over half of the states have laws that specifically regulate the informed consent process for abortion, placing requirements on providers and patients that are more demanding than any other medical procedure. These laws are intended to discourage women from choosing to terminate their pregnancies. Part 2 discusses examples of the most troubling feature of these laws. They intend to discourage abortions, reveal disdain for women's decision-making, and are based on false views of the medical facts. Part 3 will argue that the characteristics of biased counseling laws violate medical ethics. Several states' biased counseling laws require that healthcare providers make statements to patients about specific risks such as infertility and psychological problems in order to properly inform the patient's consent. Some of these risk statements are exaggerated, misleading, or simply false. Statutes in several states require abortion patients to be told of a risk of infertility when medically accurate. However, some states do not include qualifications about medical accuracy or specificity regarding the patient's procedure. The Texas Counseling Booklet for Patients states that complications of abortions may make it difficult or impossible to become pregnant in the future or carry a pregnancy to term. State-produced materials that must be offered to patients in South Dakota state that infertility is a risk of abortion without any qualification. However, studies have found that there is no association between induced abortion and later infertility. The most common first trimester abortion method, vacuum aspiration, poses virtually no long-term risk of infertility, ectopic pregnancy, spontaneous abortion, or congenital malformation. Some complications of abortion may implicate future reproduction, but complications are rare. Many states' laws require healthcare providers to tell patients about the emotional or psychological consequences of having an abortion. Several states' biased counseling materials note that women who obtain abortions may feel a range of emotions from sadness to relief, a statement that is of course trivially true of many significant life events. These laws require doctors to tell all of their patients, vastly most of whom are competent adults, that there may be emotional consequences to their decision to terminate their pregnancy. Anti-abortion legislators believe that women need to be told this because they likely espouse an unjustifiable skepticism about women's moral reasoning and decision-making abilities. Some states' biased counseling laws and materials claim that abortion can result in specific negative emotions and serious psychological problems. In Michigan, the counseling materials that must be given to every patient are required by statute to state that as a result of an abortion, some women may experience depression, feelings of guilt, sleep disturbance, loss of interest in work or sex, or anger. In West Virginia, counseling materials that must be offered to abortion patients state that many women suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder following abortion. PTSD is a psychological dysfunction resulting from a traumatic experience. The materials provide a long list of symptoms that includes depression, drug abuse, eating disorders, chronic relationship problems, and suicidal thoughts or acts, among other things. South Dakota's biased counseling statute required that abortion patients be told about the known medical risks of abortion, including the increased risk of suicide, ideation, and suicide. But that requirement has been struck down because they are not known risks of abortion. In addition, some states' counseling materials mention psychological risks, even if they are required to by statute. The best scientific evidence shows that there is no causal relationship between abortion and psychological problems. Many studies to the contrary have been found to have methodological problems. There is an association between abortion and mental health problems, but studies show that the association is due to common causal factors. That is, factors that place women at higher risk of mental problems also increase the risk that they will experience unwanted pregnancies and obtain abortions. This association is not evidence that having an abortion causes later psychological problems, but rather that both are caused by previously existing factors. In sum, the most powerful predictor of a woman's mental state after an abortion is her mental state before the abortion. In addition, women who seek abortions are by definition experiencing an unwanted pregnancy, which is itself a stressful circumstance that may exacerbate psychological problems. What is more, the warnings in biased counseling state statutes are not accompanied by similar warnings about the mental health consequences of childbirth, such as postpartum depression, which poses a significant risk. Studies show that becoming a parent can increase the risk of depression and other mental health problems. While it is true that some women experience negative emotional responses to their abortions, this is also true of many medical interventions and other types of life events. However, the laws surveyed above exaggerate the likelihood and severity of the risks. The putative patient protective benefit of these laws is premised on the idea that women cannot predict their feelings after abortion and need to be informed that they may suffer negative emotional consequences. By focusing on negative psychological risks, these laws attempt to use fear to discourage women from terminating their pregnancies. In a handful of states, statutes require that patients be told that having an abortion increases their risk of breast cancer when it is medically accurate. In Alaska, Oklahoma, and Texas, state-produced materials that must be either given or offered to abortion patients claim that there is a possible link between abortion and breast cancer. In 2011, North Dakota added a statutory requirement that its counseling materials discuss the possible increased risk of breast cancer. While scientific studies have produced inconsistent results as to whether abortion increases the risk of breast cancer, the methodology of many of the studies that apparently show a link has been criticized. These studies used small sample sizes, collected data from subjects after breast cancer had been diagnosed, and relied on self-reporting of abortion. Better designed studies and meta-analysis have collected data on tens of thousands of subjects and relied on medical records rather than potentially unreliable disclosures by patients about their abortion history. In recent years, study after study has established that there is no link. The laws mentioned above allow providers to refrain from making a statement to the effect that abortion increases the risk for breast cancer because that statement is not medically accurate. However, the inclusion of inaccurate statements in state-produced counseling materials that providers are required to give or offer to patients is concerning, as some patients may understand the statement to be endorsed by the healthcare provider who actually gives them the materials. Several states require that women be given state-published counseling materials prior to an abortion. Materials that contain information that is irrelevant or immaterial to decisions about the abortion patient. For example, Idaho statute requires women be given materials that describe and display photographs of the characteristics of the embryo or fetus at 2-week intervals from the 4th to the 24th week of gestation, as well as descriptions of the abortion procedures used in current medical practices at the various stages of growth in the fetus and any responsible foreseeable complications and risks to the mother. Thus, for example, a patient who at 7 weeks seeks a medication abortion, which involves no surgery, must be given information about the characteristics of fetuses at much larger stages of development. In addition, she is given information about surgical abortion procedures used only at later stages of pregnancy, information that bears no relevance to her medical situation. Yes.
Okay, I'm reading from Behind Every Choice is a Story by Gloria Pelton. What parents want is not what parents get. A staggering majority of parents, over 80%, want the schools to teach comprehensive, medically accurate sex education, including human growth and development, decision-making skills, abstinence, contraception, and prevention of sexually transmitted infections. The biggest problem is that parents generally think schools are doing the job. They think this because it values common sense to think otherwise. Yet the number of secondary educators who say they discuss abstinence and abstinence only in their classes has increased 11-fold since 1988, from 2% to 23%. Fewer than 5% of students receive comprehensive sex education, and fewer still each year because of the abstinence movement. That's irresponsible and potentially dangerous. Students in comprehensive sex education classes do not have sex more often or earlier than others, but they do use contraception and practice safer sex more consistently when they become sexually active. A study in the Archives of Pediatric and Adolescent Medicine underscores the importance of starting early. Teaching children about sex before they begin to make sexual choices positively influences the choices they eventually make. Like most parents, Olivia knows that she can use all the help she can get as she balances the science of reproduction disease with the emotional issues of relationships, feelings, values, how to say no to sex, and what saying yes might mean. I've shown my son highlights from this month's TeenWire.com newsletter. I just had to write and commend you and thank you for helping me out. Although I talk with Mark a lot and we have good communication, your newsletter supplements and complements what I try and teach him. I believe there could be a lot more understanding and communication between all of us and our children if we would allow them to become exposed to things like this that are really just part of life. By not educating and not engaging our children in that dialogue at every opportunity, we abdicate to their peers and to the media our responsibility for teaching our children, not just what sex educators fondly refer to as the plumbing, but our personal values as well. Because talking to our kids about sex doesn't mean relinquishing our values and personal beliefs. It means giving children the tools to live them in their daily lives. By not insisting on comprehensive sexuality education in schools, we squander the opportunity to ensure that our children understand our broader shared values too, such as respect for others, honest communication, and to teach them how to apply these values in sexual decision-making and peer pressure situations. Real talk, many parents are doing more of it. We can do much better, and I think the time is right to do just that. We can talk honestly with our children and with each other. We can hold the media accountable, and we can fight for real talk, medically accurate, comprehensive sex education in our schools, at school board meetings, and in the halls of Congress. We can take control of the public debate so it focuses on productive policies rather than extreme positions. As I travel from the country, I can see very positive trends on a personal level. All the time, more parents today want to do a better job educating their children about sexuality than our parents did for us. Their stories warm my heart and give me hope. They deserve to be supported in every way by the rest of us. I had a child nearly 17 years ago. I was a senior in high school. I came from a family where teen pregnancy was not necessarily accepted, but expected. Why? Because birth control was not discussed as an option. When I think about the hardships I faced as a teen mother and the less than ideal circumstances my child was brought into, I get angry that my parents didn't think of me or my potential unborn grandchildren enough to discuss birth control. My daughter, now almost 17, is very educated about her options, her sexual health and responsibility. Anna, age 33. When I found out my daughter was on birth control pills without my prior knowledge, I was a bit worried. But I brought her to the clinic and we both talked to the counselor. While I'm still not overly enthused over her being sexually active, I'm relieved that she is responsible. James, age 44. Alina's story starts with a shotgun marriage at 14. After she left her high school campus and ended up spending the night with her boyfriend, not knowing it would change her life forever, as she put it. She had her first son at 15, and then 2 more in rapid succession. She didn't know much about birth control. The stresses of finances, lack of childcare and transportation, and inadequate housing contributed to a rocky marriage and a feeling of being overwhelmed. So when her own sons became teens, her concerns for them were strong. She vowed to break the cycle. We started discussing sex and STDs around the dinner table and just in general. The boys had a lot of questions. I gave them the answers. On the one hand, they had the information brought to them verbally and more pamphlets they could ask for. On the other hand, they were not given the option of having sex at a young age, under 18, wishful thinking, much less unprotected sex. We freely discussed condoms and abstinence. My oldest son started having sex at the age of 16, my second son at 17, my youngest at 18. To this day, condoms are still being used. The talks about safe sex, abstinence, and other methods of birth control continue. 9 months ago, my granddaughter was born. Her father is 27, and she was a planned child. I consider this to be a success story simply because the cycle of having children at an early age was broken. I feel that all the information I passed to my sons led them to delay sex and fatherhood. Sometimes a caring teacher like Kathy, whose story follows, bucks the system and provides help too. When I was teaching high school, I made it a point to spend 30 minutes every day stressing the importance of don't make babies. I had to do this not only because I lost several bright teenage girls to pregnancy, but to make matters worse, the extreme pro-lifers were periodically storming the campus in the morning before school started. They distributed dead baby cartoons as well as messages from Jesus, insisting that he would no longer love you and would send you straight to hell for killing your baby. They not only disrupted an entire day of learning, but failed to offer contraception or even abstinence as a possible solution. Oddly enough, people who tend to be pro-life tend to be anti-welfare. Who's going to raise those babies? Birth control needs to be taught, even encouraged, in schools, if we want our children to have the best future possible. The economically disadvantaged children have too much to deal with already. Proper family planning could level the playing field. Now that I'm a grandmother, I have the pleasure of watching my children improve upon my attempts at sex education. Recently, though, I was reminded that most children still learn from their peers. My husband, Alex, and I picked up 3-year-old Eli and 5-year-old Nolan from school one day. The 3 boys were arguing jovially about who was in charge of the car. I was driving, but never mind. Alex thought he was playing the trump card when he said, "I'm the king and your grandmother is the queen." Little Eli, his raised hand punctuating the important facts he was imparting, declared, "Yes, and the king has a penis and the queen has a labia." "You're right, Eli," I said, after I retrieved my chin from the floor. "Where did you learn that?" I had given my daughter Linda a wonderful new book by a leading sex educator, Roby Harris, and had assumed this was the source of their great epiphany. "From a Jantic," he replied, referring to his 6-year-old playmate. Well, at least they're calling the body parts by their proper names these days, I thought. Even though they're still learning from their peers, that's progress. But you'll note that my chin still hit the floor. Yes, Mother, I thought, hard as it is, even for me, we have to take a deep breath and say the word sex. Early, often, publicly, privately, and without embarrassment. Dr. David Satcher, the former Surgeon General of the U.S., issued his call to action in June 2001. Based on the scientific evidence, we face a serious public health challenge regarding the sexual health of our nation. Doing nothing is unacceptable. More than anyone, it is our children who will suffer the consequences of our failures to meet these responsibilities. Dr. Satcher's report said, 87% of the cases of the 10 most common infectious diseases are sexually transmitted diseases. An estimated 104,000 children are sexually abused each year. 1/5 of all young, 10 to 17, internet users have received unwanted sexual solicitations. And more than 1/2 of all television programming has sexual content, yet responsible sexual behavior is rarely depicted. His report calls for an honest, mature, national dialogue on sexual health, public policy informed by science, and respectful of diversity in sex education that is thorough, wide-ranging, begins early, and continues into adulthood. Sex education in school is necessary, he said, because families differ in their knowledge level about sex and human development, and in how comfortable they are discussing each of these things with their children. Dr. Satcher called for a national dialogue on responsible sexuality, culturally and age-appropriate sex education offered at every available venue, the home, schools, churches, and the media, targeting the most vulnerable members of society, the economically disadvantaged, racial and ethnic minorities, persons with different sexual identities, disabled persons, and adolescents. Ensuring that everyone has access to sexual health and reproductive health care, and preventing sexual abuse and coercion. I'm afraid if I don't let him do what he wants, he'll leave me. Then I'll feel like I have nobody, not even myself. Lily, age 14. I can close my eyes today, 45 years later, and feel that wobbly feeling in my gut that signaled the strength to stand my ground. To hold on to my very self was melting away, melting into jelly. I was 15. I thought I was in love. I was smart. I came from a good family. I could set goals about many other things and reach them. But I definitely didn't know how to set boundaries in relationships or feel I could or should. Girls face a triple whammy on the path to womanhood. It starts with a lack of knowledge, a lack of factual knowledge, and the lack of self-knowledge that follows from not knowing the facts. Then there is the shame about sexuality that comes from our society's silence about it. Shame and the lack of knowledge are bound together by cultural cues about gender roles into a toxic combination that turns many a strong girl, a confident, adventurous, pre-adolescent girl, think Pippi Longstocking, into a teenage jelly woman who molds her personality and her body to fit what she thinks the world around her, but most especially the world of teenage boys, wants her to be. Carol Gilligan, in her 1993 book, In a Different Voice, chronicled the change that girls go through after about age 11. the shift from confident preteen to insecure teenager, who trades sports and books for boys and beauty tips. The loss of self permeates the letters I receive. It is so pervasive in the stories of teenage anguish that sometimes I think, didn't I just read that one? It must be a duplicate. I rifle through the file, and lo and behold, it isn't the same one after all. The stories are so similar that they could have been written by the same person. They start out with, I found myself pregnant, or I went along, or I was afraid he would leave me. Many stories tell of sexual abuse stemming from sexual ignorance and disparities in power and age. The stories have another common thread. My parents wouldn't talk about sex or birth control. Only rarely do girls write about being told that they had the power to say no and to say yes to each of life's choices. It is their perfect right to make their choices for their own reasons and not for the pleasure or purposes of others. Young people will, and after all, be in situations where they will have sexual feelings and they will have to deal with them, whether or not we have helped them acquire the knowledge and skills and the ego strength to make choices in a positive, self-affirming way. It's not just about hormones, though we ignore the explosive ingredient at our peril. It's a lot about the cultural mold that shapes the jelly of an emerging self, and how we define the nature and purpose of human sexuality. And the role of women helps to shape the mold. But dig a little deeper, and all of these factors are really about who holds the culturally sanctioned power and how badly they want to keep it. And that's why even today, so many young women, 25% of those between the ages of 15 and 24 in one study, say that although they consented to their first experience of sexual intercourse, they hadn't entirely wanted it to happen. They are often ambivalent. They wanted to, but they didn't want to all at the same time. Even when early sexual activity is fully consensual, as we must acknowledge it most often is, the prevailing just say no philosophy of sex education leaves teens in a real-life situation where it is impossible to say no with strength and conviction because they don't know what saying yes would mean to their bodies or their lives. The ability to make considered responsible decisions to have sex or not requires first an ability to claim the right to one's own sexuality, and second the knowledge of the facts and consequences. Absent that power, the result is predictable and heartbreaking. The first time I had sex, I was only 14. I was definitely not ready. I was in a relationship for all the wrong reasons, low self-esteem, wanted to be popular, etc. And then I knew that the guy had a reputation for being a little pushy when it came to sex. When it actually came down to the point where we were both half naked, tons of questions kept popping into my head. Am I really ready for this? Why am I letting it go this far? What does this mean to me? Why am I not stopping him? I ignored all my doubts and that horrible feeling in my gut and went along with it. Jennifer, age 17. Being the new girl in an extremely small school, I was immediately ostracized by the majority of females and quickly became the center of attention for the males. Out of a desperate need to fit in, I became associated with the wrong group of kids, one of which had an older brother who paid lots of attention to me. He flattered my damaged ego and provided me with a much-needed ally. He turned me against my family, and there began a year of mental, physical, and sexual abuse. Samantha, age 17. I never felt secure, and I was always waiting for the phone to ring, or for them to come over. Never on time, sometimes not at all. I became very depressed. Julia, age 17. There are only two options to break this mold. Hide children in the closet or teach them forthrightly what they need to know. Girls ought to be required to get a black belt in emotional self-defense. In an end to shame, sociologist Ira Reese says, our children will be sexual whether we participate in helping them learn about sex or not. We can neglect our responsibility to sexually educate our young children. We can make them naive. We can make them vulnerable to abuse. We can make them up for many future sexual problems. But no matter how hard we try, we cannot make them sexually innocent. I had a serious case of deja vu all over again when this letter came across my desk from a woman 25 years my junior. I was 15 years old when I became pregnant by the love of my life. I knew it would last forever. Thank God my mother knew better. She worked for Planned Parenthood in Odessa, Texas, and I really thought I wanted to be a parent. I was the only child of divorced parents. I knew the baby would make me happy. I ended up having an abortion in the doctor's office in Odessa, and my mom was there to hold my hand afterwards. She even brought me coloring books, which is what I should have been doing instead of having sex in the first place. I've never had any regrets. I'm now a 34-year-old woman of a 14-year-old and 9-year-old triplets, identical at that. I love my 4 daughters and I wouldn't trade them for anything in the world, but I'm so thankful that I did not become a parent at 15. I ended up marrying the man who got me pregnant at 15, and after I gave birth at 19, way too young, we divorced. I have now been happily married for 11 years. I have already told my oldest daughter that teen pregnancy won't take place in this house. She knows too many girls already who have basically ruined their lives thinking they would have a happy family at 15. Wake up, America. Talk to your children. Let them know that teens having babies is not acceptable behavior. Wendy, age 33. That I started my career with Planned Parenthood in Odessa, Texas, oil patch in 1974 is of course relevant. That I first arrived in Odessa as a pregnant 15-year-old who really thought she wanted to be the wife of her high school sweetheart and parent at the tender age, and a parent at the tender age, believing it would last forever, is also relevant. That this young woman and I could both attribute some of our angst to our dysfunctional families, real or perceived, is fairly typical of for teens. That we both reached the same conclusion about the need to talk to our children and tell them that teens having babies is not acceptable, and that we are both as a result of personal stories, well, that's a slam dunk, even though we chose different options. How does a 15-year-old get the ideas about love and relationships in life that the Odessa letter writer and I seem to have had? Where does the jelly woman come from? She comes from that point in adolescence, when girls realize only boys are rewarded for being strong and mature, the point where boys are expected to turn into slobs and girls are encouraged to use the newest makeup. From boys will be boys and girls will be virgins, from all the negative messages girls receive about their value to and their value in society. Yes, Silver C. We haven't come nearly far enough, baby. She comes from living with conflicted role models, like my most important one, my very smart, strong grandmother, who always deferred to the men in her life. She had been a well-educated professional woman, a mathematics teacher and a school mistress in Russia before she came to this country to marry my grandfather. This was not lost on my young consciousness. She had given it all up to move to a new country and marry a man she hadn't seen in 7 years. This was not lost on me either. After her husband died and left her with 2 pre-adolescent children, she was faced with running the family business. There is little doubt in my mind that grandmother could have ran General Motors if she had chosen so, but she always made sure a man was in charge. She made her aspirations for me clear from my earliest years. I should get a good education, just in case I needed something to fall back on, and a good husband. The latter goal must have been foremost on her mind when my parents moved us from Sanford, Texas, a small red dirt cotton farming community in West Texas. The town was defined by football and rodeo rather than football in the movie theater, but otherwise I lived in the Last Picture Show. Author Theo Cleveland, who really did come from Archer City, Texas, the town depicted in the Last Picture Show, gives this absolutely accurate description. The boys' world, the legitimate world, of football, rodeos, learning to cuss, and dreaming about girls, was the world of Texas in that area. Girls had bit parts. We could play if we had learned our lines and attempted no ad-lib. I was 13 at the time of the move, a teenager going into 9th grade, and I decided that since I was having my life ruined by moving to a new place, I'd make the best of it by remolding myself into a popular all-American girl. I had a nice circle of girlfriends in Temple, Texas before we moved, and we did many interesting things, from bicycling all over town to publishing a neighborhood newsletter. But we weren't the in kids. I found my peers in Stanford to be much more aggressive in talking about sex, as though they knew what they were talking about. Their hunger for my sex education book makes their lack of real knowledge clear. In particular, the boys were quite aggressive in making observations about my physical appearance, especially sexual attractiveness. I was unprepared, ignorant about much of what they were talking about, and I wanted to be accepted in my new hometown. I set out to be known as sociable, friendly, and well-liked instead of an achiever. I still got good grades in my family. In my family, you either got an A or you were considered to be failing. But my classes were not so difficult. I could easily coast. I took home economics with the other girls and learned to make 20 kinds of toast. If a girl was intelligent and able, she could be a social misfit, or she could hide her light under a bushel basket and be socially accepted. Easy choice. I was elected sophomore class favorite and then junior class vice president. In the beginning of my junior year, while I was in Dallas with my family, I was elected cheerleader unanimously without even trying out. Mission accomplished. I had overcome not only the burden of my own intelligence, but that other teenage horror, differentness. We were new and the only Jewish family in town. My father's Western wear manufacturing plant was one of the few major businesses in town, and my mother, unlike most mothers at the time, worked with him. I knew I was too different for comfort when I received a letter from a friend addressed only to the eldest daughter of Big Mac, Stamford, Texas. A girl's relationship with her father makes a big difference in her self-awareness and a sense of mastery, the raw material that can help her create her own mold. When I was 3, my larger-than-life father brought me the most wonderful electric train and did not find it odd that I preferred to be playing with dolls. Like many men who come from meager backgrounds, he relished buying grown-up toys for himself. When he began making enough money to do so, he took me flying in his Beechcraft Bonanza just for fun. He included me in conversations with other adults and on trips with my mother. He wanted me to have the advantages he didn't have growing up as a poor immigrant family. He wanted me to go to boarding school in Dallas and college in the East.
Would you yield to a fellow Missourian?
Yes.
My name is Joan Gray, and I'm sad to have to be here today. I'm actually quite disgusted to have to be here today. What's happening in this building should never happen. This vote should not have been taken with the outcome of endangering and harming thousands and thousands of women's lives and the lives of families who will be affected by these terrible, terrible decisions. You know, thousands of Missourians impressed upon these legislators what harm this bill would cause. They made phone calls. They visited with them. They pleaded with them. They gave them facts. They gave them personal stories. They told them of circumstances to implore upon them that they should not require women to wait 72 hours before they took their constitutional right to have an abortion. These legislators did not listen. I served 18 years in this building, 10 years in the House and 8 years in the Senate. So I know a little bit about what goes on in those hallowed halls and chambers. And I know that an effort like the one that was made here in the past weeks and months against this bill was extraordinary. The passion and the belief and the understanding behind this bill and what this bill would mean in the lives of Missourians. People understood that and made an incredible effort to try to get the legislators to understand it. Those kinds of efforts are not ordinary. The kind of mobilization about what a piece of legislation means, that's not ordinary. That is extraordinary. And the effort made here and the fact that all of those messages, all of those pleadings, all of those facts fell on deaf ears. And this legislature feels that they have to, for reasons that I don't understand. I know what they are, but I don't understand. It's just an outrage for Missourians, for women, for families, and for Americans, that this kind of disregard of the most personal, private, no one else should care about what I and my family decide about our reproductive activities. No one should care what I do. I don't have any business in their business, and they don't have any business in my business. The fact that these legislators want to intrude on those personal decisions and require that women wait 72 hours is insulting and harmful. The government intrusion into this personal decision is what is most appalling. The fact that those pointy-head bureaucrats, starting with the tone-deaf legislators, would be meddling in personal decisions, medical decisions, religious decisions, is absolutely outrageous, un-American. I can't think of enough negative words to say about what it is. But the government meddling, getting into the most private decisions that people have to make, is just unexcusable. So for Missourians in this legislature to be welcoming into our bedrooms, our doctor's offices, our private conversations, requirements that prevent women from doing what they know to be best for them. This should never happen in a democratic country. 72 hours will cause women real harm, especially women in Missouri who don't live adjacent to a clinic where they could get their abortion in a safe and medically up-to-date environment. There is one abortion clinic in Missouri. It's on the eastern side of the state. It's as far east on the side of the state as you can get. So to stay in Missouri and travel to an abortion clinic can take hours and hours. Now, on the western side of the state, you have to cross the state line. But the fact that women have to travel to the clinic, have the first consultation, and then wait 3 days before the abortion can be performed is psychologically harmful. It's like torture. It's physically harmful. It can be economically harmful. Because it ends up, a woman has to virtually take, could be 5 days to have an abortion in Missouri. It's outrageous. The harm that it will cause is just uncalculable. When the Supreme Court of the United States has ruled that abortions are legal. And now, Missouri sees fit to try to make it as difficult as possible. Missouri has almost every restriction anyone ever thought of, and this is one of the cruelest. The cruelty of requiring a woman to wait 3 days, long after the decision is made, long after the woman understands and is comfortable in her own skin with what she has to do for her health, her family's health, her well-being. And yet, these folks in this building think that's not good enough. She needs to sit around and wait. And the resources required to do that, not everybody has access to them. And so, especially the poor women of Missouri are going to be affected by this. I come from an urban area. I come from an area where there is an abortion clinic. The 176,000 people that I represented in the Senate, they and their families could make these decisions, and it wouldn't be as oppressive as all the women who live in rural areas and have to travel to get their medical care. Often just to go to a doctor about a case of the flu is a big deal, but to have to get to an abortion clinic and then wait and wait and wait. I think one of the most offensive things about all of this is these implications. They don't say it directly, but it's clearly in their thinking and their behavior and their actions that, women are just so stupid that even after they've seen the doctor, they need to sit around for 3 days and make sure this is the right decision. Women are just so stupid. Their heads are so empty. And maybe after they see the doctor, they'll think about this a little bit more. That's not what happens. Women know the decision they've made and have a comfort level that the decision is right for them. They get excellent medical care at our clinic in Missouri. They get excellent counseling, follow-up care. We get letters routinely about the kind and caring attention they got when they made the decision to have their abortion and have their abortion. So it's not like women don't know what they are doing or have made a false decision or an untrue decision. No. This is pure meanness, pure disregard of women's power and intellect to make the right decisions for themselves. Pure disregard for the unique circumstances of every single woman who makes this decision. It's unique to her and in her life and the goals she has for herself, for her health, for her well-being. Everyone's unique, and yet the legislators of Missouri say, no, little girl, you are so stupid, you have to sit and wait 3 days. We're just going to punish you. We're going to torture you. And sometimes that torture involves being away from your job for 3 more days and not having the money you need for your family because you lose 3 days of pay. So that the incredible disregard, disrespect, and disparaging of women's decision is unbelievable. So those thousands and thousands of Missourians who contacted their legislators are not done yet. They get to do it again. We will urge Governor Nixon to veto this cruel, intrusive bill. This has no business in Missouri. We will have just as an active campaign to urge the governor to use his veto pen, get rid of this disgusting, outrageous law. We will that will be a campaign. It begins today. We will be sending the message to the governor that the eyes of the nation, not just Missouri, will be on Missouri when this decision time comes for him. People all over the country care about these kinds of laws oppressing women. So the spotlight will turn on Missouri, and they will see Missourians rising up to say, veto this bill. And then we'll be rising up again to go back to the same legislators who did this outrageous thing and saying, sustain the governor's veto. This campaign is not done. It will not cease until the last possibility is out there that this will not happen in Missouri for the long term. So we're energized. I mean, some horrible thing happened in this Capitol last night. Horrible. I'm disappointed, disgusted. I can use those words all over and over again. That not only has Missouri going to have a 72-hour waiting period for to have an abortion, but Missouri doesn't do right by its women, its families, in helping prevent unwanted pregnancies, prevent pregnancies that will cause the most difficult decision a woman can make. No, Missouri is not up on the forefront of making sure that we have good sex education in our schools, and that we have access to birth control and access to what families need for their reproductive health care. So I want to spend some time now reminding folks about why the Planned Parenthood movement got started. The women back in the early part of the last century were in bondage to pregnancy after pregnancy after pregnancy, many of which did not end in a healthy child. Many did not. And the demand for the opportunity to prevent pregnancies that were not coming at the right time in a woman's life. This is a book, Motherhood in Bondage, and it's the voices that gave rise to the Planned Parenthood movement. I am a proud member of the board of directors of Planned Parenthood of the St. Louis region in southwest Missouri. And I couldn't be prouder of the heritage, the history of Planned Parenthood, and the response of Margaret Sanger to the women who needed to have control of their lives, to be able to determine when they wanted to have a child, when it was right for them and their families. So this is the book that is a gathering of the stories that gave rise to family planning being available in the United States of America. This is the foreword by Gloria Felp. And Gloria, I know, was the head of the Planned Parenthood Federation of America. I think I've got the title right. And so she does the foreword, and she quotes from this book itself to start her foreword. I am a mother of 7 children, 4 living and 3 that are dead. With my last child, I suffered everything but death. I have no help now. I have been to doctors, and they tell me that I am having children too fast, but they will not tell me how to prevent it. The only thing that some say is to get rid of it when I get caught. But that is not the kind of advice I want. Will you please give me some advice, as I need my health and strength to raise the 4 children I have? Look just about anywhere in the volume you are holding. This is the book, Motherhood and Bondage. Pick any page at random, and your heart is likely to stop. Because what you will find throughout this collection of letters is humanity stripped down to its essence. With Motherhood and Bondage, birth control pioneer Margaret Sanger gathered together a sampling of the many thousands of written pleas she received from women in need. All of these letters, as Sanger herself put it in her introduction to the original 1928 edition, voice desperate appeals for deliverance from the bondage of enforced maternity. The enormous weight of that bondage can be felt in the immediacy of these varied accounts. Honest, direct, heavy with pathos. These are the voices of women struggling against extreme poverty, against rapidly failing health, against the heartbreak of children born dead or dying, all because they do not have the means to control their fertility. The careful reader, Sanger said, will discern in not a few of these appeals a fervent quality that suggests an inarticulate prayer. There is wrenching sadness in these stories, also fear and a palpable sense of loneliness. But, and this is the most significant thing, there's also tremendous hope. The very existence of these testimonies tells of it. For in Margaret Sanger, women at long last found someone who knew their plight, who understood it, and was willing to listen. At a time when unjust laws kept women enslaved, here was someone prepared to defy injustice, to provide the knowledge and assistance women so desperately needed. I have to stop here and say the Missouri Capitol has re-enslaved women by enacting the 72-hour rule. Re-enslaved women. Sanger hoped that Motherhood and Bondage would awaken the larger public to the tragedies in their midst and help further its acceptance of birth control. Today, more than 70 years after the book was first published, we can see the partial realization of Sanger's vision. Nearly every American embraces the value of family planning, as we know through those who come into our clinics, and the fact that I believe the statistic was like 99% of women will use birth control during their childbearing years. Even those who may pretend not to believe in it will be using it. Maternal and infant death rates in the U.S. have fallen precipitously in the wake of legalized birth control. Freed of the shackles of perpetual childbearing, American women have progressed socially and economically, gaining a level of gender equality that is unprecedented. But the fight for true and lasting reproductive freedom is far from over. And we know that here in Missouri today, lending continued relevance and purpose to motherhood and bondage. Indeed, the experience herein could just as easily be written today by women in Bangladesh, or Ireland, or Chile, or Ghana, or Yugoslavia, or inner city USA, or rural Missouri. Here in the U.S. and around the world, extremists are working to restrict access to reproductive health care and information. Almost half of all pregnancies in this country are unintended. Among teenagers, the figure rises to 80%, and the consequences continue to wreak havoc upon the lives of women and their families. Ignorance, fear, and despair are still with us. But hope is even greater. Hard to see that today. As we begin the new century, this was written a few years ago, we have the benefit of new reproductive health technologies. new and faster modes of communication, greater potential to educate, and a resurgence of our grassroots power. More importantly, we have the benefit of Margaret Sanger's legacy of freedom. This legacy inspires the extraordinary social movement that Planned Parenthood now embodies, and it gives us the courage we will need to address 21st century challenges with resolute purpose and optimism. In another of the enclosed letters, a mother of 7 writes, "I hope the day will come soon when women can have the say if they be mothers or not." May the voices of these brave women ring strong to guide our path until that day comes for all. That's from Gloria Felt, President, Planned Parenthood Federation of America, in August of 1999. How sad that in Missouri today we are having to hark back to those days when women didn't have the rights to make the decisions without harassment by their intrusive legislators who, for some horrible reason, want to inflict cruelty on their decision to end a pregnancy. This first chapter is called Girl Mothers.
May I inquire of the senator?
Certainly. I yield.
Were you just started on your
Certainly.
So hi everybody, I'm Nevi. I'm a member of Women's Voices Race for Social Justice. I wanted to join the esteemed senator in this women's filibuster to show really everyone who's watching now, looks like it's around the world, across the country, what it looks like a little bit in Missouri when we're able to continue the filibuster as we are and make women's voices heard. Senator Bray is known as one of the best debaters in the Missouri Senate in history, and I've been watching Missouri Senate for a long time. And you know that your nickname, Senator, among some circles was Senator Comfy Shoes.
I remember that.
Maybe you want to talk a little bit about why you were saying that.
Well, when it would come to the time of the year when we were going to have yet another anti-woman health care bill shoved down our throats by a insensitive, mean majority. It would be that time of the year when we'd be going into the chamber and the bill would be coming up, and my intent was to do everything I could to not let it pass, and that would mean a filibuster, and I would take my comfy shoes to the chamber for whenever it came up. I had them under my desk so I could slip them on and be able to stand for however long that was necessary. And I made that remark one day, and I think in the debate.
It was noticed, yes, and I'll notice, for those of you who can't see, Senator Bray is indeed wearing some comfy shoes today, so I'm glad he got the guard back out.
They weren't far away.
So, some of the points you made when you would have those debates and have those filibusters really stuck with me. Really, I thought, made the point about how here we were, agents of the government, senators, elected officials responsible for shaping the budget, shaping the agenda, and here, very often, a dominant group of male legislators would spend maybe this amount of time on education or this amount of time on the budget and then this amount of time on bills that are attacking women's health. And so I thought you always did a really good job of trying to bring the perspective of women inside the building. And here we are today now bringing it outside the building. And we've got a couple audiences for this message right now. Bill is going that would triple the mandatory delay and be especially cruel to women facing terrible situations when they're wanted pregnancy. That bill is going to the House today, so we're speaking to the members of the House. And then, unfortunately, we anticipate that passing. They've already passed one version of it. Then it will go to our governor, Governor Nixon, and we are speaking to him today. So what do we want to say?
Yes, we are telling him that this bill must be vetoed. that women in Missouri should not be the victims of the cruelty and the intrusiveness of these legislators who, for some reason, feel like they have to meddle in the lives, reproductive decisions of families throughout the state. One thing you mentioned is that many women have wanted pregnancies that unfortunately may end with the necessity of abortion. And if you just think about those women who already have heartbreak that their pregnancy cannot come to term, are being made by these guys to sit 3 days after they go ready for their decision. They've made their decision and they want to get past it. And these guys say, no, you have to sit there 3 days. You continue to think about the heartbreaking. I can't fathom that. And that was brought up in an amendment. Let's exclude rape and incest. And that amendment was overwhelmingly voted down. And I cannot get in the mind of people who would be so cruel, so mean, so judgmental. That I don't get it. I think, of course, I think it's everybody's private decision, whatever the circumstance is. This should not be happening, but that's particularly egregious.
I agree, and especially because it turns a blind eye and it turns their back to women's ability to make decisions under a number of circumstances. You mentioned those tragic circumstances, and we've heard from previous speakers, and we'll hear from more during the Women's Filibuster, about all the thinking that goes into a decision when you're faced with a pregnancy that's gone wrong. All the appointments, the geneticists, the specialists, the several ultrasounds that you are constantly doing your research and trying to figure out what to do. A lot of decision making goes into that. But also, I was just remembering one time, for those of us who were able to have successful pregnancies, and that notion that women just don't think very much about our reproductive lives, or we don't give a lot of thought to our pregnancies. I remember being, 8 months pregnant, sitting in the gallery watching yet another Senate filibuster on a reproductive health issue. And I was sitting next to Senator Bray with a House member and over watching the debate in the gallery with me. I don't know if you remember you said this, just because it had stuck with me. Always. I was talking to Senator Bray about how I was a little bit of a stressed out pregnant woman. I was really worried until I got further into my pregnancy that something could go wrong with my pregnancy, because I'm very aware. At that point I was past it, but I also had been stressing about every single choice I made since the minute I thought I wanted to become pregnant. Was I taking iron or folic acid? And then I got pregnant and I only could eat broccoli for about a week because I couldn't think of anything else to eat that would be the perfect nutrition for my pregnancy and my growing child. And so I was sort of whining to you, honestly, a little bit. And Senator Ray, I don't know if you remember what you said to me, which just sort of wise me up, as you said, it continues that level of scrutiny to all of your decisions about how it will impact your pregnancy, your child, and your children as they grow up. It never goes away. It just changes from broccoli to other items. Right. And my kids are 11 and 12.
Yes, exactly.
And you are so right. You are so right. And I know you're a proud parent of some wonderful boys and put lots and lots of thought into all of your parental and reproductive decision making. So
it's just stunning, really, that crowd behind these columns are treating women like they're just empty vessels that if they have anything out there, it's kind of spooky. if there's anything in their minds. And I just, yeah, that's one thing that really gets to me, because there are so many decisions. These guys have no clue, I don't think, that have not really, don't really understand that there are so many decisions that women make all the time, and every one of them is so, some of it says more than others, but nothing's taken very lightly. So when this comes, it's just so insulting that there's this idea that, yeah, because I'm this guy that has this power over you, I'm going to tell you haven't thought enough about it. I can't stand it.
I've been inspired by how Missourians have been pushing back against that.
Right.
When this bill was first came up for a hearing earlier this winter in the House and in the Senate, some women from mid-Missouri came down and they started delivering their testimony and against this tripling of the mandatory delay, and they talked about how they had to rearrange their schedules to come testify at this hearing at late notice, that some had to arrange childcare, others traveled, I think some people traveled over 100 miles to come to the hearing, and how they put thought into what exactly they would say to the legislators about this. And then they said, but since you clearly don't think we can make rational decisions about topics that are important to reproductive health without waiting for 3 more days after I already know what I'm going to do, I've already made all these plans and arrangements, you clearly don't think I know what to do, I'm just not going to submit my testimony for another 72 hours. And they did just stop their testimony right there, and then they delivered it later. So I've just been so inspired by how women have been creative and savvy and vocal about making our voices heard in Missouri.
It is just stunning the way people have risen up. And as I said a little while ago, Minnie, is that the thousands of people who got involved in this. And I'll make 2 other points. These are not folks who, now that this bill is passing, and the governor will have to make the veto decision, these people are going to do it again. They're going to rise up again, and I think there will be more. Because I think there were a certain number of people who said, no, Missouri legislature wouldn't do this. Well, you and I knew they would, but that Missouri wouldn't do this. And I think that there's going to be more people who rise up and say, Governor veto, and then hopefully he will, and then they will say, legislators, you sustain that veto. This has really awakened some people.
And kept them awake.
That's
people
right.
were here.
That's right.
All night.
Exactly.
Last
Yes,
night, and they're going to be there all night tonight.
And a thunderstorm.
Yes, there was a thunderstorm. So women aren't letting anything get in the way between talking about this bill and how bad it is for our families, for our health, for our respect of women's decision making. Right. Yeah. So you said you had 2 points, and was there another one you were going to make?
What did I?
About how many women are going to get involved?
Well, I think my point was that they've been involved. I see. They're going to get the same women will get involved again. The second was more will be added.
I agree.
Because they and I think I just think and some of these women's their husbands or their children or their sister-in-laws or their brother-in-laws are going to say, oh come on, they really didn't do that. Well, here I'm coming too.
Exactly.
Well, how many years have we been doing this together? And and we've seen how people respond. And this, I think, the more ridiculous it gets, the more they do seem to respond.
And I think that there are many proof points in how Missouri women and other Missourians who support women stand up and make their voice heard when people are disrespecting women's reproductive health. I think there's someone who ran for Senate, who made some egregious remarks about how women's bodies operate, someone else displaying a kind of insensitivity to how women who ran for U.S. Senate last year, and he is not our senator. Our senator is Senator Claire McCaskill, who has been working for off to protect women's health and all sorts of women's issues, whether it's violence in the military or on campus. She's really standing up for women, and that's the kind of woman or the kind of elected official that Missourians will elect. And so I think that not only are more people going to get involved here and now, talking to the House, talking to the governor about the veto, talking to the legislature, which is in September of an election year,
right.
During a potential override. I think we're watching is part of what we're saying here.
Well, and women in Missouri are watching. Women around the country are watching. There's elections this fall, and then there's 2015 where women will be watching. Is Missouri going to do something stupid again? Then there's 2016, which is a huge election where women will be watching. Women will be watching states like Missouri where they can't rely on the state government to protect their rights on health care. And that's something, even women who may not ever choose to have an abortion themselves, I find they get it, because this is about health care. It's about the decisions you make on how to not have pregnancy you don't want, to have family planning, to have contraception, how to be healthy for when you decide you want to start having a family or have another child. It's all about making sure that women have good health care, good nutrition, care for sexually transmitted infections. We need to, it's the total picture, and their partners are often involved too. I mean, this is about reproductive health and women and their partners making decisions about that period in their lives when they may choose to have children or not have children. And women get it. And I think they're getting more and more that they're losing out on this, and their ability to have the opportunity to make decisions for their own good is getting tightened down, and decisions are being made.
And I think what you said about that really resonates with me about how it's not just women in Missouri who are standing up here 72 hours and taking action, but women across the country are watching states like Missouri and looking to elected officials to sort of snap out of it or surface those stars like Wendy Davis in Texas who really show that they can be a champion of women's health by using the political process to stand up and protect women's health. And I think we are coming to that moment here in Missouri where we have an opportunity to really, and the rest of the country has an opportunity to see an elected official in Missouri, our governor, step in and stand up for women's health. Like, he has stepped in and really pushed for Medicaid expansion. He's really stood for Missourians' health. 300,000 working Missourians who could get access to health care if the people in that building would simply pass Medicaid expansion. That our governor has been a real advocate for health and women's health. Medicaid is a very important program for women, and I think if this bill, she thinks it will, lands on his desk as an opportunity to show not just Missourians but the rest of the country and the chips are down.
Missouri will come through for the women. Yeah. I absolutely. I think it's an incredible opportunity. And yes, women across the country, and anybody who cares about personal privacy rights and healthcare rights is watching. So yeah, it's a huge opportunity for Missouri. To be seen as a place where women are not insulted, dismissed, discouraged. It's a huge opportunity. It's a huge opportunity for Missouri. That's what we need to look at it, as an opportunity.
And speaking of that, and your comments about how reproductive health is about so many things, not just the decision about what to do when faced with a pregnancy. It's about staying healthy and keeping healthy. And I think some of the bills you sponsored while you were in the legislature really were inspiring and did create an opportunity to talk about and show some politicians and the rest of us what good, solid policy around reproductive health, where does the government belong in productive, smart public policy when it comes to that? I don't know if you recall any of those bills.
Our prevention first.
Oh, yeah? Maybe we can talk a little bit about what was in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's so basic. Is, if you don't want unintended pregnancies, prevent them. This is 2014. We have multiple ways of preventing pregnancy. And we tried for years, and I know it still goes on in the Capitol today, for Missouri to have sound public policy that enables women to prevent unwanted pregnancies. So that bill allowed, guaranteed access to family planning services. It would have codified the ability to get birth control in law. It had a sex education component, and it had access to birth control for women who might not be able to afford it. And we're talking about Medicaid expansion. We have some access to women's health care through the Medicaid model, but it's not all about women, as we know, that men are included in reproductive decisions. So that bill had access to family planning services. I'm trying to think what else.
I think there was one other piece where trying to ensure that women who go to the emergency room
as a
result of rape, that they would get information about
emergency contraception. Absolutely. Yeah, exactly.
And so we were just talking about how the Senate decided to impose this extra triple mandatory delay on survivors of rape. They had an opportunity to protect those women. They didn't. But here, your bill would have helped women who presented at the emergency room get emergency contraception so they wouldn't be in a situation with an unintended pregnancy as a result of a rape.
We're talking about preventing pregnancies that from proceeding that in these extreme circumstances of rape and incest, who can't support that? And this crowd.
Well, and I know a lot of people just assume that that's the standard of care. That's what the American Medical Association recommends. I think the Hospital Association too. That's a standard practice to give a survivor of rape in the hospital access or information about emergency contraception. But you proposed your bill because
not happening. Not happening. Absolutely. And that is. The word cruel should stand on its own, but when you think about how this tears up people's lives, and could be prevented. I mean, women's lives, this tearing up of their lives, this total, when a woman's been raped. The cruelest thing that can happen to her is to have to carry that pregnancy to term. She has no one. And for that's so basic. And for these guys in here to not understand that, and to not keep that from happening, it's unfathomable to me. But we've spent a lot of good legislators mostly women, have championed those causes over the years, and it never has
The prevention.
the prevention part. Yeah, the prevention part of reproductive health care has never. Missouri lawmakers have never realized that that's the way to do it. And you know what, maybe what used to just stun me the first time it happened early on was how all the anti-women's health care lobbyists would line up to sit down and actually oppose contraception. So, when we talk with candidates about running for the legislature, they'd say, well, I don't, I don't know, I can't support abortion. Do you understand that by saying that just absolute and lining up with the other side, you are also opposing birth control? And they just can't believe it. That's the way it is in Missouri. The opposition is from basic birth control all the way, all the gamut of women's unique health care issues are all opposed.
I remember having to explain that to whether it's people interested in running or just people who aren't from Missouri or used to the politics, to say that the folks who are leading the fight, the anti-women's health lobby, absolutely equate birth control with abortion. And if you listen carefully, if you happen to hear the House debate on abortion today, or listen to the political debate in Missouri about reproductive health, listen carefully, because when those forces are talking about abortion, they are often including birth control, certainly emergency contraception, hormonal birth control, they're including it. And I remember too that even Governor Holden was a little surprised when he had passed the Women's Health Initiative that was requiring insurance coverage for contraceptives way back when, that he thought he had a whole group of people who worked on health, including those opposed to it, sit down and talk about what that should look like. And immediately the anti-women's health people said, well, you have to define contraception to exclude birth control.
Everything women use.
And I think in that meeting there was a legislator who was a nurse and typically worked with those anti-women's health people on the issue of abortion, who was a little surprised to hear that definition of contraception was limited, excluded birth control, oral contraceptives. So yes, that is something to watch for in Missouri, and I think, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, because we have the restrictions in Missouri, that we've had to turn to the federal law.
Yes.
The Affordable Care Act has been a great advance for Missouri women's access to health care with the birth control benefit. So when you're paying your insurance premiums, those include your birth control. You no longer have to pay extra co-pays for them. So that's a benefit that we've had to rely on the federal government for, because the Missouri legislature, not so much.
Well, it really does show what an outlier Missouri is, that the federal law gets it and provides it.
Right.
And yet in Missouri they're still saying, oh, no, we can't do anything else unintended pregnancy. So, yeah.
And in fact, we had a big battle about that in 2012. Actually, the legislator who succeeded you in your seat passed a bill that would, in Missouri, prohibit or allow employers to deny coverage for birth control for their employees if they didn't like birth control. So it was the boss can deny your birth control bill. And now that's, again, where Governor Nixon really showed his ability to stand up for women's health. He vetoed that bill, and we tried really hard to sustain it, came very close, and he was overridden, but he was able to make it back as a champion for women's health. And I think women, now that they don't have to go to their boss's office to talk about their birth control prescription and get permission to get that covered, they can appreciate his efforts and those of the elected officials at the federal level.
And that bill was, or that law was, ruled, federal law takes precedent.
Exactly.
So it didn't succeed in the end.
Right. The courts had to
The
step
court
in.
had to go to court, and they had said, you know what, federal law supersedes Missouri law on these issues that the federal law has spoken on. So yeah, it's a constant struggle here to try to represent the interests of women and families and partners, and so it's a tough time. But this the people who care about this, and I'm convinced this sad day will not be the end of the story.
No, as we mentioned before, yeah, there's all sorts of Missourians, not just the ones inside the building, that we're going to rely on, the ones outside the building that will help stand up for women's health. And
yeah, this legislature will adjourn, and Friday, this is Tuesday, 3.5 more days, and they'll go home, and I think they'll be hearing about this from their folks at home, that this is not a very smart thing to do. And sure they'll be hearing about it.
And there are lots of ways people can take action. It's so easy.
Right.
Remember when we had to fax everything to each other?
Oh my gosh.
We're dating ourselves.
Yes, we are. That technology's moved really fast too.
You go to a desk to call someone.
Right, exactly.
And now you just press a button and you can let your elected official know.
Right.
You can do something like we're doing here, or get your voice out in front of the whole world through the live stream. I think even on this site where you're watching it, there's a petition. You can just fill in your name and address and hit send, and boom, it goes to the legislature and will go to the governor. And I think lots and lots of groups will be trying to make it really, really easy for people to weigh in. What we're doing here isn't so easy, talking 72 hours in a row, standing up for women's health. And that's not so easy, but we have to do it all. We have to do the hard stuff.
And everybody has a role to play.
Right.
People who want to stand up and talk, people who want to sit at their keyboard and send messages and sign petitions and get people educated, people who want to go down to the coffee shop and lie in wait for that legislator to walk in the door. That works too.
Yes, tell me, now, when you were senator, what did you think were some of the most effective and impactful ways Missourians weighed in with you?
Well, it's always those personal contacts. It is the personal contacts that make that have the biggest impact, and the personal stories. So we need to have the volume of emails and messages and phone calls, but we need to have people getting their personal story to their legislator. Too often they can say, well, never happened in my district, and I don't know anybody that's happened to. Well, unfortunately, and I understand it totally, one's reproductive life is pretty personal, and it's very difficult to talk about the problems and the disappointments and the heartaches and relive them by having to tell the story. And I applaud the women who have, oh my gosh, they are the heroes of this whole thing. The women who will come testify, and then news media picks it up, but it's most helpful for those stories to come to each legislator from someone in their district. Someone that they can run into on the street, somebody who their neighbors know if they don't know themselves. It is the personal stories. That's it. But all these other efforts have to be made as well, because they can say, oh, that's one person. No.
It's being echoed around.
Yeah, it's got to be echoed around.
You mentioned that you're running into a legislator in a coffee shop. I think people who don't come here and see or interact with politicians sometimes think they are in a bubble, and they are in, Congress or in the legislature, and then they're they're floating around who knows where, but maybe you can talk about where and how you went and interacted with constituents and where they could find you.
Oh, yeah. Well, and of course every legislator is different and has their own, habits and style, but if you're going to get reelected, you've got to get out and meet people and talk to people. So it's going to places where people are, and you'll find your legislator. And in the summertime there's lots of picnics and parades and outdoor stuff where legislators do go. And if they go, they know they got to know they're going to get stopped along the way, and somebody's going to talk to them about some issue that makes a difference in their life. And I think that's what people have to do. Is these are just people. I mean, they're just they're your neighbor. They're absolutely approachable. Should be approached because they're responsible to their constituents, and it's the responsibility of the constituents to approach them and to tell them and to give them feedback on how they see them doing their job and how it affects their lives. But to let legislators know how their actions impact your life is extremely important.
So you mentioned that. I think it's such a simple equation, but sort of an aha moment that elected officials need to get elected, and so when they're at home, they go where people are gathered. It's more efficient if there's lots of people there or more than one. So people who are interacting with their community group, they can invite a legislator, right? And
Absolutely.
say, I have a group that wants to hear about this.
Absolutely. That's what it should be happening. And especially in these rural areas where the legislators are more visible. I'm from an urban area. I could walk down the street and nobody cared or whatever. And
I like seeing you.
Well, I know it's great. Always great to run into you. So it is a little bit different where there's, like in urban areas, there's so many more legislators, and it's hard to keep track of who they are and sometimes if they represent you or not. But in these rural areas where people do need to, they're much more visible, and they need to be approached and visited with and invited in to the neighborhood picnic or to get to hear feedback. But I think folks have to become much more activist and reaching out to the legislators to talk to them, and it's a part of being democracy, and maybe we're a little rusty on that part. It's got to get going again, because you pull this issue with understanding and facts and stuff. Folks don't like this. This isn't what people have in mind the government should be doing. It shouldn't be intruding in medical decisions, personal decisions, life-changing decisions. Shouldn't be there. So legislators need to hear that.
And I have a good story about that, even just from last week. There's a legislator in Southwest Missouri that some folks who have been coming to Jefferson City several times over the course of this legislative session, both here under the dome and back at home, were having difficulty reaching their elected official. They were never in their office or not available when they would have driven all this way to come here, and they were having difficulty setting an appointment to even see them at home at a gathering. And so finally, one of the folks who had been trying wrote a letter to the editor of the local newspaper and basically explained how frustrating this was, that they couldn't get to meet with their elected official. And the newspaper forwarded that to the elected official, and it so happened that we were having a lobby day the next day, and they had an appointment, and they had a meeting,
Really?
and so it worked, writing that letter.
Well, that's terrific.
It worked.
It shouldn't have to get to that point.
One would hope not.
One would hope not. But we could go in a lot of directions on this about the comfort level some people get in their districts and don't feel like they have to fight to remain here, and redistricting and all kinds of things like that. But it is the responsibility of the constituency to remind them that they are accountable to them, and that's terrific. That somebody is that persistent. I like that story.
Yes,
Maybe I would hope it would change their behavior for the long term. So I don't want to get to that situation again. I'll be honest.
I think so. I think the subsequent calls and attempts to have meetings will be easier going
Yes,
forward.
exactly. And maybe that person will tell his or her buddies that, don't let this happen to you. Go ahead and respond.
And I don't know if there was an office slip up. He was very apologetic once they met and very polite.
Sure.
So
Yeah,
it was a fine and great meeting to have.
Good.
Didn't get his vote, but he heard their voices.
Well, that's good. That's good to hear that persistence. And I do believe that we will that those kinds of things are going to be happening more and more. That this issue, this bill, is going to mobilize people over the coming months. We're virtually positive that this bill will pass today, and
That's what we've heard.
yeah, from the House, and will go to the governor, and he will have until the middle of July. There's a calculation, 45 days or
It is,
something.
45 days.
And so whether that's July 13th or 14th or something like that, to make his decision about the bill. So that's going to be those 6 weeks of activity. Well, 7 weeks of activity because it'll start today. For him to give him the sense of the size of and the intensity of the people who think this is this intrusion, this cruelty, is not very Missouri-like. And in the next 6 to 7 weeks, it's going to be there'll be ratcheted up activity about this, focused on the government, and then we have every reason to hope that he will veto it, and then there'll be a swivel to the pivot to the members of the House and the Senate.
And now they have to meet, so they set a time if the governor vetoes in July, and then how does that work does this veto just...
There is a veto session in September, in the middle of September, after it's I guess the Tuesday after the second Monday or something, one of those crazy things. It happens no matter what. The veto session happens.
And did
they have to meet at least, I think, one day.
Okay.
So, and that's when the governor vetoes, then that's when, in mid-September, the legislature will return to the Capitol, and the decision will be made whether or not to make a motion. This is a House bill.
Yeah, it's a House bill.
So the first motion will come in the House if someone decides to make a motion to override.
So it's not
veto.
automatic that every bill that gets vetoed,
No,
they
it is
vote
not
on?
automatic.
Okay.
Not automatic. Somebody has to make the motion to override. So there's vetoed bills that they don't get brought up. And we would hope that would be the case here.
Well, let's make our voices
Absolutely.
heard. We don't want to deal with that. We will deal to a fellow Missourian.
Okay. steering through adolescence to adulthood can be difficult and painful for both boys and girls. Contrary to what we as parents seem to want to believe, the high school years are not always a carefree culmination of idyllic childhood. The paradox of the teens is that teens need both roots and wings. The things that make adults crazy, risk-taking behavior, all kinds of experimentation, questioning authority, rebellion, can place teens in harm's way, but that are absolutely necessary to their development as independent adults. They desperately need the roots of our values and boundaries, yet we sabotage our ability to help steer young people through the storm and provide safe harbor when our approach is too moralistic or inflexible. I want to talk to a psychiatrist because there are just some things I can't tell my parents, but I want adult help from somewhere. My parents wanted to know why I couldn't just talk to them. Well, I did talk to them, and I told them I was gay, and that I had a girlfriend, and now my dad thinks it's a big deal, and he laughs about it all the time. It hurts. Sandy, age 16. I am on this endless path, finding who I am, what I am, who or what I can be in life. If I let my feelings go to my so-called friends of mine, would they shy away? I bet they'd give me the silent treatment that can kill a person from the inside out, so I guess I'll just sit here in doubt. I guess I'm just scared of me. Calling me age 15. And parents are scared too, of saying too little or too much, or sending the wrong messages. How can parents trust that the lessons of the early years will eventually prevail, and their children will emerge intact on the other side of adolescence? How can they remain involved in their children's lives in ways that will help teens through these rocky times? Goodness knows, as a mother, I made my share of mistakes, foremost among them, communicating too little, from which I offer some observations that may be of use to others. First, here's a reality check. Your generation, whatever age you are, did not invent sex. You probably thought about it whether or not anyone has told you about it. Yet we expect our teenagers, hormones raging on the threshold of adulthood, to ignore the sexual side of their humanity. Did you at that age? Second reality check. Young people are confronted by these powerful feelings and desires but are not given a strong base of knowledge and values that form a context about what saying yes means and what saying no means, and what constitutes appropriate behavior. Well, it stands to reason that some young women will engage in behavior that will not be in their best interest. And even the teenagers who do abstain in their teen years will eventually need these skills. The average person today is sexually active for 9 years before marrying in their mid to late 20s. Third reality check. Ignorance is not bliss. The facts alone aren't enough to get teens across the maturation Rubicon. Context is all important, including practicing decision-making skills, being and feeling valued by parents but also by society, and having solid relationships with responsible adults. Fourth reality check. Even when we talk to our children about sex, we rarely talk about intimacy, desire, and sexual pleasure. There's a general cultural norm, reinforced by the way we talk to our children, when we do talk to them about sex and by images in the mass media, that males want sex and females want relationships. In reality, both want both and need to learn how to handle both. But they don't want what they need to handle this. But they don't learn what they need to handle to this need of intimacy or their desires with experiencing sexual pleasure. In a study of students and dropouts in New York City, researchers found that girls' sexuality was generally talked about in terms of victimization, violence, and morality, but rarely in terms of desire. And the study found that the girls who became pregnant were not necessarily the most overtly sexual, but often those that were passive and lacking in a sense of personal and sexual self-entitlement. Many are quite conflicted about whether or not to engage in intercourse, and without a strong sense of self-worth, it is very difficult to act from conviction. Combine that with sexual ignorance and you have Caitlin's. Have you ever been in love? Have you ever thought you were in love? I have, and I think I am. I've gone to serious measures to prove my love to a boy. I've been dating this one guy for over a year. We started having sex a few months ago, and now all I do is wait and worry that my period will never come. We use condoms, and my friend gave me some of her leftover packs of birth control pills. Other friends of mine say it is not safe to use another person's pills, but just to feel safe, I use them anyway. I'm so confused, and I'm so scared. I wish I had never had sex yet. I always thought I would wait until I was married, but I gave it up to a boy who said, I love you. Women of all ages tend to date men who are older. That's not so bad for a 30-year-old, but it creates a dangerous power imbalance for younger women who do not have a strong, positive self-image and the ability to embrace their own sexual power straightforwardly. From her vantage point, now as a 19-year-old, Rosario tells her story. I was 15, unsure of what I wanted, but who isn't at 15? One night, I decided to go out to a quinceañera. She met two brothers, both of whom were attracted to her and took her number. I ended up talking with the younger of them, and he was 19. I fell in love with him. I'd wake him in the morning after being on the phone with him all night. I'd go to school and call him from the payphone, and he'd let me go to class when our 2-minute warning bell rang. After school, I had 15 minutes to go to my locker from one end of campus to the other and walk home and call him. He was always keeping track of me, always jealous. He made me feel desired, needed, wanted, loved. He was my first sexual experience and relationship, and I was in love and irresponsible. Yes, this was yet another 15-year-old love with a 19-year-old, and yes, she became pregnant. She chose not to continue the pregnancy. In my case, abortion was whispered as a possibility. Yes, even in those very pre-Roe days. But I wanted to have a child. It was my passive, jelly woman way of taking a measure of control over my life and keeping with my idealized notion of womanhood. There's a unifying thread between Rosario's story and mine that happened almost 2 generations apart. The shame of acknowledging sexual activity outside our parents' and society's expectations of celibacy into marriage was greater than the pain of carrying out a heart-wrenching decision alone and without parental support. I do not know how she felt, but I felt numb, vacant, and it would take many years for me to renew my sense of self as I came first to own and then to value the power of choosing. There are solutions that work to help young people avoid having to make either Rosario's decision or mine, where there are many ways to give children opportunities to grow by making choices. The solutions will require us to change how we talk about sex throughout the diverse cultures represented in our society. We have only to look at how these issues are handled in Western Europe and Canada and see that something is seriously amiss in the US. Here we tell teens to just say no. There they tell them about sex and relationships. They tell them to wait until they are mature enough and ready to accept the consequence. They fortify them with strong decision-making skills based on unvarnished information about what yes means. They tell them how to protect themselves when they become sexually active, all without embarrassment. They assume that young people, girls as well as boys, will eventually have sex, and they treat sexuality as a healthy, normal part of life. They define the problem as teen pregnancy. We define it as teen sexuality. They see teen pregnancy as a public health problem. We see teen sexuality as a moral problem. Comprehensive sexual education in schools is routine in most other industrialized countries as is affordable and confidential access to defending services. But there is more to it. A young woman who was an exchange student in the Netherlands told me that parents there seemed to care about the quality of their children's relationships rather than whether or not they were sexually active. Sex is a good word, not a shameful one at home, in school, in the media, and in the culture at large, for boys and girls. The results? They have healthy young people and far less unintended pregnancy, abortion, and sexually transmitted infections at all ages. We have a public health crisis of pregnancy and disease. Teen pregnancy is higher in the U.S. than almost any other developed nation, 2 to 10 times higher here than in most Western European countries and Canada. We know how to change that, and we have made substantial progress. 20% reduction in teen pregnancy during the past decade by employing some of those same techniques in spite of a strident opposition. Ellen's words are testimony to why I have confidence in young people's ability to absorb information and use it intelligently. Knowing about pregnancy and sex in general has made me a better teenager. I'm 19 years old and proud to be a virgin. I planned when I was young to save myself from marriage, and I still feel that way. Shelley, now 27, looks back on her teen years and offers a prescription for today's teens. We need legislators who understand that not every child will be provided with accurate and appropriate sexual health information at home. Although it is ideal for teens to abstain from sex until they are physically and emotionally ready to deal with the consequences, we need legislators to know that many adolescents will not abstain. These teens need to know that their lives are not any less valuable just because they have chosen to have sex. We need schools that provide these teens with the information necessary to keep their bodies safe and healthy. And Cindy, whose story introduces this growing up section, said, if adults want to lower the rates of problems, they should embrace and praise the teens that actually do have safe sex. The mind, body, and spirit are enriched by the healthy, responsible enjoyment of sex. We must teach young people exactly what it means to be healthy and responsible about sex. In order to do that, we have to talk to them about it. We have to show them by our words and our actions that they can come to us for help. We must teach our sons as well as our daughters the importance of honesty, equality, and responsibility in relationships. Sometimes the people that feel the loneliest are never actually alone. I spent so much time with my 4 best friends it was ridiculous, but I was always so lonely. My parents have always been very involved in their work. My older brother had moved out. I missed getting attention from them. So, with psychology backing me up, I turned to other males for attention. I started having sex with anyone and everyone. Sex was supposed to connect people. So whenever I was feeling lonely, I turned to sex in an attempt to connect with people. It didn't work. I felt horrible about myself, especially because no one had any respect for me anymore. Now I have realized sex won't fill the emptiness in your heart if you do it with people you don't even know well, never mind love. Sex can be a beautiful thing, but if you do it for the wrong reasons, all emotion is lost. It becomes like brushing your teeth. And let's face it, no one would turn to brushing teeth when they are feeling lonely. Tamara, age 18. Never let my boyfriend be an influence on me on having sex for the first time. I always felt that being ready was the most important thing. So I waited until I was ready, and I discovered that having sex with the right person is the greatest feeling in the world, but only when you are completely ready. Kim, age 18. Jennifer, whose story appeared early in this chapter, now tells the rest of her story. I immediately decided that I never wanted to see him again after the initial bad experience, and that I would not have sex for a very long time. Now we get to the being ready part. My boyfriend of a year and I began dating last spring, and about 6 months into the relationship, the topic of sex came up. We sat down together and discussed the pros and cons of it. We also discussed all the consequences, good or bad, and what we would do about them. Also, he brought up why he wanted to have sex with me. It wasn't because he was a teenage male, or he had a reputation to uphold. He said that it was because he believed that we had something very special together, and he wanted to take the next step with me. I searched inside myself and tried to find doubts. It was surprising when I found none. I could not think of one reason to not share this experience with him. My gut felt great, and my mind was clear and focused. I was his first. I wish that he was mine. For anyone that has any doubts about having sex, my advice is to wait. I know you've heard it a million times. You'll know when it's the right time, but from experience I can tell you, you'll know when it's the wrong time. I am convinced that there is one more essential change that must take place if we want strong girls to become strong women, not jelly, when it comes to boys and sex. We must deal with the mold, not just the jelly recipe. We must create a culture in which girls and women are truly valued as much as boys and men. This is the linchpin, when joined with honest information that can make all the difference in holding together the disparate parts of a girl's developing personality, allowing her to keep her own sense of self. I want everyone out there to realize that you don't have to deal with abusive relationships, insensitive partners who make you feel low, nor do you have to be the one making all the sacrifices. Breaking off a relationship with someone you love who doesn't treat you right can be very hard, but you'll never regret it. There are thousands of people out there who are looking for someone just like you, and they may be the one that you need to help you appreciate yourself and live on your dreams. Jamila, age 17. We can walk alongside our daughters as they grow up from strong girls to strong women without that dangerous jelly detour along the way. This young woman tells us how she much appreciates that. When I was a teen, I got involved in a program where we were taught to do a number of things to prepare us for the real world. We were taught to be peer counselors for other teens in the community. We were taught issues concerning AIDS, contraception, sexually transmitted diseases, female and male reproductive system, how to communicate in public effectively. We broadcast a television show concerning issues pertinent to teens, and I even got to meet Cecily Tyson. There were so many other helpful topics. That program taught us so many skills that I still use today. The biggest reason to say thank you is because the program taught me not to give in to peer pressure, and that it was okay to abstain from sex until we were ready. Sexual education, with all options, is something I have very strong feelings about. I was a victim of incest from the age of 7 until 16. It was not until my health class in 10th grade did I come to realize that what my father was doing was not normal. Mary Lynn, age 30. The conspiracy of silence about sex on both a personal and social level still leaves girls vulnerable to so many things. Pregnancy and disease, of course, but also exploitation by sexual predators. They will know, thanks to our silence, that we're not the ones they can come to for help. I find it as extraordinary to read the hundreds of letters from young women and see how many stories contain a threat of sexual abuse. A recent University of Pennsylvania study concludes that sexual abuse of young people is far more common than previously thought, and that we ought to be teaching our children to beware of relatives and friends who commit nearly all of the abuse, as well as the strangers who are responsible for a small percentage of it. I knew nothing about sex, but I was in trouble because of rape. Tamara, age 38. It all started when these two guys from my school found out that I had an eating disorder. I denied it, but they knew I was lying and told me that if I didn't let them do what they wanted to do to me, then they would tell my parents and I would be put in the hospital. They knew I was really scared about that happening. I was at a big end of the year party when they pulled me into the garage in the basement and said if I tried to stop them, they would call my mom and tell her about me. I did not know what to do because they had a phone in their hand. They took my shirt and bra off me, then put their hands down my pants. It went on for a while. It was terrible, and for a long time after that, I wasn't myself. I know now, or I now know that none of it was my fault, and by talking to my friends about it, I had gotten over it. Joy, age 19. Ira Reese, in an end to shame, estimates that 80% of all rapes involve people who know each other, acquaintance and date rape. He attributes this to a traditional view of dating in which the female is expected to be reluctant to have sex and the male is expected to persuade her otherwise. Because neither party has been taught the communication skills that would enable them to talk honestly about their relationship and sexual behavior, they turn to manipulation and clues. Did she laugh like at a dirty joke? Because no ceases to mean no when he believes she will always say no. Raped at age 15 while still a virgin, got an STD, checked without my mom. I couldn't tell her that her little girl got drunk and deep raped. Tisha, age 17. I was raped when I was at a party by a guy friend of mine. I was drinking and I passed out and had sex with him. I woke up crying and sick. My dress was no place to be found and he was still on top of me. Most of the girls took my side, but my guy friends took his side. I was called a slut and worse. I didn't tell my parents or the police because I was scared. Now 6 years later, I'm getting past it with the help of my family who now knows. The sense of responsibility that girls have for the reprehensible behavior of their partners in these cases is shocking and sad, as Patty's story illustrates. I was 14 years old and dedicated to the belief that sex should be for marriage. I had a very close friend who was also my neighbor. All of my friends and I hung out with them, spent lots of time together. One day, my friend who was 18 when I was 14 went way too far. I was scared and suddenly I felt a searing pain in my groin. I pushed him off of me, but he came back at me. I was crying the whole time. He left me all alone after he was finished raping me. I was so scared and so alone. Later, he called me over and over that it was all my fault. He couldn't control himself around me because he loved me and I was so beautiful. I couldn't bear to tell my mother I was so scared. Soon he made this forceful sex ritual. All the while, I cried and pretended it wasn't happening. After all, he said he loved me and it was my fault. After about a month of this, my mother found him having sex with me. I was relieved, but it was so traumatic. She called the police and she beat me and told me I was a whore. To make matters worse, I was pregnant. I told the police that I had consensual sex with my friend just to keep him out of trouble because it was, after all, my fault. As much as we love to protect all of our children, by the time they are teenagers, they are living in the real world where there are far too many tragic realities, and yes and no are sometimes truly out of their control. Some lack family support or even homes to live in. I was 12 years old, alone on the streets of Washington. I knew the risk of getting raped was there, so I tried to buy condoms. They wouldn't let me. I got raped a few days later. I even got pregnant. I went through with it and gave my baby up for adoption when she was 2 weeks old. That was 3 years ago, and to this day I haven't seen her. It has caused me more grief than anything. Renee, age 15. I found out I was pregnant at age 16. I was only a kid at the time and I had been raped. I was ashamed because no one I knew would understand. Melissa, age 30. Thank you, TeenWire.com, for your article on how to help her was raped. My 14-year-old friend was raped by one of her brother's friends. It happened last summer, so I didn't really know what to do. I just tried to stay by her side and not talk about it unless she wanted to. Now that I've read this article, I'll know how to handle it when we talk about it next time. Angela, age 15. Basically what happened was I said no and he said yes, and that was the end of it. I didn't tell anyone for 6 months that it had happened, and it really messed up my life. I was ashamed and blaming myself. I thought I had something to do with it. You don't, though. Something such as rape is never anyone's fault but the rapist. Lisa, age 22. The conspiracy of ignorance, silence, and shame about sexuality and sexual behavior ratchets up dramatically the difficulty people have navigating the system to find help when they have been abused or sexually exploited. I found these two stories especially compelling. At the age of 11, I was raped by a cruel man and consequently became pregnant. After I had the child, I found out that the male doctor who had treated me knew about emergency contraception, but felt that I was this little girl playing grown up. When the game became too real for me, I cried rape. This man had decided my life when he judged me and took away my right to choose. I can relate to the 12-year-old who was raped by a 20-year-old. I was raped by someone who forced me to do it twice. I had to deal with the court system and a lot of heartache. The judge only made him serve 5 years probation and 30 days community service. And the worst part of it all, it wasn't his first time preying on young girls my age. It has now been 3 years since it happened, and thank goodness I could get on with my life. The greater the age difference, the greater the power imbalance, and the more likely it is that young girls and women will be sexually exploited by older boys and men. It is also more likely that they will not use contraception. I was 14 when I found out that I was pregnant. My father was 4 years my senior and very manipulative. I decided to have an abortion, but the night before my appointment, my parents uncovered the truth about my situation. Luckily for me, I was still allowed to obtain my abortion. I did, however, lose the respect and admiration of my parents. I can't imagine having a 6-year-old. I would not be close to my college graduation, have scholarship offers to my master's degree, and probably be alive today. My alternative plan was suicide. Young people need the tools to stop these unwanted pregnancies. Elsie, age 21. And puppy love isn't necessarily all it's cracked up to be. Teen relationships also hold the possibility of violence and abuse. After all, teens most often model their experience on adult behavior. I'm a youth advocate and I work in middle schools and high schools in the Midwest. I work in a dating violence prevention program and I primarily work with young women who are already in or at high risk of a violent relationship. I often encounter adults who cannot believe their relationships at this age can ever move past the puppy love stage. They simply cannot understand that teen relationships can be as serious as adult relationships with all the same very rare feelings. Jason, age 19. Unfortunately, my boyfriend was a full-blown alcoholic, which I didn't realize until after I'd fallen in love with him. He would become violent and aggressive on the nights he drank hard. It was easier to just not use a condom than to contain. I allowed him to do whatever he wanted to. I mean, he loved me, right? He said he did, but he didn't. He loved having sex with me. He didn't love me. When I found out I was pregnant, he asked me if it was his. Of course it was his, but like most other things in his life, he would have rather not have to take the responsibility for it. I begged him to come be with me when I got the abortion. He promised and never came. Liz, now 25, talking about her experience at age 18. 1/3 of women and girls globally will experience some form of abuse in their lives, much of it sexual. In the US, 1 woman in 6 has experienced some form of sexual abuse. And a history of sexual abuse seems to make it more likely that teens and adults will practice risky sexual habits such as having multiple partners and failing to protect themselves against pregnancy and disease. Jelly women can't confront this, but strong girls will if they have the information, skills, and parental support. If we can love them enough to allow them access to other institutional help when they can't talk to us, because sometimes someone in the face is the problem. Again, our social schizophrenia towards sexuality is hurting our children. Reese says that homes where sex is considered dirty, a taboo subject, where the parents have restrictive attitudes towards sex, and fathers feel they have authority over their wives and children, are often backdrops for sexual abuse. I could fill the entire book with stories, but the 4 letters that follow illustrate the range of experiences suffered by girls who were brought up in these households, whether we want to acknowledge it or not. I have had to face a lot in my life, and the one bad thing is my uncle molesting my oldest sister. He meant the world to me, and I never thought that anything like that could ever happen in my family. Now I have no idea what to do with the whole situation. I'm afraid they will try to come after me. Can someone please help me and tell me what I should do? Anonymous question to website. Oh.
Only a small fraction of rapes are reported to the police. Virtually no incest cases are reported to the police, because the child is threatened with death if they ever tell anyone. I spend a day crying, thinking of all the little girls raped by fathers, stepfathers, uncles, etc., and the hell they must go through if they get pregnant. I was lucky in a sick sense. My father raped me repeatedly through childhood, but he had a vasectomy before I hit puberty. Valerie, age 36. Sexual health was not openly discussed in my family. As a child, I was sexually abused by an older brother. Despite telling my mother of the abuse after the first incident, it continued for several years. An environment that permits the sexual abuse of a child is not one that fosters the open discussion of reproductive health care. I was therefore not taught to respect my body, and for a long time I did not. Had I become pregnant as an adolescent, I don't know that I would have been able to safely seek the support of my parents. I fear for adolescents living in similar home environments who may be negatively impacted by parental notification laws. Elizabeth, age 27. We should not be shocked by the revelations that many supposedly celibate priests have a history of sexually abusing minor boys and girls. nor should we be shocked that it has taken so many years for their stories to come to light. First, these young people are in situations where they are unlikely to have been taught about sex, so how could they possibly know how to protect themselves from inappropriate sexual behavior? Second, they are vulnerable because of the power imbalance between themselves and revered authority figures. A well-informed child is much less likely to be sexually abused. She or he will understand what is happening is wrong. She or he will have been taught what is appropriate or not, and what to do if confronted with inappropriate advances. From a child advocate who has seen the devastating results of sexual and other child abuse and understands the underlying causes. When I started practicing law about 30 years ago, I became involved in a pro bono project for abused children. Through this work, I became aware that many abused children were children born at the wrong time for their parents, overwhelmingly close in age to their siblings, during periods of financial problems, marital stress, unemployment, or who were unwanted children. It logically follows to me that if women and men could make better choices about their fertility, our children would grow up in safer homes and in healthier families. David, age 55. Sometimes the young woman does find the strength somewhere, from a supportive adult, an institution that can provide services she needs to heal and move on, or from the process of their own maturation. When she has been able to avoid unintended pregnancies or childbearing, her chances are much better. The rest of Patty's story is one of those happy endings. I am now 20 years old, in school as a pre-med student, and engaged to a wonderful man. I owe my whole future to that abortion. If it wasn't for the choice of abortion, I'd have a 5-year-old child and be on welfare with no hope of college. It's not fair to say that abortion should only be legal for rape and incest. Although mine was rape, I didn't put it on record as such. Many young women may be in the same predicament. I'm so glad that I have a promising future. Because of abortion, the world will soon have a new OBGYN named Dr. Patty Gomez. Abortion should be available for every woman to make her own decision, no matter what. During my lifetime, I've seen the very definition of sexual abuse evolve as women have become empowered through reproductive and other civil rights. What I accepted as the norm, the unsolicited pats on the butt, the comments about breast size, the leers, the innuendos about how to get what we want, many women today recognize as harassment or abuse, and I say, go girls. But so often, even today, we have to learn the hard way, and far too often, perhaps in direct proportion to the number of jelly women images and sexual ignorance which a girl has become acculturated. The crime is neither recognized nor reported until many years later. When the question is sex, our young people need more than silence. They need the information and skills to handle these situations. They need to know that they can come to us for help, and they need to know where they can go for help when one of us is the problem. When I was 17, I went to a local clinic to have an exam so that I could get a prescription for birth control pills without having to ask my parents. My mom and dad had always stressed to me that I could come to them about sexual matters and were open to me about sex. They even contributed both their time and money to Planned Parenthood. But still, for whatever reason, I felt like this was something I needed to do on my own. Andrea, age 22. I don't have pierced ears. I figured that if God had wanted us to have holes in our ears, she would have put them there. So when my daughters, aged 11 and 13, generally well-behaved, wanted to get their ears pierced, I said no. Soon after, my daughter Linda and a friend went into the bathroom with a sterilized needle and ice as anesthetic, pierced each other's ears. They did a pretty good job of it too. They unwittingly, or maybe wittingly, taught me that there is a big difference between parental authority in theory, where the rules are made, and in the real world. Yes, they needed my consent to have their ears professionally pierced, but just as my daughter and her friend went on to do it themselves today without our permission, our adults in training are making adult-type decisions about sex. Because they can and do have sex without our consent or knowledge, the issue of their access to the related health care is an important one. This issue was on the agenda at the very first board meeting I attended at Permian Basin Planned Parenthood in 1971 in Odessa, Texas. The board members argued long and loudly about whether to require parental consent for a minor to get birth control. They reached a very foolish compromise to dispense birth control to teenagers who already had what they called an illegitimate child, whereupon the wise county judge, a board member on the losing side of the vote, explained, "Now if they ain't shutting the bar barn door after the cows got out. The debate continues to rage in Congress and state legislators. The resulting social policy often deals with the parent-child relationships concerning sexual matters, not with the supportive services and compassion, but with punitive legislation that fruitlessly attempts to force communication in the least appropriate situations. When we mandate parental consent by law for birth control or abortion, we do not achieve the laudable goal of improving family communication. Instead, we rob our teenagers of the opportunity to take responsibility for their sexual health, something that they genuinely want to do, and we put them at great risk of harm. Let's pay attention to these teenagers who could and did make their own decisions about birth control. Some of them speak from their now adult vantage point. 11 stories follow, but I could have included 1,100, all echoing the same thing. My parents would kill me if they knew I was having sex. At least this way I'm protected. I feel like I'm being responsible. When the time comes to tell them, I can at least say I was protected the whole time. I can choose to tell them myself instead of them finding out because I'm pregnant. Megan, age 15. My first visit to a clinic was when I was 15. I was thinking about becoming sexually active with my boyfriend. I wanted to be smart about it, but I also knew there was no way I could tell my folks. Therefore, I probably wouldn't be able to afford services. They've always worked around my financial situations, and I don't know what I'd do without them. Beth, age 18. I've been living on my own since I was 17. Without birth control, I don't know what I would have done. I'm one of the few girls I know who hasn't had an abortion. Sarah, age 19. I first came to the clinic at age 16, when I didn't feel comfortable talking to my mother about birth control. Because they helped me afford the pill, I've never gotten pregnant, and I'm able to keep from getting pregnant until marriage. If I had not been given low-cost pills at such a young age, I may have gotten pregnant, had to drop out of school, rather than becoming a responsible adult who made it through high school and college. Katie, age 25. A young girl raised a strict Catholic well, my parents would have never consented to birth control. The clinic not only helped me without my parents' consent, but counseled me on all facets of sexuality. Rita, age 27. I was 16. It was impossible to ask my mom to take me to the gynecologist for birth control, so I dredged up to the courage to go to the unfamiliar part of town, wondering whether or not I should give my real name. I walked out happy to have my very own diaphragm. A few years later, I drove my younger sister to the same place for her first birth control. Sherry, mid-30s. The clinic is the way for me to get health care that I need. I like the fact that it's confidential because it made me feel like I had somewhere to go when I did not feel comfortable talking to my parents about it. Cynthia, age 20. I recently became a sexually active teen. Of course, my parents are not aware of this. I'm aware of the responsibilities that come with sexual intercourse, and the clinic helped me to tend to these responsibilities without being ostracized from my parents. I'm glad for this service. If it did not exist, I would not be able to learn how to take care of myself now that I am sexually active, since talking about these things is considered taboo in my culture. On, age 18. My parents are not supportive or even very willing to discuss sex or reproductive health with me. This is founded in their religious background, a demand for me to remain a virgin until I'm married. The clinic has helped me with many things: birth control, cryotherapy, and many kind and informational words. Without them, I don't know where my life would be. Rachel, age 18. People as young as I was when I first came here can know that there is somewhere they can go if they need the services the clinic provides. I started coming when I was 16, and they provided birth control and services that helped me at the time. Teenagers are scared to tell their parents about their sex lives, and being able to take care of themselves keeps them from getting pregnant. I, age 19. I've been coming to a clinic since I was 17. I couldn't talk to my parents about wanting to go on birth control, but I knew the clinic could provide all the important services I needed without parental consent. This helps kids like me make decisions that are positive and affect our entire lives. Nobody wants an unwanted baby in the world. Christian, age 22. Each of these young women and thousands of others who use family planning services on their own consent has achieved what her parents most likely would agree is an admirable goal. She's not pregnant, and she doesn't have to face the difficult decision that comes with unintended pregnancy. Not one state requires parental consent for a teenager to receive prenatal care and give birth, or requires parental notification of a teen's positive pregnancy test. All but 5 allow her to surrender a child for adoption without parental involvement. No state requires parental consent for a minor to get tested and treatment for sexually transmitted infections. The U.S. Supreme Court has extended the right of privacy to use birth controls to teenagers, saying the state cannot restrict their access to contraception in order to try to limit their sexual activity. Justice John Paul Stevens said it was like dramatizing its just disapproval of motorcycles by forbidding the use of helmets. Many states have supported that view with their own legislation. Yet at this writing, 42 states have passed laws requiring parental notification or consent for abortion, although some of these laws are under court challenge and are not yet enforced. How do they deal with the unfortunate reality that not every teen can talk to her parents? Usually by forcing her to go through a complicated, intimidating judicial process where a judge, not someone who knows her and loves her like an aunt or a grandparent, determines whether she is competent to make her own decision. Why are these laws so easy to pass? Because they give otherwise moderate legislators a way to temporarily silence the vocal anti-choice minority, while telling the rest of us that the issue isn't abortion, it's the rights of the parents to supervise the actions of their children. Make no mistake, it is about abortion. It's just a lot easier for those who oppose abortion to restrict access for the less powerful among us than to outlaw all abortion. It certainly isn't about what's best for minors. Everyone agrees that it's best when teens involve their parents in such decisions and carry them out with their love and support. Most teens do, especially young teens and minor teens in families where they can safely communicate with their parents. It isn't about parental rights either. Law and reason have long acknowledged that when teens are sexually active, something they are without parental consent, they need confidential access to related health services. So it doesn't make sense that there's such a ruckus about minors' access to abortion when they have full access to other options with equally profound influence and risks to their lives. Imagine, if you will, that laws required parental consent for a teen to exercise her other option, that she had to go to court if she wanted to continue her pregnancy because her parent refused to agree to her prenatal care. Richard North Patterson, whose bestseller, Protect and Defend, focuses in part on the issue, summed it up nicely in a speech to the National Abortion Action League. Never addressed is the question of why a minor is too immature to decide for herself, is nonetheless suited for motherhood. Nor is the trend to limit minors' access to abortion about supporting families in crisis. Consent laws intrude upon families at the worst possible time and provide no support system to help them cope. Laws that deny minors access to abortion are predicated on the misguided notion that if parents knew, they wouldn't let their daughters have abortion. In fact, the contrary just may be true. Ask the people who counsel young women with unintended pregnancies about their options of abortion, adoption, or parenting. They see many more parents who are trying to force their daughters to have abortions than they do ones who are trying to talk them out of it. When I finally told my parents about my situation, it wasn't because a law required me to. And ironically, in my state, as in many states, becoming married automatically emancipates a minor and empowers her to give legal consent. How did being married suddenly make me an adult? Considering my age, I was a baby, a child. How could I have dealt with my pregnancy then? With what little knowledge I had about teenage pregnancy, I knew I wanted the right to turn my life around in another direction. I was afraid of telling my mother. My mother is a strong advocate for pro-life and adoption. I know I had a consent law in effect that I would have given birth at age 14. I am a struggling college student now. I value all of life's choices, and now I have the power to do anything. Gone, age 24. Why don't some teens involve their parents? Well, if they remain pregnant, eventually they will be helped by nature to deliver the message. Recently, my daughter returned from her high school reunion where she learned that a classmate has a daughter who's a junior in high school and just gave birth. The family had not known she was pregnant until a week before she delivered, thus illustrating that both parents and young people can live in the world of denial and fantasy. Yes, even in the 21st century. That denial and terror about owning up to parents about sex and pregnancy, so prevalent in my youth, hasn't fully abated. If minors don't want to remain pregnant, parental involvement laws force them to own up, and owning up means admitting sexual activity. But there are other legitimate and heart-wrenching reasons that teens don't reveal their pregnancies to their parents. One third of teens who don't tell have suffered physical or sexual abuse at the hands of their parents and have well-founded fears that the abuse will escalate if the pregnancy is discovered. Some teens fear they'll be kicked out of the house. Some have been warned that they definitely will be kicked out of the house. Others live with unsupportive relatives or with parents who abuse drugs or alcohol. The young women who do not tell their parents have such strong reasons for not doing so that these laws are meaningless. The same percentage of teens in states with such laws involve at least one parent in their decision-making, as do those who live in states without consent laws. And in countries where minors can get confidential treatment paid for by the government's health insurance, the abortion rates are the lowest among the world. The counselors who help these young women and the attorneys who see them through the daunting judicial bypass proceedings will tell you that the women emerge from these problematic families with the maturity to consider their situations and make the right choice for themselves about an unintended pregnancy. Joseph Feldman, who has counseled Arizona teens seeking judicial waivers, says that the ability to think realistically about the future, hold a job, and be active in school and at church, accept responsibility at home, volunteer, and have plans for after high school all show the maturity to make an informed decision about an unwanted pregnancy. A junior in high school who already wants to go to college and major in biology shows a higher level of maturity than a kid who says, I don't know, I'll figure it out later. In Feldman's experience, the more mature a young teen is, the more likely it is she will choose abortion when she is 14 or 15 years old. While the teen who can't see the future just thinks she's going to have a baby and everything's going to be cool. As we know from the days when abortion was illegal, a woman who has decided that abortion is the best answer for her will go to astonishing lengths to obtain one, risking her health and even her life in the process. Feldman said that not one of the teens who came to him in preparation for going to court for the judicial bypass necessary if a teen needs to circumvent parental consent laws ever backed out. My perception is that they're generally going up to the challenge of going to court. Once they've decided that they're going to have an abortion and for whatever reason can't tell a parent. When young women can't legally act without parental consent, tragedy can result. Becky Bell was a 17-year-old Indiana girl, a good student who had a warm, open relationship with her parents. But when she became pregnant, she desperately wanted to avoid disappointing them. So desperately that she found a way to get an illegal abortion when a legal one wasn't available to her without her parents' involvement. Like so many women who have turned to the back alley, she faced serious complications after the abortion. Her last words were, Mom, Dad, I love you, forgive me. Moments later, she died in her parents' arms. Her parents, former supporters of parental consent laws, now speak passionately and publicly against them, and these laws continue to do harm while helping no one. Thanks to Idaho law, 13-year-old Spring Adams had to tell her mother she was pregnant and wanted an abortion. The night before her appointment, her father, who was responsible for her pregnancy, found out. He shot her to death and killed her mother and himself. A Massachusetts teen going through the court process to get an abortion without consent lost her confidentiality when her sister's civics class paraded through the courthouse. One of the first teens required to notify her parents under Colorado's law was kicked out of the house, and her mother took the money she had saved for the abortion. When the teen was finally able to schedule her appointment, she was living in a friend's car. In a society where a 13-year-old boy can be tried for a crime as an adult because it is believed he can understand the consequences of his actions, a 17-year-old has to get her parents' permission for abortion because it is believed she can't understand her options. One of those options is to become a mother at 17, incurring tremendous physical, emotional, educational, economic, and social costs. The teen's years are fraught with uncertainties as teens struggle to develop an identity apart from their parents. The importance of parental values can't be overestimated, nor can the importance of providing young people safe harbors in which to practice their decision skills. The reality is that nearly 2/3 of young women seeking an abortion involve at least one parent. More than half of teens on birth control will eventually confide in a parent, but they don't do it because of some law. The problem is, where does that leave the ones who don't feel they can consult their parents? Things could get worse. Congress is considering a law that would make it a crime for an adult who is not the parent to take a minor across state lines for the purpose of having an abortion. Again, an easy out for legislators who can wave the flag of parental rights. But the Reverend Catherine Hancock Ragsdale, an Episcopal priest from Massachusetts, tried to set them straight. Here are some excerpts from her testimony before the House Judiciary Committee in September 2001. I recall vividly a day when I left my home near Cambridge, Massachusetts, and drove to one of the economically challenged cities to the north of me to pick up a 15-year-old girl and drive her to Boston for an 8 a.m. appointment for an abortion. I didn't know the girl, I knew her school nurse. The nurse had called me a few days earlier to see if I knew where she might find the money to give the girl for a bus fare to and a cab fare home from the hospital. I was stunned. A 15-year-old girl was going to have to get up at the crack of dawn, take multiple buses to get to the hospital alone. The nurse shared my concern, but explained that the girl had no one to turn to. She feared for her safety if her father found out and there was no other relative close enough to help. So I went, and during our hour-long drive to Boston, we talked. She told me about her dreams for the future, all the things she thought she might like to do and be. I talked to her about the kind of hard work and personal responsibility it would take to get there. She told me about the guilt she felt for being pregnant, even though the pregnancy was a result of date rape. She didn't call it that. She just told me about the really cute guy from school who seemed so nice and about how pleased she was when he asked her out. She figured the fault was hers for not somehow knowing that he wasn't really the nice boy he had seemed. Although New Hampshire was closer to the girl's home state than Boston, as it happened, I did not take her across state lines. Nor did I, to my knowledge, break any laws. But if either of those things had been necessary in order to help her, I would have done them. I have no choice because some years ago I stood before an altar and a bishop and the people of God and vowed to love and serve people among whom I work. We are appalled at the thought of any girl having to face and make such a decision without the help of her parents, as well we should be. That is, I have to assume the noble motive behind this bill, but this is not the bill about solutions, it's a bill about punishments. Several years ago, the Episcopal Church passed a resolution opposing any parental consent or notification requirements that did not include provision for non-judicial bypass. In our view, any morally responsible notification or consent requirement had to allow young women to turn for help to a responsible adult other than a parent or judge, to go instead to a grandparent or an aunt, a teacher or a neighbor, a counselor, minister, or rabbi. Our resolution encourages the very things this bill would outlaw. We know that no one can simply legislate healthy communication within families, and we know that of the girls who do not involve their parents, many feared violence or being thrown out of their home. Statistical and anecdotal evidence demonstrates that in far too many American homes, such fears are not unfounded. There is no excuse good enough to justify legislation or regulation that further imperils young people who are already living in danger in their own homes. Even if we were to find ourselves drained of the last vestiges of our compassion, there would still be a self-interested reason to fear and oppose this legislation. It impairs all young women, even those in our own families. Should Becky Bell have talked to her parents? I think so. Did she exercise poor judgment? Absolutely. But sisters and brothers, I'm here to tell you, teenagers will, from time to time, exercise poor judgment. It's a fact of nature, and there's no law you can pass to change that. The penalty should not be death. Oppose this bill. Oppose it because no matter how good the intentions of its authors and supporters it is, in essence, punitive and mean-spirited. Oppose it out of the compassion for those young people who cannot, for reasons of their safety, comply with its provisions. If all else fails, oppose it for purely selfish reasons. Oppose it because you don't want your daughter or granddaughter or niece to die because she couldn't face her parents, and you had outlawed all her other options. Becky Bell's tragedy occurred in a functional family, in a family with a history of violence, or where the young woman lives in fear, as did the girl Reverend Ragsdale assisted, or where a family member is a sexual predator, as in Spring Adams' case, or where the parents aren't capable of parenting, Consent requirements present almost insurmountable barriers to the detriment of the physical and mental health of young women. Here are some typical cases. At the age of 17, I became pregnant, and I have a very strict family who I couldn't dare tell. My best friend brought me to a clinic, and I was counseled and I had a termination. It's not something I'm proud of, but I just wasn't ready for a baby. I now come here every year for oral contraceptives to prevent that from ever happening again. Jerry Lynn, age 25. I started coming to the clinic when I was 17 years old. I had family problems. There was no communication between my parents and I. Due to this, many of my questions were left unanswered. Being a teenager these days is stressful enough, and being alone with the stresses of sex and pregnancy can be hell. The clinic is a place where women can get questions answered, medical treatment is vital, and the support that is needed when facing difficult issues such as sex, STDs, pregnancy, and even counseling on family problems. Much needed assistance to women of all ages, especially teenage girls. Abby. Well, my story begins in a small trailer park where I lived with my grandma. We're too strung out on drugs to at 10 years old, I met a guy that was so nice to me, treated me just what I thought, but stole and took a lot of drugs. He took me into that stuff pretty deep. We spent a lot of time together, I soon dropped school, and then I find out I'm pregnant. I knew that I couldn't keep a baby in the situation I was in, and adoption was out of the question. Just because I wasn't willing to quit the drugs, there was no way I would bring a baby into the world like that. So I decided on an abortion. It wasn't the greatest experience in my life or in the world, but my life would have been so hard if I would have kept the baby. I now have a 2-year-old daughter and am happily married. This is the way it should have happened the first time, but it didn't. I'm thankful for my freedom to choose. A woman knows when she is ready and accidents happen, and that is why we need the right to make the decisions about our bodies. Miller, 28. The sexual abuse she endured as a child in her own home shaped Amy's strong feelings about sex education and parental consent laws. We need schools that provide accurate sexual health education. Beginning in kindergarten, we need to be taught that we have the right and the responsibility to protect our own well-being. We need to know that we can assert who can and cannot touch our bodies. Perhaps an environment that promotes an open discussion of sexual health will enable abused children to help with trusted adults. The secrecy surrounding the discussion of sexuality adds to the conspiracy of silence connected to sexual abuse. We need legislators that realize that communication cannot be mandated. Most children who grow up in a healthy home environments will seek the support of their families when making a decision regarding their sexual health. However, children who grew up in unsafe homes should not be punished as a result. We need legislators that realize the potential dangers of parental notification laws. We need to be taught that we have the right, the ability, and the authority to make appropriate decisions concerning our bodies, and we need legislative measures that support these rights. Instead of rigid laws, we need to ensure that supportive counseling is available to teens and their families, together and separately. That medically accurate, comprehensive sexual education is in the schools and in the home, teaches young people about their sexual health. That they are taught with a positive, not punitive approach that gives teenagers and their families a safety hatch when they can't cope. As the bumper sticker says, if you can't trust me with a choice, how can you trust me with a child? It is worth restating that no state requires parental consent for a teenager to give birth. I was 16 then and irresponsible. So much the child I believed I wasn't. I was young, alone, without financial or moral support, and yes, I had an abortion. I paid dearly for my ignorance. In those weeks prior to my decision, I was presented with a crossroad. On one hand, I could carry the pregnancy to term, feel what it truly means to have created a life so sweet and so innocent. On the other hand, to take responsibility for that life, to comprehend that being a creator means being accountable for commitment, should be assumed with sober honesty regarding another entire's existence and welfare. I made my choice, and I would change nothing. Indeed, I will one day leave this world for the next, and I will ask my Maker's forgiveness regarding many things. But preventing the birth of a child I had no way of providing for will not be one of them. Those who have not been in my shoes cannot begin to comprehend the battle that was wearing within me. I didn't know what it was to truly be a woman until I was asked to give up the one thing that defines and unites us as sex. That was the hardest thing I ever had to do. Who am I? I am your daughter, I am your best friend, I am your neighbor, your sister, your wife, your future mother, and I have a story. Mandy, age 34. 22. College graduation right around the corner. Having trouble with the pill, no steady boyfriend, decided to discontinue the pill. Old boyfriend renewed his interest and didn't listen to be careful, use a condom. I should have been more adamant. He didn't stick around much longer after that anyhow. Never have I hesitated since to stand up for my own well-being. I strongly believe I made the right decision to discontinue the pregnancy. There is no way I could have appropriately provided for a child had the pregnancy continued. I must confess, however, that there are times I ponder just what the 15-year-old would be like today, but only for a moment. Just long enough to know that I was lucky to have the choice in the first place, and that making a mistake shouldn't mean having a child out of guilt. It shouldn't mean creating a situation where the child feels this guilt, possible resentment, or where a child does not receive all the care it deserves. Healthy adults are the byproducts of healthy children. There is already enough unhealthiness in our world. I made the right choice to not contribute to it. I now have 2 wonderful stepchildren and a beautiful daughter of my own. I'm doing my best to provide them with the better tools than I had when it comes to their sexuality being safe and careful. An essential part of my message to them about such issues is helping them to understand what having a choice means. I'm confident in listening. Leah, late 30s. When I look back at my own life, I have to ask myself, who was that 15-year-old who thought she was all grown up and ready to become a wife and mother? At what point did that child, who placed her chair in the doorway after family dinner so she could hear both the men's political and business conversations in the living room and the women's more personal conversations in the dining room, melt into a teenager who aspired only to be popular and fit in? What was the nexus that made my strength of spirit just leave as the hormones started raging? Where did I go? How could I have been so strong and willful with my family, announcing my pregnancy and life's course in no uncertain terms, and so weak and ready to forego my intelligence and identity with my peers? Did I really think that my 19-year-old boyfriend of 3 months was my handsome prince? Did I really believe in handsome princes? Or was I like thousands of women whose letters fill my files? Women of all ages who use the phrase, I found myself pregnant. We don't say, I wanted to have sex because it felt good, so I did, and then I got pregnant. We say, I found myself pregnant. As if to say, I was swept away. I had nothing to do with it. I was disembodied from my own sexuality. I was disembodied from my own self. We are disembodied from ourselves. In Reviving Ophelia, psychologist Mary Pfeiffer describes the Jellic woman phenomenon, where she observes that girls are rewarded for being what the culture wants them to be, not what they may want to be themselves. Girls are trained to be less than who they are really, to sacrifice their true selves. This is particularly true in the experience of sexual desire. The move from fairy tale romances to mature relationships can be a difficult one for many women. To make the journey, girls and women need good role models of young adult relationships. The self-esteem and skills to say no to sex and to say yes for the right reasons at the right time. The emotional maturity to resist relationships of unequal power that show signs of becoming abusive. We need to be taught to appreciate sexuality as a positive good for ourselves, not just a way of giving pleasure to someone else. We need positive images of our bodies. We need to develop and value our own physical as well as emotional strength. I was stunned, for example, when I started lifting weights to realize how little strength I had, and what a difference it made on my self-image to have a little bit of muscle. Girls and women of all ages need hope for the future, goals for the kind of life they want to lead, and a vision of their own potential. More than anything, they need laws and a culture that elevate women's concerns, including sexual and reproductive rights, to the same level as other fundamental human civil rights. We fall short on many accounts. Gail, now 30, recounts her story. Boys, dating, romance, love. I was a happy, fun-loving 18-year-old who thought I was immortal. My boyfriend was the love of my life. I believed everything that he told me, no matter how outrageous. I had dreams of marrying him. My life I thought was perfect. After a while, my relationship became abusive. However, like so many of the abused, I believed it was my fault. Her family was supportive as long as she continued the pregnancy. I knew deep in my heart that I could not do this. I left home and stayed with my grandmother, who was the first person who spoke to me about abortion. I decided that was the responsible choice. My family did not speak to me for over a year. They told everyone they knew that I was a murderer. That's when I decided women should not be ridiculed or judged because of their choice and what they do to their body. I'm married now with a beautiful daughter. Marcy's story shows that as she puts it, real life isn't much like a fairy tale, and women of all ages need to support a culture that respects their choices. At 34, supporting my 2 boys and an alcoholic husband, I recently became pregnant. I had the financial means and the experience to care for another baby, but I cannot bring another child into an already unstable home and further cement myself and my kids into a bad relationship. This decision has allowed me the opportunity to get my life back on track again, and more, has positively impacted the lives of my sons. Pregnancy can be a show of sexual power, of adult power, especially for adolescents. Indeed, it can be the only female power that is rewarded. Some more often than we ever admit, a pregnancy crisis at any age can return jelly women to the strength of their pre-adolescence, independence, and propel them forward from a strong, mature woman. Choosing in and of itself, it's empowering, whatever the choice. When we as women can be honest about our sexual behavior, reproductive choices, and their consequences, we have a better chance at defining our own future. Dr. Alfredo Vigil, a New Mexico physician, shared with me elements of this phenomenon with his Hispano culture. For a young woman, say in her late teens with mediocre or poor grades, there's not much of a future to look forward to. But by becoming a mother, she is suddenly the center of attention. A wonderful baby shower will likely be dropped out of school, started working full-time at a retail store, worked until my 9th month of pregnancy, then gave birth to my beautiful little boy. From that point on, I've realized the things that I then needed to do, not only for my son, but for myself. I went back to school, worked a part-time job, and did the best I could raising my son. I became the student body president my senior year and took accelerated classes. I went on to graduate at the top of my class with honors. Though I didn't get to go to junior or senior prom, I have enjoyed raising my son. I just want kids to know that if you have the choice to have safe and protected sex, why do you take that choice? I made the choice not to, and am now living the life of an adult. Leah, age 18. I was in my freshman year of college at the time, in the midst of a youthful experimentation. My sweet mate's boyfriend was visiting with his friends, and we did what most college kids do, went drinking. Well, after 3 frat parties, we all stumbled back to the suite. I was half conscious and vaguely remembered my friend's boyfriend's friend coming into my room with me. Through periodic blackouts, I realized what was going on, but was too drunk to stop it. The next morning they left, I felt so dirty. I vowed to never have sex again. A month later, I was late, and I knew exactly why. This just confirmed my worst fear.
and the third is 3 months old. I married at only 14 years old, and I don't know what to do. I worked so hard that I am almost dead. Thinking Women in the New Race was a book that tells how to don't have children. I sent for it. I read it, but I don't see anything on how to don't have children, so I'm coming to you for help. Bye. I feel that I must write you and see if you can help me. I married when only 16, and after 10 months was the mother of a little girl. I do not want more children so soon, but sister told me it was a terrible sin to prevent it. And I had no mother to take the matter, as to mother died when we were quite small. So there was no other one for me to ask, and I felt there was nothing that I could do. So after 11 months, I had another little girl that was very little and sickly. It is now 3 months old and has been sick every day of its life. I am now only 18 and the mother to 2 puny little girls, and I feel that I can bear no more soon. And I have all my life been little and sickly, and since my children came home, I have never had seen a well day. Since the birth of my last baby, I have blind and nervous spells. I would rather die than have another one soon. I know I would never get over it, and I can only give the 2 babies that I've got half the care they should on account of my health. So I pray if there is any way you can help me, that you will. I'm trying to keep away from my husband all I can, but it causes quarrels and trouble between us all the time. I pray that you will free me from this trouble. 6. Is there really a living creature who could read your book, Woman in the New Race, and not see the truth of every word in it? I feel that any woman who could set forth or work like that would not deny me the information I ask, law or no law. I am 19 years old, have been married for 2.5 years, and my second baby is just 2 months old. I love my babies and my husband and my life. Life and the work it brings would be nothing to me if I could only feel sure I would have no more children right away. I do not want another for a few years, but my babies are girls, and my husband wanted a son, and I want to give him one, but I would like to wait until my little girls are better on their way of life, and I am more mature and stronger. I can feel myself becoming weaker, and if I had another baby within the next couple of years, it would only be detrimental to the child and the rest of the family as well as myself. I left high school at the age of 17 to marry a poor man and never regretted it. I have done all my own work and borne my own children happily and will never complain. But I live in constant dread of another baby soon, and so does my husband. He is kept away from me for long periods, but I cannot ask that of him forever. In the hospital where my babies were born, every woman there was trying to find out the same thing. They asked doctors, nurses, and each other. They were all in constant dread of more children. Such is the horrible age of freedom and everything else. I'm the mother of one little girl, only 22 months old, and I'm looking for another every day. I'm only 17 years old. My husband is 40. He has his leg broken in the ankle joint and hasn't walked a step since last October. I'm his second wife. He has one girl, 12 years old, who stays with us, and 3 grown sons, and another daughter who is 14. I am the only one at home to work. I am the 5th child among 11, and have always had a hard time. I feel it was a godsend to me when I found you out. I feel as the suffering of bearing children will be ended after this one, for I'm sure that you are going to help me through this struggle. When my little girl was born, I was only 15 years old, and my time was very hard. I am asking you for the remedy to save me from this awful pain and sin of bringing children into the world without any way to care for them. Oh, it is terrible to think of. I had rather die than to do this. We are very poor people. It has taken almost everything we had to save my husband's leg. But there is very little left, and only enough for us to barely live on, and no one to work but me. And how am I supposed to work for so little children myself, and with a crippled husband? 8. I was only 15 years old, and a year ago, the 3rd of December, I was married to a man 36 years old. I never gave childbirth a thought. My only thought was one of a home and a dear husband. I had a child in 9 months and 1 week's time, and me being so young, it was hard on me. The doctor said I must surely find some means to avoid having close that they almost had to be pried apart before she came. You don't know how grateful I would be if you could send me some information. My husband is 38 years old. We have a farm for 40 acres and work from morning till night just to make ends meet. We cannot afford to have help, and I'm dragging around wondering how long it will take before I have to give up. 11. I married when I was 15 years old. My health is bad. I am sick all the time and have children fast. I have got to where I lose them. I'm not strong enough to carry them. The doctor has told me I have tuberculosis and can't hardly live half the time, and I would be more than glad if you would write me a letter in plain language so I can understand. I don't believe it will be any sin when anyone can't keep them when they get that way. The doctor says I will never carry another till time anymore. You know my health is a wreck, and I am just 22 years old now. I have not seen any pleasure in my young days. I don't mind what I paid for your book. So much good reading in it, if I could just understand the main part. 12. I am young, very young, and soon will be the mother of 2 babies, for the first child is not 14 months old. I'm sure you'll be surprised to know that I'm only 17 years old. I married at 15 years, gave birth to my first child when I was 16, and when she was 9 months old, I had to wean this other baby. I never associated with bad girls, and although many young girls in this town have doctors to give them medicine or perform operations to rid them of babies, I know that it is wrong. This is why I will soon have 2 babies. But it is so hard, so wearisome and dangerous to go through with what I've been through, and I simply have to undergo this again soon. But I do not know how to prevent it and have no one to tell me. In fact, I don't ask, but I am humbly asking you, is there any way you can help me? My husband is good to me, but $12 a week is just barely enough to keep us alone from poverty, and he is only 2 weeks older than I am, so you can see we are both only children.
Will my fellow Missouri please yield the floor? Thank you. My name is Susan Talby. I'm a rabbi in St. Louis, Missouri. I represent the St. Louis Rabbinical Association and many, many faith leaders that hearts are breaking because of the legislative action that our Missourians are taking here in Jefferson City, on the floors of the House and the Senate, to really put women's rights, women's lives at risk. We feel that the bill that was passed last night, making us wait even longer than we have to wait for choice, is again a threat to women's lives. So I'm here because I represent many religious leaders from across the country who are speaking up to defend women's reproductive health as more and more short-sighted legislation is introduced that threatens our lives. Religious traditions are filled with warnings of the dangers of making other of a group of human beings, and by doing so risking lessening their status and their humanity. The story of Hagar, in Hebrew literally Hagar, the other, serves as an example. She is seen as a threat, and she and her son are cast out and put at risk for their very lives. Her life is then saved by a generous God that values all life and really the lives of our mothers. This story illustrates the case with women's reproductive health. For far too long, societies have tried to control women by taking away their reproductive options and access to life-saving health care. There are too many stories, and we're hearing them one after another, of women dying because healthcare providers are afraid to save women's lives if it would put the fetus at risk. These are always complicated and difficult decisions, but a moral society defends the living and helps us save lives, not sacrifice them. Too many women with life-threatening conditions, with children at home, with circumstances that are not ours to judge, are being sacrificed by those who fill the political conversation with personal religious beliefs. This is especially true for poor women and women manipulated by religious traditions that would often choose the death of the mother and the child when the mother's life is threatened. There is no higher calling for all of our religious traditions than the saving of a life. The laws of our land are meant to protect the saving of women's lives by providing access to safe and legal abortion for rich and poor. And it is the poor who suffer. It is the poor that go back to coat hangers and unsafe ways of terminating pregnancies. It is the poor that suffer from this kind of legislative action. It is time, again, because to protect women's health, it is time for people of faith to speak up and fill our legislatures with voices that protect women's health and reproductive freedom. Hear more of the stories. About the same time, the women began to work with James Clark. Two Texas state senators, Tom Creighton and Don Kennard, picked up the banner from retired Senator Parkhouse and introduced new abortion legislation in the Senate. The women worked with both men, but never formed the close ties with them that they did with Clark. Clark was a rare man in the 1960s, in that he was willing to listen to what women wanted and then try to help them get it. He spoke out in favor of granting women autonomy very early, at a time, in fact, when the idea was still shocking and radical. In 1969, Clark was telling anyone who would listen that people needed to recognize a woman's right to do what she believes is right with her body. Such solid support was not always forthcoming from the pre-feminist, male-dominated abortion reform movement. Many of the high-powered male doctors and lawyers working on reform in such peripheral groups as Planned Parenthood and the American Civil Liberties Union were not so quick to support and work for abortion reform in the mid-1960s. The ACLU took up the reform banner in the late 1960s, also because of the persistent urging of a strong feminist faction within the group, headed by Judge Dorothy Kenyon of New York, who in February 1967 wrote an irate letter to the New York Civil Liberties Union about their reluctance to tackle abortion, noting that the mostly male committee and board members considered abortion to be a social rather than a legal problem, one that was too controversial to handle. She nevertheless continued to push the ACLU to become more actively involved with the abortion issue. Roy Lucas, who had moved to New York from Alabama, also began to push, and by 1968, under the auspices of the ACLU, he was working with several prominent New York physicians to develop a test case. Nothing ever came of the case because those working on it had a falling out over goals. Members of ASA and NARO, the groups that had spearheaded reform on the East Coast, were at odds with one another over how liberal the new abortion laws should be. Lawrence Lader, a founding member of ASA, had broken with the group partly over an administrative policy decision that limited board members, of which he was one, and also over how confrontational the group would be. Lader wanted to lobby for changes in the abortion laws. ASA had opted to remain a nonprofit, non-lobbying educational group. They were willing to compromise with reform rather than repeal if necessary, whereas Lader, who founded NARO after he left ASA, wanted total repeal. Even within ASA and NARO, though, there were schisms between those members who wanted total repeal, which would leave the abortion decision entirely in the hands of women, with no government regulation, and those members who thought some regulation was still necessary. On February 11, 1970, the Dallas Committee to Study Abortion held its first public meeting. Fewer than 100 persons, the vast majority of the women attended. Although few of the women attending the meeting would know this, in their midst was Mary Doe, the plaintiff in Doe's versus Wade. If the agenda was serious that night, the atmosphere was congenial and informal. The meeting opened with a reading of the Texas law on abortion and some discussion of Clark's bill. The women learned that the Texas statute was an old-style restrictive law, first written in the mid-1800s and revised once since 1925, the kind that was common in most states. Only a few states had passed the newer reform laws. Clark sent a report describing his legislative efforts, noting that in his opinion, the 1969 bill in the Texas legislature had failed because of lack of public support. He said that he hoped this would not be the case in the next session, since the Dallas group would be there to support him. He suggested that the group look into sponsoring an opinion poll to establish statewide support for changing the law, and pledged to follow up on their efforts with legislative support and press activity. Next on the agenda was discussion of the recently passed New Mexico reform bill. Hoping to benefit From someone else's experience, the Dallas women had established some contact with a reform group there. The New Mexico reformers felt that they had not worked closely enough with the medical establishment in seeking support for their bill, and urged the Texas women to enlist the support of regional physicians as soon as possible. This prompted the Dallas group to ask for volunteers to set to work on a campaign designed to enlist the support of the Texas Medical Association as well as individual doctors. The group then turned to what would become one of their major ongoing concerns, what they would do to interest and educate the public about the need for abortion reform. They knew that they had to put together an information packet, something that stated their position clearly and could be used to interest others in their reform efforts, and to lobby legislators. Several women volunteered to begin working on the campaign, while another offered to write the Association for Study of Abortion to see what materials they could supply. At that time, ASA was the most active publisher and disseminator of information and unbiased materials on abortion and abortion reform, and they gladly gave consent for others to use their materials. The Dallas Committee also decided to sponsor a public forum that would invite debate on both sides of the issues. Mary Doe and Barbara Richardson, a reporter for the Dallas, agreed to head up the project. The liveliest and most prolonged discussion of the evening revolved around the stand that Dallas reformers would take on: reform versus repeal. The abortion liberalization movement had initially started as an attempt to reform restrictive state laws, but as grassroots and single groups began to organize throughout 1969 and 1970, repeal became a hotly debated topic of discussion. The Dallas group, like most others, was divided over the issue. Some who favored reform did so for purely practical reasons, because they believed that this was the most they could hope to achieve. They argued that they stood little or no chance of persuading legislators or courts to repeal all the abortion laws, thus leaving abortion totally unregulated and available on request by individual women. They also believed that only with reform could they build a strong, broad base of support to change the laws. They argued that even though most people wanted abortion reform, the majority did not yet favor repeal. The idea was still too new and radical. Another faction that supported reform did so for more philosophical and emotional reasons than for practical concerns. They felt that a woman's right to abortion had to be balanced against the fetus rights to survive, and that unless a woman's life were at risk after a pregnancy had progressed to a certain stage, many drew the line at 3 or 4 months for quickening. The right to abortion should be limited by law. Women were not morally free, they felt, to have abortions under any circumstances, at any stage of pregnancy. They feared that total repeal would encourage abortion for what they viewed as frivolous reasons, because a woman wanted to preserve her beauty, feared the readers paid, felt she could not support a child financially, or wished to attend graduate school or pursue a career. Many thought these were not valid reasons to abort a fetus. Who are they to say? And believed the state had a right to restrict abortions under these circumstances. Perhaps they had already been studying abortion for several months. Most of the women who had organized the Dallas reform group supported repeal. They felt it was the only action that would truly ensure a woman's abortion rights and any right. Repeal represented several things to them. First, it was a guarantee, the only guarantee they felt, that women could control their own reproduction, that they alone would decide when and under what circumstances they would terminate a pregnancy. Second, repeal meant that abortion would no longer be controlled by physicians except to the extent that any other surgery was. In studying the history of abortion, they had discovered the passage of restrictive abortion laws a century ago had subjected abortion to unusual medical controls that had occurred with no other surgery. No prospective surgery patient was expected to get several or even one psychiatric opinion to seek permission from an entire committee prior to performing surgery. And certainly, no other surgical procedure had a kind of residency or consent requirement. Abortion was subject to these kinds of controls. If abortion was subject to these kinds of controls, the women argued, largely it was because physicians had played an important role in writing the restrictive state legislation. Most important, they felt that repeal was the key to giving women, especially poor women, access to affordable abortion. If repeal were enacted, the Women-stated clinics and even paramedics could provide low-cost abortions for women. Technology had advanced to the point where abortions could be done safely by trained medical personnel. Post-operative complications were very rare. In Japan, Scandinavia, and several Eastern European countries, abortions were routinely done on an outpatient basis. Clinical abortions were always cheaper and involved less red tape than hospital abortions. Repeal would also eliminate the degrading and by now despised hospital and psychiatric certification, which was still a practice in most states for women. The discussion rose to an emotional pitch when some of the women who favored reform insisted total repeal would only open the door to many. Those who supported repeal replied that almost all abortions were done within the first trimester, that only a minuscule number, 0.5% were done after the fourth month. Of those, some were admittedly performed under OCT, who were negligent in responding to early signs of pregnancy. But the vast majority were done in women who encountered life-threatening medical complications from the course of their pregnancy. Besides the idea, few women had abortions for frivolous reasons. That is the truth. Most made a responsible and painful decision to undergo abortion. The repeal faction also took a strong case showing that reform was not working. In many reform states, the number of legal abortions did not increase after reform laws were passed, largely because those contained so many restrictions. A woman had to be over a certain age, or had to have lived in a state for a certain number of months, or had to have her husband's or parents' consent in order to qualify for a legal abortion. Women could exercise little discretion regarding their reasons for abortion in states with laws patterned after the ALI law, which permitted abortion only in cases of rape, grave impairment, or gross deformity of the. Worst of all, in reform states, the illegal abortion rates have not often gone down. In Colorado, for example, 50 legal abortions were done in 1966, the year before the new laws were passed. 10,000 legal abortions were done in 1967, the year its reform law took effect. But there were still an estimated 8,000 legal abortions. The situation was similar in California, where 10,000 abortions were done legally after reform and 90,000 illegally. In Maryland, another state that had passed an ALI type law, in 1 year an estimated 12,000 to 15,000 illegal abortions took place. Examples like these, uncovered by the Dallas reformers and their research, were enough to indicate that most reform laws were not working. Furthermore, with the legality, the price of abortions, both legal and illegal, have risen now on an average of $600 and $700, thus causing many disillusioned reformers to refer to the reform legislation as rich ladies' laws. New City hospitals were reportedly guaranteeing physicians who agreed to do abortions $2,400 a day. Basically, the repeal faction's argument boiled down to the fact that the reform laws were complicated, that the more complicated the law, the less access women would have, and the more women would die. So the reform laws obviously would be more open to attack than no laws at all. Representative Clark supported repeal, which was the right way to go. Having tried to work with a model ALI law, he was well aware of the limitations of reform. He believed that reform was still too restrictive, that it would be like putting a bandage on a gaping wound. An attempt to deal with 5% of the problem. We really need to recognize a woman's right to do what she believes is right with her own body. The repeal forces won out, and the Dallas Committee voted to support total repeal, thus putting themselves in the forefront of abortion reform, along with some of the more radical pro-abortion groups in the country. such as Pat Virginis and Lana Phelan Society for Humane Abortion in California, and Red Stockings in New York. The last item of business at the first meeting was a talk by Mr. Ray Morehouse, an abortion counselor from Illinois and California who was establishing a referral office in Houston. He described the stories of several women who had undergone criminal abortions. Contained in the notes of the meeting was an observation that somehow, like it is, on a touch of realism, subject of our concern. A little surprisingly, Morehouse's case histories prompted no similar need among those present to share their experiences about abortion. Some of the women who were there that night must certainly have had abortions, and everyone present surely had known someone who had undergone an illegal abortion. I know I did. But such intimate details of members' lives were not exchanged then, or ever among the group members. Perhaps it was not so surprising at all when one considered that generally one was gotten along in humiliating circumstances was often among a woman's most painful memories. Such experiences simply could not be dredged up lightly or publicly, but part of the reason no one came forth with a personal story was that the subject was still taboo, even among the very people who were trying to change the laws. Virginia Whitehall, who became the unofficial spokeswoman for the group, soon discovered just how painful women's experiences with illegal abortions were. On several occasions after she spoke, women came up to her to talk about their own illegal abortions. They usually said they had never talked to anyone before about their experience, but were breaking their silence out of a need to thank her for what she was doing, for working to make sure that no woman would ever have to go through what they had suffered. Whitehill also discovered that there was something even more painful than an illegal abortion, and that was surrendering a child for adoption. Several times after she gave a speech, Whitehall was taken aside by a tearful woman who had given up a child for adoption to be told that abortion would have been much easier. These women said that unlike the pain of abortion, which healed eventually, the suffering over having given up a child went on forever. Occasionally, too, she was taken aside by a woman who had undergone a horrifying illegal abortion and needed to share the experience with someone. Throughout the spring of 1970, the Dallas women dedicated themselves to working on abortion reform. They studied materials from ASA, which were distributed to members. They also read other materials on abortion, which notably The Search for an Abortionist by Nancy Lee, Lawrence Lader's Abortion, another book entitled Abortion, published by the Roman Catholic Church to explain its view, and Abortion in the United States by Mary Calderon, and Abortion, Law, Choice, and Morality, written by Roman Catholic social scientist Daniel Callahan. Their reading helped shape their views on the subject and provided them with information they needed to prepare their own literature. The Dallas Committee immediately began to prepare several mailings, which consisted of their own flyers and materials obtained from ASA. In the beginning, they obtained ASA reprints. They simply sent out their own flyers, rough one-sheet leaflets that were typed rather than typeset and cheaply printed on craft paper. One, written in the form of a letter, was a poignant plea for support of repeal rather than reform. 80% of therapeutic abortions are performed by class white women who can well afford the hospital charges. The doctor speaks, and the psychiatric examination establishing their emotional instability. The woman possessing some sophistication and education is not defeated by intricacies of review by doctors, committees, and psychiatric examination, though her abortion is often unreasonably delayed. But the poor woman is most often confounded by the red tape. According to Dr. Cather Russell, chairman of the California Medical Association's Committee on Maternal and Child Health, this is not a poor woman's law. That's one of its main features to date. Richard Lamb, Colorado legislator, who fed the fight for reform, admits, "We had a cruel law, and we still have a cruel law." In an analogy they would use again and again, the group compared criminal abortion to prohibition. The situation is analogous to bootleg liquor traffic that flourished during prohibition at great risk to the consumer and great profit to the bootlegger. In the case of abortion, the damage is confounded because it is inflicted on two innocent victims, the woman and the unwanted child.
If legal, reasonably priced abortions were available, there would be no need for law enforcement to blink that the criminal abortionists, because of urgent, desperate need, would be adequately and legitimately met. The hypocrisy and discrimination built into our present system would be ended. Missouri legislature is bringing us right back to these days, these old days, where women died, and especially poor women died. Following an example of East Coast reformers, they organized a chain letter urging people to write their legislators and show support for reform by attending statewide meetings of the University of Texas. This is a time for those interested in justice and compassion to act. Please make at least 4 copies of this letter or compose your own letter to send to others. Please don't break the chain, as time is running out. Share this information with as many individuals and organizations as possible. The Dallas Committee's early flyers and pamphlets were not so hard-hitting or sophisticated as they would later become, without any real competition from oppositional groups. For example, reformers had not yet become cautious about the language they used to describe abortion. Like most other reformers at this stage of the movement, the Dallas women interchanged terms fetus and child. Not for another year would they insist on using only the scientifically correct terms embryo and fetus to describe an unborn young from the age of 1 to 8 weeks, and after 8 weeks until the moment of birth, respectively. They had not yet begun to use the term pro-choice and still referred to themselves as pro-abortion, a term they would later realize was inaccurate and find even repugnant. With a similar disregard for semantics, the Dallas Committee early brochures also bore the bold title Abortion by Choice, which was later changed to Motherhood by Choice. The literature revealed a tie reformers felt existed between the need to reform the abortion laws and the tragedy of unwanted children. In early brochures, they plaintively asked, how long are we going to accept the sentimental mythology that once a child is born, he is automatically loved and cherished? The theme of the unwanted child never proved to be particularly persuasive, perhaps because abused children were far more complicated issue than this reference implied. At any rate, this early theme was soon dropped from the literature. Another theme influential in the early stages of abortion reform, but less so later on, was the notion that abortion could be used to solve the population problem. Whitehall and several other women in the Dallas group thought that abortion was a useful tool in controlling population growth, but they firmly believed it should not be used on anything but a voluntary and individual basis. Their view definitely put them at odds with Planned Parenthood, the leading and most established population control group, which advocated sterilization but not abortion as part of its third world population control program, and with feminists who felt that poverty was not necessarily the cause of overpopulation, and considered campaigns to sterilize women while denying them access to abortion highly discriminatory. On May 4th, 1970, a newsletter accompanied by a packet of information went out from the Dallas Committee to all persons on their mailing list. The newsletter advertised their upcoming events. 2 discussion sessions, the public forum set for Tuesday, May 19th, a movie, plans for Speakers Bureau, and reported on the activities of the membership, fundraising, and letterizing committees. The latter had been busy writing to members of the Texas Medical Association's Special Committee on Abortion Laws. The newsletter was accompanied by a packet of information that consisted mostly of ASA reprints. Their most ambitious project was the public forum, now called an Ecumenical Dialogue on Abortion. It was held at 8 p.m. at the North Haven Methodist Church. Speakers included Virginia Whitehall, Dr. Claude Evans, chaplain at Southern Methodist University, State Representative James Clark, James T. Downs III, MD, an obstetrician and member of the Texas Medical Association's Abortion Committee, Shirley Levin, an attorney, Dr. Edward Reidman, a marriage counselor, and the Reverend Paul Schott, president of a local Jesuit preparatory school. Reverend Schott, in particular, had been invited to present the opposition's point of view. Genial and articulate, an intellectual debater, he often shared a podium with Whitehall at her invitation. The day would eventually come, however, when she would ask him to join her in a public debate, and he would refuse without offering any reason. Whitehall would always believe that the church, increasingly worried over the success of the reform movement, had ordered Chuck to stop appearing with her. As they failed to round up widespread support from the Catholic laity, the church hierarchy closed the door and opened the door on abortion. Another panelist, the Reverend Claude Evans, also would play an important role in the Dallas group and Texas abortion reform. As a chaplain whose flock consisted of the entire student body of Southern Methodist University, Reverend Evans had seen and heard more than his share of tragic stories about abortion, many of them firsthand and from the women he counseled. He had been involved in debate with other university faculty about the university's role as a parent in absentia, debate that had been centered on whether the university was obligated to inform parents when it knew that a student was seeking or had obtained an abortion. Evans strongly felt that informing parents was a betrayal of the student's trust. This and his natural sympathies propelled him into abortion reform activism. He became an early member of the steering committee of the Dallas group and was always one of the staunchest and most energetic reformers. The importance of the presence of the clergy on the podium that night and in abortion reform could not be underestimated in a state like Texas, located in the middle of the Bible Belt. In most areas where abortion reform had gained a foothold, the bulk of the opposition could be expected to come from the Roman Catholic Church. In Texas, however, the church was not particularly powerful. Most of its members there consisted of poor Hispanics. And the real source, potentially, of this religious opposition, were there to be any, lay with the Protestant churches, both fundamental and mainstream. It was a calculated decision on the part of the Dallas committee to hold their first public event in a church. 175 persons attended, which consisted of a brief panel discussion followed by a lengthy question and answer session. Representative Clark opened the meeting by calling for the individual's right to do what his or her conscience was dictated, what one feels God intended for them. Speaking of the recent defeat of his abortion bill, which he attributed largely to the organized efforts on the part of the Catholic Church, he said, "The spirit of inquiry is not the situation in Easton. I have never seen an issue with so much intemperance and controversy," adding that it was only in this century that the Pope decided that abortion was contrary to the law of God. Clark urged people to make their feelings known to their legislators. Father Schott responded by stressing there was a moral position which Catholics do support and defend, the moral right of the fetus. He said the removal of all laws on abortion could give the state the right of decision which could have devastating effects on such things, for example, as person killing. Whitehall drew the greatest amount of applause, however, when she noted that despite opposition to abortion, which some religions saw as a form of murder, few religions had come out against the killing of young men in wars over real estate. To tumultuous applause, she added, "Some call this postnatal abortion."
Fall Missouri, please yield the floor to the report.
Yes, I will.
My name is Ember Urbach, and I'm a speaker from Kansas City. I'm here to read some stories from motherhood and bondage. These are voices that gave rise to the Planned Parenthood movement and helped cement the need for safe, healthy alternatives for women in need. I'm going to continue reading about girl brides and girl mothers. This is girl number 13. I would like for you to help me not to have more babies. I'd rather do anything than have a mother. I don't think anything is better than being a mother. I'm 26 years of age, a mother of 8 children, the oldest being 8. I've had one set of twins, boys. I have 3 that cannot walk. Now have never known anything but to have 2 very little ones at a time. I cannot nurse them, so therefore they are not stout. My husband isn't a stout man. My 2 youngest are in a baby hospital right now. I mean, besides the baby that's 8 weeks old. My children have been anywhere from 17 months, 20, and 24 months between them. One baby was 15 months when the twins came. There were 21 months between them and the next. It was not quite 13 months when the next one came. The doctors say that she will never be well anymore. They don't think she will live long. She is 2 years and 4 months. Well, there's one next to her. She was 14 months between her and the last. I love being a mother. They're not well, and I see more than ever my health is breaking, so that's the reason that I want help. 14. I am 20 years old, the wife of a brakeman. We have one boy. He will be 3, one baby boy dead. Was born at 7 months, lived 18 days. I've had 2 miscarriages. I was married at 16. My husband only worked steady about 3 months. He has a fine education, but even work that takes educated people is full. So for the rest of the year, he does anything he can to do, which isn't much, and it's all he can do to provide for me and the boy we have. I'd like to have another child someday, but not until I can have a home and can afford another. But I live in fear all the time. My husband is kind and very good, but like myself, he doesn't know what to do. It is terrible that the human race should be so ignorant. If only the women would wake up and demand this knowledge. I just won't have another until I can take care of it like I should. 15. I would like advice from you on how I can control from not getting pregnant so soon. It's 3 years and I'm married and got 3 children and I menstruate right along. My smallest baby is 3 months old and I'm afraid I'll get pregnant any time from now on. So please give me some sort of advice because I cannot support what I got, and when they're 4, I don't know what to do. I'm only 20 years of age. I'd like to have a rest for at least a good while, for I'm having a very hard time when I get a child. I get badly tore, and from getting a year apart is worse. 16. I have 3 children and they are all babies. They're all a little more than I can manage as my baby is 8 months old and the oldest one is a little over 3 years old. So you can see for yourself I have my hands full. My husband is just a laborer in the mills and we do not know the day I have had a dress or any clothing at all. I just wear whatever I get given to me from my sister, and I do not want to have any more children for a while, so I can go out and help my man to get our debts paid. I am young, yet I can wait for a while to have more children. I'm not 20 years old yet. I think I have had my share for a while, don't you? I would not care if we could afford it, but I have not got the doctor paid for the last one yet. 17. I was a high school girl of 17 when I married a farmer 14 years ago. I am the mother of 8 living children, 1 baby dead and 3 miscarriage. I am 31 years of age and have spent almost all of my married life nursing and carrying babies. I would like you to advise me of what to do to prevent having any more children. My oldest child is 13 and my youngest 5 months. I love my children and would give my life for them, but what good will that do? Who by teaching care and sacrifice them as a mother love? I know it was my ignorance on the important subject that has put me here where I am, but I must learn all I can from every little girls who need to know about these things, and it is them I must learn to care for and save from my fate. My oldest child, a boy, was born February 1910 when I was 18 years old, a sickly child weighing 4 pounds at 1 month. Second child, a girl, born November 1910, lived 10 hours. Third, a boy, born May 1913, weighing 6 pounds. Fourth, a boy born May 1914, weighing 10 pounds. Fifth, a girl, November 1914, weighing 8 pounds. Sixth, a boy born 1917, weighing 12 pounds. Seventh, a girl, born July 1918, weighing 8 pounds. Eighth, a boy, born 1920, weighing 10 pounds. Ninth, a 3-month miscarriage, and the 10th child, a girl, born March 1923, weighing 8 pounds. As you can see, I have only nursed and weaned 1 child until I was pregnant again. I have always suffered and worked and will never enjoy myself without the fear of being pregnant again. I love my husband as much as ever, and we never quarrel or have hard feelings. We both work hard to make an honest living for our children. I have hired help when I need them most, but I want my home, my husband, and children to myself, to raise as we wish without being spoiled with hired help. I want to teach my girls and to get advice for myself. My mother is old-fashioned and thinks children should not know too much, and never told us girls what to expect at our sick times or when we were married. I have asked my doctor many times, but never get any satisfaction from him. I think I have been down the alley of death enough times, so please answer and give me some hope. 18. I have been married 7 years and have had all kinds of trouble. I was married when I was 15 years old, for my mother was left a widow at 32 years and could no longer make a living for us children, and we all had to get married very young. My first baby I only carried for 7 months and had a miscarriage, and do not know whatever caused it, and suffered a good bit with it. She was a girl, and 3 months after I was pregnant again, and while carrying her, I had to be in bed every 2 weeks with appendicitis. 2 months after the girl was born, I had to go through an operation. I am having children one right after another. I feel worn out and sick all the time. I have 6 children now, and my youngest is 7 months. I want to get help before I am troubled with pregnancy again, for I don't know if I can go through this again. My husband is a poor miner and complains about his back all the time, but has to work hard, for if he didn't, we would all starve. 19. I am a girl 21 years old, yet the mother of 4 children. The oldest not yet 5, the youngest a babe of 3 months. 2 boys and 2 girls. I was married when I was only 15, my firstborn when I was 16. Although I married young, I was fortunate enough to marry one of the best men on earth. But he, like myself, is ignorant of prevention. We are farmers with limited means and have all the children we can do for now. My husband went to our family physician, but he told him nothing could be used that would not be harmful to me. May God help you help me as you have helped other mothers in my earnest prayers. 20. I am writing you to help me if you can. I am only 24 and the mother of 5 mighty healthy children, but I have all the children I care for, as many I feel I ever care for. As you know, the more one has, the weaker they get. I am well and stout to what lots of people are that have had as many children as I, but still I am not as stout as I was 4 or 5 years ago. I know as young as I am, if I keep bringing children into the world, I soon won't have any strength at all. My mother died when I was 8 years old, and in a year my father married again to my stepmother. She wasn't as kind to us children as she ought to have been. So I married when I was 13, and in August before I was 15, I had a little boy born to me. I have been trying ever since to find some way to keep me from having any more, but it's all been in vain. I hope you have a way to help me. My husband don't think that there is any way to keep a woman from having children without doing something that will injure her health. But I don't think having children like I am is doing me any good, or him either. I feel sure we wouldn't have had the children we got if I could have done anything to prevent it. I talked and pleaded with him and tried to show him where it was wrong to bring so many children in the world, but not one thing I could do with him. It looks as if he don't care, just so he can get his wants filled. I tell him lots of times he has got me to the place where I wish I had never seen a man. 21. I have been married 12 years, and I am 26 years old. So you see, it was just 3 days of being 14 when I was married. That seems awful young now, doesn't it? Although it didn't then. We were married only 1 day when a baby girl came to our home, and we were very happy, and I got along very well, could take care of the baby and do my homework. In less than 2 years, a baby boy came, and I didn't do so well then. I thought maybe it would be a few years before another one would come, but only 18 months another boy, and I was very bad, and the doctor said I couldn't keep on. I was too young, but he gave no advice. It lacked only a few days before the baby was born dead, and I was so bad for 3 weeks before she came that I didn't want to get well myself. It seemed that I just couldn't go on, and it was about time I began to get some strength back. We had another girl, and I was in bed for 3 months after she came. I never had any milk at all for her, and we had to raise her on a bottle, and the last time I just worried until it became almost insane. I suffered till I did not care whether I lived or died, although I loved my husband and babies dearly. My husband looked like he did all for me that he could, worried as I did. We tried lots of things, but nothing was any good. We didn't have anything, only what my husband could work and make. It was very hard on us and the babies too, as the doctor said we couldn't get it that way for 3 years. So last summer, I miscarried at 2.5 months and haven't been able most of the time to do my homework as I am in fear of what the time I can hardly rest at all. 22. I hardly know how to commence, but I'm coming to you for advice and help, as many other poor, helpless women have. I would be perfectly happy if not for the same old thing. Too many babies too close together. My third baby was born a week after the first one's second birthday. Just 3 babies in 3 years, and I'm only 22 years old, and I made the mistake of nursing the first one 6 months after I got pregnant. I pitied him, so I hated to wean him, and was too ignorant to know I was doing harm, and now he isn't stout, and the second one is very nervous, and I'm also nervous sometimes and don't know what to do. Actually, I get so nervous at times, I get sick, and I am afraid I am pregnant again, and my baby is only 8 months old. And I don't know how I'll ever get along, for I'm always in misery for 6 months before my children are born, and then I do all the work for them and carry another baby around too, up until the last day, as I've always done. And the last time I confined, I thought I would go crazy, for the other 2 babies didn't get half decent care and cried pretty near all the time I was in bed. I have a good husband who would do anything to help me if we only knew how. 23. I wonder if you will kindly give me some advice on birth control. I have been married not quite 4 years and have 4 children, the eldest of which is not 3 years of age, and I feel that I must conserve my strength for the next few years for the sake of my children. My home is 90 miles from the nearest hospital, and too far from a physician to ever have attendance at childbirth. We have to be grateful for a neighboring woman to give her companionship, but not assistance, in my time of need. I will be so glad if you could give me some advice or literature on the subject. 24. I am 22 years old, the mother of 6 children, and gave birth to a baby every year, and it has begun to weaken me. I have been married 4 years and have 6 children. 1 are twins every year or so. I really have more than I can take care of, and it puzzles me sorely to ask for help. 25. I am the mother of 4 small children, ranging in age, 2, 3, 4, 5, only 1 year apart, and have had 2 miscarriages since the last child, which is 2 years old. I have kidney trouble and am ruptured. The rupture doesn't bother me, only when I'm pregnant, and then it is almost past endurance. My husband is also in poor health. I have consulted doctors upon this subject, but to no avail. They only say that there is a way, but they don't know. I have tried many ways, but they do no good. I am almost discouraged. We are trying for a home, but it's still a very hard matter to save for anything, as we have so many doctor bills and I am unable to work. 26. I was married 3 days over 9 months when my first baby was born, and in less than a year and 5 months I had another baby. Another one a half year later. I had a third baby, the oldest 3 years, and had 3 children. I had done a lot of worrying when my third baby was to be born, but that baby lived only 2 months. About 2 months after that baby was dead, I had to have an operation, and about 10 months after that I had another baby, but she was stillborn, as I was so weak and worried when I was carrying her. The doctor even took my tonsils when I was 4 months carrying this, as I was so weak and nervous for the 2 months after this. I had my wound cleaned and sewed up. And inside of 10 months I had another baby. She is now 3 years old, and I think I have an awful rest, but I'm scared stiff I'll be caught again. We have all we can to care for our 3 children we have now. My husband don't want any more. If we can get out of it. He has worked so hard to keep me out of it. I suppose this letter is just trouble for you to read, but it feels good to have someone to tell this to. My mother had 12 children, 10 living, and I was the oldest and always took care of children at home and didn't get any rest when I was married. 27. I am the mother of 7 living children and been married 11 years and have had 2 miscarriages. I have a tumor growing in my right side. I nearly die with it. My baby is now 6 months old. My aim is to try to keep from getting pregnant until I have an operation. Chapter 2. The Pinch of Poverty. 1. I have been married 12 years and am the mother of 7 girls. The oldest is 10 years old, and you know what I suffer. We are poor. We don't care what we got half the time for them to be healthy. I got 1 dead. My oldest one living has got heart trouble. The youngest one is 7 months old. I'm just 28 years old. We're working on the shares this year. My husband is a hard worker and tries to make an honest living. And let me tell you, I have to work to make ends meet. I saw, chop wood, plow, and have little kids to tend to when they are not large enough to help me, but little. I have a hard time. We are never out of debt. I never get to go anywhere, for I never got a dress nice enough to wear, or I'm always in a family way. It's hard on poor women to be in my shape. It's just one baby after another. I can't stand it much longer and work like I do, trying to keep a little to eat and wear. I pray you to help me. If I could stop having babies long enough for these to get where they could walk, Lord, how glad I would be. I know little babies are sweet, but when you can't clothe them like they are to be, and when they are sick, it troubles me that mothers do have. Please pray me if you can. If you don't, I don't know who will. 2. I have 2 little children, and I am like a lot of other poor mothers. I have too many, and that's why I'm writing you. I have been nothing but a nervous wreck since my first baby was born. We live in a 2-room boxcar, and you can imagine our circumstances. I have a good husband, and he is proud of his family, but my life is not worth living, nervous, poor, and sick all the time. The doctor says not to worry, but that's easy to say. When a person has a constant worry for fear that they will have more babies and not able to take care of them. I am a Christian, and I do not want to bring on an abortion, ruin my health, or go to hell for murder. But I don't think God wants me to have babies when I can't take care of them. 3. I am a woman and have 8 children. I am 29 years old. I feel as I am 59. My baby is 11 months and 14 days. I never go over a year because I'm pregnant again. So please write me a letter at once. I cannot attend these 8 children that I have, and they are not able to do anything for themselves. Lord, what am I to do with any more? I am a poor woman. I cannot work far out, for I have always got a young baby. My husband only makes $1 per day, some days nothing. How can we live, 8 children and I and him, on $1 per day? Please tell me what to do to prevent having any more children. What else can I do with these poor, miserable children? I have not the means to do for them, neither the physical strength to do for them. I've got a goiter growing on my neck. The doctor says it came from the strain of childbirth, yet they won't stop me from having children, as they would rather see me suffer and die. Every time I have a child, it gets larger. 4. I have already 6 children and 1 miscarriage, and my oldest is only 9 years old, and my baby is 1 year and 8 months. Now I am in constant fear that I will get away again if I do. It is going to be terrible, for I have to have an operation for having children so close together that it has put me in such a condition that I can hardly do my own work, and an operation is almost impossible. In the condition we are in now, we cannot afford it. We are living on a farm which is all new land. We only have 10 acres clear on it. We have not come anywhere, and we are 7 miles from the nearest town. Our children are not going to school now, for we cannot buy the shoes for them, and it's too wet to go with their poor ones. 5. We have always been poor, so poor that we have suffered for wants of eat and clothes. This spring I lost my oldest son, 4 years old, which he took me down very badly. He has not been in the best of health since he was born, and now to think I had to lose him. I have 2 more younger. It is not because I do not want more. I would be so glad if I could be in the condition to have another, so I could have one named after the one I loved so dearly. Right now I want to tell you the conditions we are in, so you will see why I'm driven to ask you for advice if I can get it. This spring we were in debt $2,000 before we had our bad luck with the boy, when the expenses came for him to $300 more. My husband got $4 a day during the summer months, but now we have not seen any work for about a month. There is a big grocery bill that should have been paid, as I expect every time I go to the store after a little sugar or soap that they would refuse me. My husband has paid out all the money here in this summer, which was not much. Now it is getting cold, and we should have warm clothing such as winter underwear and stockings, but where will we get it? I've asked myself 1,000 times. It seems like we will just have to freeze and huddle around the stove for winter. Our house is so cold in the winter time. We feel the wind blow right through it. My husband could go out to work about 25 miles away, but that would leave me with the chores to do, and my baby is too small for me to leave in the house alone, and she is a cross, nervous baby and has to be in my arms at all times. 6. I hope and pray that you will get this letter and open your wonderful heart and help a poor devil like me. I cannot tell you all my troubles because it would take more paper than I've got. I am 26 years old. I have had 5 children, 4 who are living. My husband is deaf, and I know he's the biggest drunkard in this world. He don't care for himself nor his family, rambles around and spends all of our money. He gives us little something to eat, and that is all. My kids are small, and I have to take in sewing to get some of the clothes for me and my kids to wear. The charitable people give us some clothes sometimes, so I manage to hide our skin. Somehow my last 2 kids are almost twins. I'll be so nervous all the time. My heart is bad. I have to have them by myself. He won't pay the doctor, and I know if I get that way again, I will surely die. My oldest boy, 9, looks awful pale and sickly. My next is 6 and can't talk. The next, a girl, is ruptured in the stomach. The next is 1-year-old. There is nothing wrong with him, as I yet know. I want you to help me. If I was able, I wouldn't ask you this. I wouldn't ask anybody for help that needs it any worse than I do. For God's sake, answer this letter and tell me what to do. I would rather die than to have any more children for a man like my husband. 7. I have 6 children now, and I've had to live in 2 rooms for a long time, for we did not have enough money to have better. My husband works, but he is not well and is sick nearly half the time, and when I am in the family way, I am sick for the first 3 months and in bed the last 2. I am only 30 and have had a daughter 13 years old. I lost one about 3 months along and have been sick in my heart ever since. That was 3 months ago. My oldest boy is not very bright, and I dread to have any more. So if you would only be kind enough to tell me what to do to help myself from having any more children, I would be awfully grateful. I was only 16 when I was married, and I have never been allowed to know anything, and now I don't know much, but I feel I am my own boss now, and will try to get all the books I can afford to get and teach my children to know what they ought to know. 8. This is a call for help. I've been married 3 years and have 2 sweet babies, one 2 years old and the other just a few months old. At night, there is no way of ventilating the place, and I think it's a crime. The children deserve something better than that. My husband don't care for the children, and says if another one comes, he will deer out. I have another sister deserted by her husband for the same thing. Please advise me of what to do. 9. I have 3 children. The oldest is only 3. The next is only 1, and will be 2 shortly, and my baby is 6 months old, and he is helpless. Don't have any use of himself, and I am thinking that may get in the family way again. God knows I cannot bear it. My husband is not well. He was gaspable in France and losing weight all the time, going downhill. We are poor. We haven't had nothing on earth. My husband worked for wages until he found he could not stand it anymore. We were trying to farm this year, though we had to have help. Everything we have, house, fixtures, and all, belonged to the landlord, and I wanted to stay where I could help. Can't you help give me advice and give me peace? I am afraid to bring any more in the world. My baby is awful sweet, though it hurts to think of his condition. I am 22 years old and awful weak. I weigh about 100 pounds. 10. We are a poor family and cannot afford to have any more children. We have 3 now, just regular steps and stairs, and we are always in debt. My husband is a fisherman, and he hasn't caught hardly any fish all winter. We are so far in debt that we will certainly be lucky if we ever get out again. And we never will if I must keep on having babies that we cannot support. I'm only 27 years old and my husband is 30. Work is terribly scarce around here. 11. I am a mother of 7 children, my baby 4 months old. I'm only 35 years old myself, and perhaps can have just that many more if I don't find someone to help me out. As I am a farmer woman, I have to work year-round. We just bought the farm 7 years ago and have $4,000 debt yet, so we feel we cannot hire a man, besides raising a large family, so I have to take a man's place. I am not very strong. Since my last baby is born, I have had so much headaches and the baby isn't well either. My only wish is that I don't have to have any more children. 12. I am the mother of 4 little ones, the oldest only 6 years old. They are all puny little things and need so much more care than I am strong enough to provide them, although I try, and we are not able to hire help. The baby is 5 weeks old. I am so nervous and weak that I can hardly stand, yet I have to care for all of the children, cooking and washing. My husband is a hired man on a farm. His pay is $50 per month. What can we do for our children? We can't even dress them comfortably and feed them as they should be fed, although we try so hard. My man goes to work at 6 in the morning and comes back at 7 in the evening, so he cannot help me any. He isn't strong, only weighs 125 pounds, while I weigh 100 pounds. It's an awful thing for us to bring more children, weak little things like ourselves, into this world with no way to make a living for their only two hands. I cry and pray to be careful, and it all does no good. I have one of your books and don't see why there isn't more people like you in this world. I am only 26 years old. My husband is sane, so we've had a long time yet ahead. Although we both have lots of gray hairs already, we are only 26. What a burning shame when I think of how rearing children has brought us down from where we were. I cannot see why it should be denied the information I asked for. 13. I was married at the age of 18. I am now married for 7 years and I have 4 children, and they are a year and a few months apart. My last baby came this year, only 1 year and 4 days apart from my little boy. It's only a week and 3 days ago since she was born, and I am already up doing work because a lady helped me just 5 days, and I can't afford any other help. Won't you please, in God's name, help me? I want to raise the babies I have to be good men and women, but if I have any more babies before these are older, I don't think I can because my health is failing. If I only knew what kind of life I was to lead, I would have never been married. I'm a little over 24 and already skinny, yellow, and so funny looking, and I want to hold my husband's love. He is 29, and I love him and the babies I have. He has tried to help me, but somehow I got caught anyway, and a baby came. We didn't have any money to get rid of it, and now when I look at her innocent red face, I'm glad I didn't kill it. If you help me, I swear I will do anything you want me to. When you were in Chicago, I wanted to see you, but I had no nice clothes, and I knew I would make you feel ashamed if I dressed shittily. But how can I dress on $25 a week and 4 mouths to feed, my husband and myself, and rent in a basement $12? If I could see you, I would kneel and kiss your hands, and you would help me. I swear by all that is holy, I will not bring you trouble if you help me. My mother bore 11 children and 9 are living, so I never had it good, always worked, and always poor like anything. I only went to 7th grade. Maybe I wouldn't have seen 7th grade, but I wasn't of age to quit. 14. I thought I would write you a letter. I'm sorry I can't help you in subscribing for the birth control because my husband is a minor. He is out of work and has been for some time. The mine where he works shut down for good. I keep putting off writing. I thought I would get some money for you to help, but I cannot. We have not got our home paid for yet and will likely lose it. You know how it is with a family of 11, for I am sure. But maybe I can help some way. I am for you. One thing, I got 3 girls and I don't want them to go through what I have, if I can help it. We are poor people and have had a hard time. I can stand it better than I can stand to see my own children suffer what I have. 15. After 7 years of married life, I have had 6 children. At the age of 26, I look 40, just through the ignorance of birth control. Being poor, I have no way of enjoying myself. It's the wash tub one day, the sewing machine the next. If you can picture 2 young people and the children we have. 16. We have 5 children, a girl and 4 boys, my oldest 7, and a baby 10 months. Our family is so large, and my husband gets such small pay we can hardly live. We could not send our little boy to school because we could not buy shoes for him. I am a cripple and almost burned to death as a child, which makes caring for the little tots and housework hard for me. I had to have my baby who was 8 days old because we could not pay for help, and I have not been well since. 17. I am so worried, I do not know what I'll do when I come to you for advice. I am nearly 25 years old and have been married 2 years and a half, and have 2 children, a boy 19 months and a baby girl 3 months. Now I am worried to death for fear of becoming pregnant again. I definitely love children, but I would never be able to care for any more right now. I haven't even gained my normal strength from having my first baby. He was barely 6 months old when I became pregnant again. I do all my homework, washing and cleaning. My husband is in poor health and cannot do any kind of strong work. He is a bellboy in a small hotel at present, so we cannot afford to hire help of any kind. I want to give my children a fair chance in this world. I have suffered poverty all my life. My father died when I was 2 years old, leaving my mother with 4 small children and penniless. I know what it means to go out in the world and earn a living without an education. Why should I raise my tot of children and have them suffer?
Hi, my name is Sandy from St. Louis, Missouri, and I'm here to share a story. young girl, I was raised in an environment of unconditional love. I was accepted for who I was and amongst charitable people. Or so that's what I was told. I was raised in a church, an extremist Limbaugh type family unit. And not just any church, a charismatic Baptist church. Tent revivals on Saturday, church twice on Sunday, choir practice Monday, youth group Tuesday, and Bible study Wednesday. I spent most of my time with my congregation, and all I got was a lesson on how to be a hypocrite. As a young girl at the age of 13, I was witness to both sides of the pro-choice debate. My sister, who was then 21, became pregnant despite her contraception and safe-sex precautions. She and her husband were just not ready, and they had decided to have an abortion. My mother, fighting the good fight, went to the church immediately. A protest, she said. Let us be heard, a voice for the voiceless. I watched, a quiet observer, young, as my family of so-called unconditional love listed and showed their conditions. I listened as they spoke on behalf of our caring, compassionate Savior. Murder, yelled the woman who ended up cheating on her husband with her best friend's husband. It's a sin, shouted the man who ended up marrying his sister-in-law after a 3-year love affair. There's other options, stated the uncle who sexually abused his niece. You have a choice, stated the Republican who voted against helping the innocent once they were born. Unconditional love, indeed. A refresher course of my backstabbing surroundings occurred at the age of 17, losing my virginity. My mother, who is now divorced, having slept with and married one of my uncles, went to church for help in showing unconditional love. Tell her you cannot tolerate this behavior, said the preacher, who allowed me to date his son, who taught me every way to have sex but vaginal. She's no longer wholesome announced in front of the church. Hands of deceit and lies laid on me to cleanse me in prayer at the altar Sunday morning. I was kicked out of my youth group in my house for having sex. Unconditional love indeed. At 22, I had learned to break the hypocritical chain after being told I had been exposed to HPV. I find myself a Planned Parenthood. When I walked into the building, I was nervous about my test results. But what came of the visit was not an STD test. It was used as I was pregnant. Boyfriend in hand, we sat down and discussed our options with the nurses at Planned Parenthood. We went through all the scenarios and courses we could take and decided to have our son. Planned Parenthood gave me where I needed, what I needed, where I needed to go to get the help with my pregnancy, helping me with my choice every step of the way. My choice, my boyfriend, now husband's choice. Not a senator's, not a pastor's, mine. And that's what this boils down to. Is it your business if I can't carry a baby full term safely without putting myself in life-threatening danger? Is it your business if I was raped by a family member and don't want a painful reminder? Is it your business that the condom broke, the pill was missed, the phone didn't work, there was one night of weakness? If you refuse to help the people already in existence with access to your proper care, education, and basic daily needs, can you really honestly tell me that you have the right to trust in the decision process? The answer is absolutely a resounding no. In my house growing up, and contraception were 4-letter words. Church was a family unit and acceptance was a goal. I learned a lot growing up. Enough to know that in my household, the 4-letter words are the words that deny my children their rights and the information that helps them make an educated decision. Friends and community are my family unit, and real, unconditional love, the freedom to just be, that's my goal. For my boys, myself, and the people who fight the field that fight after me. And absolutely.
Thank you. Hello, fellow Missourians. I am Elizabeth Alleman, and I'm a family physician. I am a mother of a daughter, and I am an advocate for women, for women's health care, and for the health of children. As a physician, I've spent a lot of time thinking and studying about life. life, the study of life is called biology. And what I learned very quickly in biology class is that the definition of life is things that move, that respond, and that reproduce, that make more of themselves. And even in the study of plants, there are certain cells that actually move if you look closely enough. But as we began to study life, we realized, oh, there are things called viruses. They don't seem to move very much. They don't seem to respond to very many things. So maybe that isn't essential to life. And then we discovered prions. These are the things that cause the diseases of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease or mad cow disease. They're just proteins, but they make more of themselves. And so we're left, if we consider prions to be life, that the only thing that makes something alive is that it makes more of itself, that it reproduces. And so if I am going to be a lover of life and a scholar of life, I have to understand reproduction. And I am lucky, I am fortunate, I am amazingly blessed to have been born a woman. And so the realities of reproduction are a daily, monthly, and yearly reminder to me that that is what my body is capable of doing. So although that I am a human being and of great worth and value like every other human being just for simply being here, and that one of the things that makes me lovely and human is that I have dreams and hopes and desires and ambitions, and I put those into effect by doing things like coming here and speaking as a part of the women's filibuster. I am also an important, vibrant part of human life because I can make more of us. And I have, so I know that that's possible. Humans are mammals, and I don't know if anybody knows this, I was sort of surprised to learn it myself, that naming the group of animals mammals was actually early breastfeeding advocacy propaganda. So although mammals are also warm-blooded and we have spines and we mostly, with the exception of 2 species, give live birth, we are also hairy and we lactate. We make milk to feed our young. But we are mammals, and as mammals, when we are making more, we carry that potential, that new life, we carry it inside our bodies. And it is, rather than laying an egg that can be fertilized externally, or laying an egg that was fertilized internally, that would then be able to be incubated and cared for either on its own or by another animal, we carry that inside of our bodies, and it is inseparable from our own lives for 7 to 10 months. And that life is not capable of living without us. And so there isn't really any way to separate the interests of the new life from the interests of the existing life in the mother. But when there are difficulties, when in nature there are inadequate resources for both the mother and the baby to survive, nature, God if you want to say it, nature chooses the mother, always. That is why our newborn mortality rates, despite everything we do, are much higher than our maternal mortality rates. Mothers tend to survive. And that's why miscarriage happens, is that in case the baby can't survive, the body is amazingly created or evolved, however you want to see it, to release that life and save the life of the mother. So not the mother's reproductive potential, her life is preserved. Because in another season, she will bring forth new life. And if you're a mouse, that might be 3 to 4 weeks later, and a human, it's usually a year or 2 later, there's another life. That is about reproductive capacity, because reproduction is so intrinsic to the reality of life. So if we value life, if we value being humans, if we value our culture and society, then we just have to value. I happen to be an older woman, so I also value older women. I think we add a lot to the wisdom of our community, but we cannot continue if we do not value, honor, support, nourish the lives of mothers and girls. Because mothers bring about the next generation, and girls are going to bring about the generation after that. They are our most important, most valuable biologic reserve. And again, I absolutely value the existence of women on the planet who do not choose to reproduce or for some reason don't. their ideas, values, dreams, goals, and their work in the world is very important. But as a biologist and as a physician, I also value the biologic capability of mothers and girls. And we don't seem to have our laws or our practices in alignment with that. That actually the only people in this, let's see, I'm going to back up and say that the ethics of medicine require that do anything to anyone, give them a drug, give them recommendations, touch them in any way, much less do surgery or any procedure, I have to inform them of why that would be a good idea, about what their other options are, and what the risks and benefits of all of those options are. And then I have to ask them whether they think that's a good idea and await consent. We've been talking a lot about consent around sexuality these days, and I think that's a great thing. But I think we sometimes leave out the idea that there's the same need for consent with all medical care. And in law, it's my understanding, I'm not an attorney, but I do try very hard to practice my medical practice within law and ethics. Only adult men have the full capacity to consent to medical care and to say no thank you. Because if you can't say no, then your yes doesn't mean anything. Adult women who are not pregnant also have the unlimited capacity to consent and decline. But once a woman becomes pregnant, then her ability to consent or decline is limited. And it is limited in this way. The courts can order medical care. Almost never do they order medical care for adult men, but almost always if a physician or a hospital seeks the court's assistance in forcing care upon a pregnant woman, almost universally that permission is granted. And women around the country and around the world are subjected to forced medical care, often a cesarean section that they have chosen not to after having received all of the information about why it would be a good idea and why it would be a bad idea, and considering it within themselves. It is true that women around the country receive forced cesarean sections even when they did not want to have that thing. So while also women are not given full access to a full range of contraception, we haven't even funded contraception research so that there are safer and more effective methods of contraception available to women. We also do not provide full and a full spectrum of access to options for care during pregnancy, for care during labor and birth, for care during the postpartum period in the months and weeks after a baby is born, and we do not recognize fully mothers' rights to make decisions for their own children. And as a physician who cares for women along this entire full spectrum, from birth until death, which includes their times of reproduction, it's really obvious to me that those things are just not separated, that it's just not possible to create a consciousness or a system where women have access to part of that care and not the rest of it. It's really indivisible in our view of women to know that a woman is fully capable and has the full rights that are hers intrinsically by being a person on the earth to say yes or no to sex, to say yes or no to contraception, to say yes or no to abortion, to say yes or no to prenatal vitamins, to prenatal testing, to episiotomy, to cesarean section, to touch by a person in a team, to care in a hospital or at home, to access to midwives, to care at home just within her family, and to be able to say yes or no, I want this to happen to my baby or I don't. And these are things that are indivisible and intrinsic in the rights of women. And what we know is that when women aren't given that, is that women are often traumatized in their health care, which leads to avoiding post-traumatic stress disorder after birth is a real and increasing illness that we are finally beginning to give name to and to speak to. And it's an absolute shame and is totally the responsibility of my profession. And we have to change the way we provide health care to women. today, one of the things that we're focusing on is the fact that the Missouri legislature seems poised to continue its assault on the rights of women, to make their own choices about how, if they want to have children, and if so, how many, and if they want to have more children, when. Honest access to contraception is an essential part of health care for women. This is not something that's optional or extra or a fluff or something that we can all do without and is somehow less important than care for diabetes or heart disease. These are actually intrinsic to the care of heart disease and diabetes. If a woman has diabetes and is trying to get healthier, she needs to have access to contraception of all kinds so that she can choose the kind that will be the most compatible with her values and with her own health situation. And how can she be healthy in a pregnancy if she's not healthy before a pregnancy? Healthy and unhealthy, women who are facing challenges or not, of whatever age, need to have access to contraception, and need to have access means that it's available to her, that she doesn't have to wait for it, that it is not unnecessarily expensive to her, either in compromising her values, in costing her money, costing her time, requiring procedures that are unpalatable to her, or creating difficulties within her relationship. So her access to all of these methods of contraception are an intrinsic part of healthcare, and pretending that it's not is a sham and dishonest, and does not recognize the truth of what it's like to be a woman and to try to be healthy as a woman. In no way would I ever want a woman to feel pressured or cajoled to use contraception if she didn't want to, and in the same way she should not be pressured or controlled to forego it if she wants to use it. Because undermining that decision is to undermine her dignity and value as a human being. So if we really valued women and knew that women were our only method to have a future, the only way that there will be more of us is for women to continue to be robust and vibrant and healthy, we would recognize that women should, if anything, have more rights and more capability to make choices and more access to resources than men. I'm all for making it equal, but boy, we've got a long way to go just to make it equal. And if anything, if we were wise, it would be way in favor of women having more access to choices and power and say and reproduction choices. I am the mother of a teenager, and he's a girl, and it has been my hour-to-hour, day-to-day, breath-to-breath job for 15 years almost to counter the lessons of the culture that she might consider herself to be less than, less valuable than, less strong than, less capable, less worthy of attention or resource use than she would be were she a boy. It makes me angry. It fuels my outrage. It makes me drive here and speak to say that girls are an incredible resource. Boys are an incredible resource too, but I think we all know that, and we all treat them like they are. But I resent the language that we use to refer to anything as girly, and that doesn't mean the most awesome, most powerful, strongest thing, is an outrage and should be called out as sexist every time it appears. And I do. Because I have had the honor, the absolute honor, to sit bedside hour after hour, day after day, with women who are giving birth. And if you want to know what strength looks like, be with a woman when she's giving birth. She thinks she can't do it. And just when she says, I can't do it, we all know that the hour is coming. She's about to. We should get ready. It's time to have that last sip of coffee, empty your own bladder, get the instruments ready, because the baby is coming. When a woman digs deep inside herself and says, this is bigger than I am. I can't do this. And then she does. And she is forever changed because she has dug deep within herself and she has found the strength that she didn't believe she had. And what we know is that every woman on the earth who has a small one beside her, it's very likely has walked that journey. And this is one of the reasons why I am so disheartened and outraged to see the cesarean section rate in our country increase. So 30% of women are robbed of that. 30% of women in the United States. What, do we think that 1 out of 3 women in the United States is incapable of birth? Apparently we do. And we have been raising our girls to believe that that is true of them. And we've been raising our girls to believe it's also true of their friends and their neighbors and their sisters and their cousins, and they're telling each other. And we are risking their lives. Women who have a cesarean section are 4 to 5 times more likely to die during childbirth. Now they're most likely to survive because, again, nature preserves the mother. But that's no excuse for putting their lives at risk unnecessarily. And why do we do that? Because it's more money and more convenience for the system. And I don't want to blame anybody for the system, but I'm going to say that we have every one of us, tolerated a system in our country which tells women that they are incapable of the thing that is the most intrinsic and natural thing for a woman to do, and that is to bring forth more. We wouldn't even be alive if we weren't capable of reproduction. There are 7 billion of us on the planet. That means that human reproduction works just fine. We do not need drugs and surgery. We do not need artificial outside experts to make that happen. We know that it works really well if we would just look at the data and listen to the people who've done it. So I am here to say that the legislature needs to just take a couple of steps back, listen carefully to all of the women in the state, and not make any rules that affect women without the absolute consultation and leadership of women. And these group of women are here to say, no thank you. We do not need your help to make decisions for our own lives. We do not need to wait longer to know that we've made the right decision. We have come to medical care when we were ready. Usually people have waited longer than they had intended to when they come to get medical care. We don't need to wait longer. We do not need more tests. We do not need you to tell us what can happen to our bodies. We do not need things put into our bodies that we didn't ask for. We're saying, no, thank you. So we do not need your help telling us where we can breastfeed our babies. We do not need your help telling us when we will have babies, whether we will have sex, whether we are going to get pregnant, whether we're going to use a method of contraception. We can make our own decisions. We don't need you to tell us whether our children need certain medications or not. We do not need you to tell us how we should educate our children. We are doing that just fine, thank you very much. And there are many issues that the legislature should be interested in. I, for one, suggest that you license midwives and remove the silly dance that you keep playing about midwives. I suggest that you make it very clear that people who harass breastfeeding mothers should pay a fine. But other than that, you could just leave us alone. We can handle it. We really can make great decisions. And if anybody is concerned about how many abortions happen, then let's all work together for this. Let's end domestic violence. Let's end forced conception. Let's end rape. Let's end marital rape. Let's end the fact that in Missouri you cannot get a divorce if you're pregnant. Let us move to a place where no one would lose their job or lose their ability to continue their education because of pregnancy or childbirth. How about let's start with that, knowing that we will not be able to end cancer in pregnant women, we will not be able to end life-threatening thyroid disorders or other life-threatening diseases in pregnant women that might force them to need to choose between their baby and their own lives. And they, if they are wise, will choose along with Mother Nature and whatever God created this world and choose their own life and their own reproductive capability over the life of a baby. Not that that should be forced, not that I would ever make that decision for them, but if they make that decision, we should embrace them as being wise, capable women rather than implying any sort of shame or dishonor among them. They are wise and capable women, and they are bringing us our future. So, and I think I have a few. Am I yielding to you? Absolutely. Thank you very much.
My name is Ember Urback. I'm a social worker in Kansas City, and I'm here to continue reading about motherhood and bondage. These are stories that help influence Planned Parenthood and the mission that they have today to help increase maternal health, safety, and choices for women. I'm going to continue reading stories about women, poverty, and need options and need help. This is story number 18. I am almost at my wit's end now. I married when 19 years of age, and after 14 months, my first baby was born. We sure were proud too, but since then we've had 5 more little ones, each coming 21 months after the other. And we have been married a little over 11 years with 6 children. I am almost frantic with the cares and worries. My husband is an honest and steady worker and is doing his utmost to keep the family and the things we need the most, but no one knows how hard it is. Both he and I have to do with almost nothing to keep the children clothed. My husband's wages average between $125 and $135 a month, and it keeps us going to keep going because we can't afford to large families and we cannot provide for them. My baby is a year old, and if no more babies come, I could go out to work and help my husband. But as it's impossible, and I beg you, Miss Sarah, if you could please help me find a way to get pregnancy. I have appealed to our family physician, and he knows the conditions of our family. But when I beg him to tell me what to do, he would say to abstain. I love my husband, and I certainly would not refuse him what rightfully belongs to him. Can you blame me? Were my husband of a disagreeable disposition, I would have turned coward and ended it all. But as he does his best for both of us and his children and me, and we certainly love our family. If no more babies come and time goes on, there's a bright future in store for us. 19. I was married in May 1917, and I was not very strong with my first child, a girl. She was born at 8 months. In 7 months, I lost 7 months' pair of twin boys. In 16 months more, another little girl came to us, and 6 months ago, a boy. I am very sickly and suffer terribly during the entire time I carry my children. Sometimes we have no help at all during my confinement, and my husband caring for me and the baby and doing the housework until I am up. Then afterwards I am so weak I am unable to care for the children as they should be. My husband helps me when he can, but he is not strong either and can hardly make a living for us. He is bothered with rheumatism. 3 years ago, I thought I would lose him, and he's been unable to work at all most of the time. We are very poor, and were it not for the kindness of relatives in helping us, I don't know how we would get along. I would like your advice as to how to keep from becoming a mother, as we do not see how we can care for any more. 20. I am a striking miner's wife. We have been out on a full strike here for 3 years and live in tents, and we do fit in the clothing that often our union. What few things we get, other people give them to us. During my 3 years in tents, I've lost 2 children and have kept 2 left. One is 2 years old, a little boy, and the other one is 2 months old. It's a girl. Sometimes friends send us shoes and clothes. I'm only 21 years old. I cannot take any more of this, and I am waiting patiently for a reply. 21. I am 22 and a mother of 4 children, 1 dead and 3 living. I often cry to see that I am in that miserable way. That's why I come to you for advice. I had my last baby 3 months ago and it died. My husband is in bad health. He hasn't been able to work for 5 months. We were forced to move in with his mother and father for the high rents that we had to pay. Sometimes my babies. How I cry to see my babies in this way. I don't know what I'd do if I had another baby, and I know I can't take care of anymore. Chapter 3, The Trap of Maternity. Story 1. I am 35. In 17 years of married life, I have brought 8 children into the world and went down the grave after 3 I failed to get. We bought us a little home to start with, and oh, the struggle. We have worked like slaves. I, with my own efforts, have kept the family in what we had to buy. I've sold $300 worth of butter, eggs, and chickens. He raised what he can for us to eat and saves a little, and in his way we have managed to pay for our little home, but have no conveniences whatever. Sometimes I've only had my husband to wait on me when the children came, and in every instance I've been on the job, slinging pots and pans when my baby was 2 weeks old, and I am strange to say I am loved. I have 6 children in school and 2 under my feet, and milking 5 cows, sell from 75 to 100 pounds of butter a month, fit a package from parcel post every day. I have milked 6 cows at 6 o'clock and brought a baby into the world at 9. My baby is 9 months old, and the thought of another almost kills me. Tell me how to keep from having another. Don't open the door of heaven to tell me and then shut it in my face. Oh, please tell me. I feel like it's more important to raise what I have than to bring in more. 2. I was married when 17 and am now 32, and I have 8 boys and will be confined again in 2 months. I have tried everything everyone told me. That was no injury to my health, but just the same, I am pregnant anyway. I am not able, as I used to be, to work for my husband, for my family, but work all the time. My husband's father is with us. He is about as helpless as a child with the shaking palsy. He's been that way for 12 years, and every year is getting worse. My children are all living but one. He died when 14 months old. They are all healthy and bright, and all have their features all right. But it's about all enough to work and make a living, for we live on my husband's father's farm. My husband works far away whenever he can get work, for there is not enough money on the farm to keep the children. My oldest boy, 15, is still at school. 3. I am a young woman in years, but an old woman in feelings. I have 10 children, and 2 doctors told me with the last one, now 5 months old, that I was good for 5 or 6 more babies if I could live through it. And besides the babies, I've had pneumonia 5 times and gallstones real bad. I have 6 sisters in the same condition, and birth control would be such a blessing to them. My husband always told me it was a sin to do anything to keep from having children, but I know better. My little baby has been sick all its life, and I'm so tied down I can't do anything, and my husband is not strong. We are poor people. You know that by the size of my family that we do not have what we need, just what we can get. I get desperate sometimes and feel like killing myself to get out of the troubles, and then I am ashamed of my weakness and determined to stay and care for the little helpless things I've brought into the world. But many times I get desperate and almost crazy. I never see a well day or a restful hour. I don't want my husband to know I use birth control. The reason I am pregnant now is I just refuse to be, but it makes my husband very mad at me. All my friends, or nearly all, have 8 or 10 children. My children are all close together, some of them 13 months between them. I am always sick and tied down. I have 3 babies on hand to attend to at all times, and fast as one can begin to get down and out of my arms, another little one comes. One of my sisters, 40 years old, has had 12 and is still having babies. Another mother had 15, grandmother 15, and I've tried remedies, but they are no good. 4. I am one of the many who bear children too often. I love them dearly, but I am only 28 years of age and had to give birth to my 9th child in about only 3 weeks. I have 4 living children, but they are winners. I was married in December 1912 to one of the best men. He is a model husband and very good to me, and not in a bad habit. I gave birth to my first baby February 1914. It was a 7-month baby and only weighed 3.5 pounds, with most of clothes on. He's now a big boy and as perfect as one can wish. In July 1915, I gave birth to an 8-month baby girl, 5.5 pounds. She was taken from us in January 1916 after only 5 hours illness. In July 1916, I had another 6.25 pound baby girl. She was a beautiful child, very fat and strong, but died of pneumonia on May 1917. December 1917, my 3rd girl was born. She weighed 8 pounds. She is now bright and very well. I do not sleep over 2 or 3 hours any night, and as soon as I lie down, I am short of breath. I am not usually sick for very long, but I have chills for quite a time after. I dread this birth worse than any yet. My husband feels awfully bad about it, although he loves his family. We were so careful before the last 2 or 3 came, but I get pregnant so very easily. He says this must be our last, and I pray that it may be, for I'm sure I cannot stand it. He is very good to me and feels so bad for me and helps me in every way he can, but I also have many labor-saving helps in the house. I appeal to you to tell me how I can prevent having any more children. I am not of the money class, but have a comfortable home. I do not wish my baby to die, but want a nice baby as long as I may go through it. But we pray to God not to send any more. I do not think it cruel to prevent it, but it is cruel to cause abortion, for if there isn't life, then there would be in time. Yes.
My name is Rabbi Susan Talvey. I am a rabbi in St. Louis, Missouri, and I represent
the faith community. And I know that the faith community is standing with me today during this women's filibuster that is trying to encourage the Missouri legislature not to play politics with women's lives. We know that the more legislation is passed, the more women will lose their lives. More legislation that restricts a woman's right to choose. We know that the best way to save lives is to put this back into the hands of women, let women decide their own reproductive freedom rights. And so there are many, many religious leaders who are here, who are gathering together to tell our Missouri legislature that we don't want to see any restrictive legislation that will compromise women's lives, because the more restrictive it is, the more women are going to die. And if they make it as hard as they're trying to make it, it's not going to end abortion. It's only going to punish poor women. It's only going to push poor women back into backstreet alleys. It's only going to make a black market for abortion again, where butchers out there are going to make women sick. And so more and more poor women are going to die. You're going to punish the poor women with this kind of short-sighted, small-minded thinking. And so we hope that you'll listen to the religious voice of the faith community and rethink your playing politics with women's lives, and end these restrictive bills, and support the law of the land, because the law of the land is to allow women to have access to safe, affordable abortion for whatever reason we believe is necessary for us. And so there are histories that show that this is what we need for ourselves, for our sisters, and for families across America.
My name is Amber Urbach. I'm a social worker from Kansas City, and I'm here reading stories from women that were written before services from Planned Parenthood and other organizations prioritize women's safety, women's health, and women's choice. And so I like to lead through the more passages. This is story number 5. I am the mother of 19 children, the baby only 20 months old. I am 43 years old, and I had rather die than give birth to another child. The doctor does not give me any information at all, only to be careful. This letter may sound unreasonable, but the record will show it is true. I have 5 boys and 7 girls living, 2 daughters married. One has 4 children, and the other one has 5 daughters. I have bad health. I need the information for them as well as myself. So for my sake and the sake of humanity, please give me the proper information. 6. I'm writing to see if you can help me. I was married when I was 14 years old, and now I am a mother of 16 children, 14 living and 2 dead, and I am on my way for another child, 3 months, and will stick with this one 2 months in bed, and I am not able to stand on my feet yet. The doctor said if I ever have another child, I should die, but I am on my way to the 17th. 1 child is married, and I have 13 to take care of, and I am not able to do anything. I am only 39 years old. 7. Please help me how to avoid having children and what is the safest thing to do, as I think the sun will never shine for me. I'm married 17 years and have 9 children and 5 miscarriages. I had 2 twins, they died. They are 7 months babies, and 1 girl dead, 4 years old. My baby is 18 months old, and I have girls 4 years old, 10 years, and 15 years, and a boy 13 years and a boy 17 years. All go to school too. My 7 months baby died, and I was in that way 10 months ahead. In 16 months, I had 3 babies. I suffered untold agony and had fainting spells. My husband is out of work 7 months, and there are agents to keep up with. The mine is shut down. We were in poor circumstances. I am the mother of 10 living children and had 3 miscarriages in 2 years. I'm going to be 39 years old in December. Some say I have more than my share of children, but with them comes no end of work. My husband goes away from home to work, as it keeps him hustling, and yet we have nothing. And I do sewing and washing for others to help get along. It sure is a task to bring up a large family, as you ain't able to send them to school or learn a trade, which costs something. They have to start life by working when they are 12 years old to help buy their clothes. But what is a poor woman to do? We ain't living, just merely existing, that's all. I started out of this world to work at 11 years of age and married at 15 and have worked hard ever since, not seeing any good times instead. I have tried so hard not to become pregnant, but now I am pregnant again after having given birth to 14 children. It seems to me it was one woman should be asked to do. It sure makes my heart and hands full. My husband has cancer of the stomach, and I have wanted to be all the comfort to him possible, but now my heart is broken and makes me feel like giving up. The oldest child is 24, and my last baby was 3, and now I am along for a month again. What should a woman do? It sure seems like a woman should have a limited number of children. I love babies now, but how can I ever do justice to a little bunch like this? I sometimes do not see how I ever have stood at all. I don't understand why the law should not be in favor of contraceptives, unless that is in the man's hands and he does not have to suffer the consequences. I am 34 years old and the mother of 12 children. In 2 months, expecting another baby. Is there anything I can do if I live through this sickness? One of my babies is just learning to walk. The other, a dear little boy at 15 months, is helpless. He's going to be a cripple. We love our children, but my husband can't earn enough to keep them as we would like to. 11. I am certainly interested in birth control if there is such a thing. I've been married 13 years and have seen myself pregnant every summer but one. I have 4 living children and expect to be sick again within the next 2 weeks. I'm getting so run down physically and mentally that I'm at the point where something must be done. I have tried so many remedies and used double preventative when others have only used one and were okay. One thing I wish to mention is that I do not nurse my babies. I am wandering the world for a preventive without an operation and wondering if there was anything you could do for me. 12. I am 40 years old, had 11 children. The oldest, 23, is feeble-minded. 7 died when small, but the oldest takes more care than the other 3 others together. 2 years ago, I had dropsy when my last baby was born, and the doctor told me I had to look out so I would not have any more as it would kill me. But the doctor was not allowed to tell me how to keep out of it. So you see, I live in constant fear. Please take pity on me and tell me what to do, as I have to live for the children's sake. 13. I am nearly 40 years old and the mother of 11 children, besides 4 miscarriages. My oldest one is 16 and 1/2 years, and the youngest is just 4 months old. I have 8 living, all boys but 1. She is 8 years old, and there are 5 younger than her. She weighed 12 pounds at birth, as did 3 of those younger ones. The other 2 were twins and weighed 9.5 pounds. The other weighed 10 and 1/2 pounds, and 11 pounds. Now I feel as though I've done my share of baby raising. This baby is very restless at night, and I lose many hours of sleep. I could not nurse my last 6 children, or rather 5, for my next to last one the doctors let die at birth, its head being born a full hour before its body. My milk is so poor in quality that they lose weight on it, but I guess it's nothing to be wondered about when you think of 6 children and 3 miscarriages in 8 years. Do you think so? Now can you tell me how to avoid having any more? I'm in constant fear of getting that way, yet I won't give my husband any excuse to go elsewhere. 14. I have given birth to 12 children and had terrible confinement. 1 child was born dead, caused from being born double, which almost caused my death. I just raised 6, the others dying in infancy. Married at 14, a widow at 38. If I had had the right kind of knowledge, I might have married again, but I was afraid of having more children. My daughter is tubercular and has had 9 children, 5 living. My son has been married 8 years and has 5 children, whose oldest is 7 and 6. We pick cotton as we live in the cotton belt. I would have given worlds if they had been mine to give, some way to govern the size of the family when I was young and could have made something of myself besides a childbearing machine and a drudge. My husband said it was cheaper to raise children than to go into society. It might have been cheaper in dollars, but not in suffering and anguish. 15. At the time I purchased your book, I was the mother of 11 children, and I thought then that would be the end of my childbearing life. But since then, another child has been born, and another is on his way, so now I must turn to you for advice. I will appreciate any information you may give me. I think that it is also my duty to give my daughters any advice I may receive from you. I work in downtown office during the afternoon of each day that I am able to in order to earn enough to keep the little tots fed and clothed. I have been unable to convince my husband the utmost necessity for us to stop our reproductive rates. 16. A mother of today is truly in need of a friend like you, especially women like me that have slaved, continually from morning to night, having hardly any pleasure at all. While in my younger years, my parents died, leaving my brother and I alone in the wide world, with poverty right in our midst, working hard daily. When I became 18 years of age, I married and found happiness. About a year afterwards, I gave birth to my first child, a difference of 2 years from my second child, and we were so happy until finally I became discouraged that I wanted to die. I'm now 38 years, 10 months, and the mother of 10 living children, two of my children dying in infancy. I am very nervous at times, and to think that all of my children were born into poverty and sorely neglected, for I was unable to give them proper care. My husband is good to me, but it's been very hard to make a decent living, but oh, the struggles are almost unendurable under the present conditions we are living. Ignorance on this important subject has put me where I am. None of my friends ever told me anything, and I'm sure they knew, for they married as long as I am and only have 1 or 2 children, and seem so happy, have ideal homes, and everything to their heart's content. 17. I have given birth to 10 living children. All had 3 miscarriages, and am now pregnant 4 months. I do all my own work, so we will save that much more and try to educate these children as best we can, so they may be independent and make good livings for themselves. My strength is giving out, and if I could stop having children after this one comes, I think we could manage nicely, as I feel I have one of God's best men. He does not drink, smoke, nor chew, and spends all his time with me and children when not at work. It helps me in every way he can, but that is not too much for both of us. My oldest son is 15 years and my baby 10 months. If you can teach me how to prevent any more children, I will become ever more indebted to you.
We aren't the future, we're the present. I once made the mistake of calling young people the future of the family planning movement. The teens in the audience answered in no terms. We aren't the future, we're the present. But what does the present mean to them? What meaning will they give to reproductive rights? From generation to generation, one thing we know, sex isn't a disease that gets cured once and for all. Each new generation has its own timetable for maturity and its own definition of relationships. Each generation defines a family planning and reproductive self-determination in its own ways and asks different things of its movements. This is how meaning has evolved over the last 3 generations. A couple of years ago, I visited Lincoln, Nebraska to speak at an event. I met a 95-year-old woman who came because she wanted to tell me personally that she got a diaphragm from Margaret Sanger's clinic. It was during the Depression, and she simply couldn't afford more children. For her, reproductive rights meant the relief of knowing that she would be able to take care of the children she already had, and she could stop having further pregnancies. She was brought to the lunch by her 60-ish daughter and son-in-law. They told me that family planning had allowed them to finish graduate school and enabled them to delay having children, and it meant the freedom to enjoy their sexual love without pregnancy. They had to go to a neighboring state to get birth control because it was still illegal where they went to college. They knew about it, and they were determined to have this measure of control over their lives. This couple brought them with their son and daughter-in-law, 30-somethings, who had recently adopted a baby. The young couple wanted to talk to me about how family planning, to them, means assuring the full range of options and an opportunity to nurture a child. The underlying values remain the same, the freedom to plan a family, but everything else changes over time. As the story of 3 generations richly illustrates, the women are of those who from Margaret Sanger to quit having children, now visit family planning clinics before they have very first pregnancy and can plan thoughtfully and joyously for that day. What does the next generation ask from your family planning providers and reproductive rights movement? The young women and men just now thinking about forming their families? And what can the rest of us learn from them? When the global youth-quake generation leaves the planet, what will everyone's quality of life be? And what is the Britney Spears' idealization of virginity while writhing with sexual invitation. Hands-on concrete grassroots. Today's young people are active and involved, but in different ways than their elders. They don't want to pay membership fees and sit on boards. They want to educate themselves about the issues and join the grassroots networks. They don't want to come to meetings and manage volunteers. They want to help in concrete, personal, hands-on ways. I was especially taken by the compassionate words of this budding physician. After several years of counseling patients who were considering having an abortion, I learned that there truly is a story behind every voice. Whether it's the woman's first pregnancy or fifth abortion, whether she's 14 or 42, whether the contraception is a result of rape or marital bliss, if she doesn't want to have this particular baby right now, how could I want her to? How could that be what's best for her health or what's right for the potential child inside of her? A pregnancy can be the most exciting thing a woman ever experiences or the most terrifying, and each case is unique, medically and emotionally. I hope to become an obstetrician and to have the privilege of offering women my support and assistance, whatever their choice regarding pregnancy. Avoiding it, achieving it, nurturing it, or discontinuing it. I feel extremely grateful to live in a time when that vision that every child be a wanted child is practically possible. What the next generation needs are healthcare providers who are able and willing to provide abortions as part of a full range of women's healthcare services, rather than relegating that work to a few isolated abortionists. We need providers who can say to their parents, "I will help you, whatever your choice is." Elizabeth, age 25. I share their enthusiasm for the grassroots approach to political action. I first experienced power as a teenager, thanks to a boy named Ralph. I often tell young people this story to illustrate the power they have in their hands. In my teenage years in Stanford, Texas, we all hung out at Sun City Pig. We went through phases, as teenagers do, of eating strange things like mustard with french fries. The crotchety man who owned the place was named Sun, and we called him Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun was annoyed with us for asking for mustard, and probably he was annoyed with us in general for being rambunctious teenagers. He started charging us 2 cents for mustard. This, we thought, was a moral outrage. Ralph gathered a dozen or so of us together out in the parking lot and suggested that we go then and there to talk with Mr. Jackson on a drive-in across town called the Superdog. We all piled into 2 cars and drove to the Superdog. Ralph went in and asked Mr. Jackson to come out to the parking lot and talk with us because there was no place to sit down inside. We proceeded to tell Mr. Jackson that if he would build a room where we would sit down, install a jukebox, and give us free mustard, we and all our friends would bring our business to him. Smart man, he quickly agreed. The Superdog became our hangout. We were happy, and Mr. Jackson prospered. Sun City Pig went out of business a couple of years later. The world has changed a lot since Ralph and Mr. Sun implemented their very different plans. Today, young people do their grassroots organizing over the internet, a powerful tool that gives them an enormous opportunity and responsibility. They can do much more than achieve a place to dance and get free mustard. They truly have the ability to change the world. It will take that kind of determination that Jenny describes in her story. At 14, a girl has no idea what to do or where to turn if she gets pregnant. I was this 14-year-old girl who ended up pregnant and found I was completely unknowing of what to do and where to go for help. But I have an amazing family who helped me through the entire situation, and even the years after it went, I dealt with the issue of abortion on an intensely emotional and personal level. So, as the years passed and I grew up, I gained my own views and developed my own opinions of abortion and a woman's right to her reproductive freedom. I can't help but think, and even shudder at the thought, that at one time in history, there were other 14-year-old girls who got pregnant and weren't so lucky as I. All these girls had available to them were the back alley abortions. Some lived through it, others died. Just think, without continued action to keep a woman's right to choose alive, we may find that someday, in the not-so-distant future, it just may be one of our 14-year-old daughters who has no reproductive rights and has to go into the back alley. Funny, but I thought times were supposed to move ahead for the better. I, as a woman who is blessed to have freedom of choice, intend to continue doing all I can to keep all women safe and their daughters and their granddaughters too. We have perhaps taken for granted that young people who have the most at stake would automatically gravitate to this movement. But there is so much more we must do to fuel their passion for the reproductive rights and health agenda. The generation born after Roe does not know about coat hangers as an instrument for self-induced abortion, nor do we want them to. But they are asking to hear the story from us, and they must find themselves in this story. Amanika Kumar, who became a pro-choice volunteer while still a teenager and is now a college student, says this. All young adults look for this kind of guidance from their elders to teach them how to go where they want to go. And if they do not find it, they will take the easier path of ignorance and apathy. Whether it is by talking to adults or following their example, young adults long for and seek the mentorship of those adults who they trust and admire. Mentorship is an integral part of creating our future. As we all know, the time has come to start thinking of the future of reproductive rights and pass the torch to the next generation of activists. But before we can do that, we must cultivate the support of my generation. Billa Avery, founder of the National Black Women's Health Project and a longtime women's rights activist, suggests that women who bleed should take up this movement. It makes sense all women will bleed, as will the increasing number of men who care about women's reproductive rights, until together we have infused our culture with the policies and services that guarantee reproductive rights once and for all. As Beth, who was 18 in 1969, when she became pregnant unintentionally and still remembers how frightened she was when she bled profusely after an illegal abortion, put it, "It's a profound thing. You have the power to give life and the power to take it away. And you can't pretend that you don't. I've always said that until sexism is gone, you can't deny women the right to have an abortion. If there hadn't been sexism, I would have been able to get good information. Birth control would have been accessible, and I would have felt coerced. Wouldn't have felt coerced. I don't mean that the guy I was with coerced me, but the culture coerced me. I would never have felt like it was all up to me and that I alone was responsible to do something. I could have said that I didn't want to get pregnant, so we are going to do this to make sure that I don't become pregnant. I'm an optimist, so I think someday sexism will be gone, but I don't think it's anything soon." I know what Bilal means, though, and she's right, that it is the time for younger women and men to take up their cause for their own sakes. There will always be a new generation coming on that needs the information, the sexuality education, the medical services, the birth control methods, the help and support to make those important life decisions. I guess it's human nature to think you are indispensable, to try to continue to own something to which you devoted so much of yourself. But movements only live if they continue to move, and the greatest honor bestowed upon me recently has been having two extraordinary, bright and committed young women, one 17 and one in her early 20s, each declare publicly that she wants my job. Things won't stay the same, not by a long shot, nor should they. How annoyed I was when I heard the young feminist writer Jennifer Baumgartner, co-author of Manifesto, claim that the problem with pro-choice women my age is that we fight only the defensive battles when we should be advancing legislation like contraceptive coverage. After all, I've personally spent years pushing that rock of proactivism up the hill of complacency and have made contraceptive coverage practically my signature initiative. Then I remembered, each generation has to say things themselves in their own way, and each generation has to push against the last. It is actually a compliment that Jennifer uses that example, and I am happy as a clown that she feels she owns it. That ownership guarantees the movement will grow and continue to thrive. One thing seems clear and gives me great optimism. They more than my generation, or the one after me, or the one before me, really get it. These young people who are getting involved with this movement understand the full implications of fertility control. The implications for men as well as women, for the earth that we share, for self-esteem, for life skills, for the definition of family, for the ability of women and all people to be all that they can possibly be. Today, at age 30 and still childless by choice, I look back on that 23-year-old woman when she became pregnant unintentionally and had an abortion. Today, I do not take the right to choose for granted. Today, I respect myself, and I would not dream of taking part in a relationship that does not include mutual respect. Today, I know my reproductive rights are not something to play around with, because the rights to procreate or not procreate is not a game. The next generation needs to know that people have marched in the streets and passed laws to secure the reproductive freedoms of all women, just so that many of us can throw caution to the wind where our bodies and our liberties are concerned. This goes out to all guys too, particularly those who complain about using condoms. You guys have a choice to make as well. You can do the smart thing or deal with much more difficult choices later. The next generation needs a stronger sense of inner value instilled, the value of their bodies and minds and of the future generations they bring into this world. Abortion is a reproductive choice, and it always should be, but it is nothing to be taken lightly, and more than the decision to have a child. Erin, age 13. Those of us who fought and still fight to banish forever the specter of back alley abortions from our land can be proud. We have freed today's young people to see the big picture, to view reproductive health care holistically, to be concerned about women and families all over the world. They understand that the youth-quake generation, coming of age in developing countries, not only faces an uncertain future due to lack of family planning, but also a fragile planet. They express concerns not just for women's rights, but for the fulfillment of the physical and emotional needs of men and women, children and elders, people of all sexual orientations. We need to start looking at this issue as one that involves the self-worth of everyone, from girls to women, boys and men. When one speaks of reproductive rights in the future, it will mean that our political systems and communities must support every program and effort to help all persons make informed choices about their lives. These choices start when children are young. The choices range from being able to get a good education, adequate nutrition, affordable housing, access to a wide range of health care, job training, choosing a career path, and being able to amass financial security. It means supporting effective after-school programs, libraries, arts, and helping everyone to develop their spiritual self. It will be necessary to support measures that make contraception available to every person having sex. Most importantly, we must support parents to speak openly with their children about sex in a caring and understanding way. Abortion must be seen as a safe procedure that should stay legal. Reproductive rights is a holistic issue, much more than being either pro-choice or anti-abortion. If we do that, then we are missing the other 9/10 of the struggle, which is to create individuals with self-worth and dignity. Without those two things, the cycle of unplanned pregnancy will forever mar the futures of countless girls, women, boys, and men. Vanessa, age 22. In the voices of these young people, I hear hope for the future. Limitations can no longer be permitted. If a young woman wishes to purchase birth control, we have to make it available for her to purchase, obtained with little or no hassle. If a young lesbian woman wants to get a pap smear and feels unable to do so because of the fear of being outed, there is obviously a problem. Education is ultimately the key component. Without educating young women and men about their options, choices available to them, and services they can obtain, we really are not making progress. Through education, we can give the future generation the tools to make decisions that are right for them. One of the worst crimes that we can commit against the future of reproductive choice is to throw our arms up and proclaim, you know, it just doesn't have anything to do with me. Generate your own light to make up for the blown fuses or those who don't understand that a choice is a basic human need. You've got your whole life ahead of you, but remember, that's not a very long time in the scale of things. It's up to everyone that comes after us to keep it all going. Holly, age 27. As the younger sisters and brothers, too, take up the mantle, we must ensure they understand that the struggle to secure the rights that so many take for granted was fueled by the blood of women who, in quiet acts of individual courage, risked their lives and health for their families and their futures.
And fellow Missourians, I'd like to make an inquiry. Will you vote?
Absolutely.
Hello, my name is Erin, and I'm from Kansas City, and I'm here participating in the Women's Filibuster today because I believe that personal medical decisions should be left up to a woman with the counsel of her faith leaders, her doctor, and her family, and not in the hands of politicians. I'm going to be reading an excerpt from a book called Back Rooms, an Oral History of the Illegal Abortion Area. Most of the readers of this book will be entering a world as strange and barbaric to them as historical novels in which an apprentice is hung by the neck until dead for stealing a loaf of bread. Although the props are familiar and the voices sound contemporary, although these women hold jobs as secretaries and businesswomen, marry and divorce, attend colleges familiar to us, and travel to the same vacation spots, They live with a fear hard for us to understand. Only by comparison with the contemporary fear of AIDS can we hope to experience what the possibility of pregnancy meant to a woman when abortion was illegal. Then, too, desire or even true love might kill. You are about to hear the voices of many women and a few men who will describe to you a bizarre world. Remember that these traumatic circumstances are those in which you will soon be conducting your life if the forces of reaction who call themselves pro-life but value the lives of women not at all are victorious in their attempt to deny women the right to choose. It becomes evident to us as we read Catherine May and Ellen Messer are warm and gentle but probing interviewers who enable their subjects to speak in their own individual voices and to tell their stories with dignity and with feeling. There is an obvious quality of respect that shows both in how Messer and May approach their subjects and, more importantly, in the extent to which those interviewed felt safe in revealing some of the most painful experiences of their lives. In some cases, the woman interviewed had never told anyone exactly what had happened to her, not her husband or her lover, not her parents or her children. We owe a debt of gratitude to all the women who speak to us honestly and often through tears of their experiences of forced motherhood, of signing their babies away, or abortions carried out without anesthetics. They share with us the fear that overcame them, the fear of bringing shame to their families, of losing their jobs and of ruining their relationships, of arrest and imprisonment, of accidental sterility, of infection and pain, of death. Even after death, they knew the shame would continue. Dying of an abortion was often covered up. Such a death would be a newspaper scandal if revealed, or else would be concealed if the family were able to persuade the doctor to fudge the cause of death. We should remember, too, we are hearing only the voices of survivors. The thousands of women who bled to death or died have left us no record of their agonies. Many of the women between these covers are college educated and have some resources. And that, too, they are unusual. The choices open to several of them, as unappetizing as they were, as dangerous as they were, represented opportunities simply not open to many women whose stories are not told here. For instance, nowhere in this book will you read a story like my own. When I was 18, putting myself through college, poor and home for the summer to work a minimum wage job, I found myself pregnant. I was unable to locate a doctor or anyone willing to abort me. Determined to continue college, I did it myself, which almost cost me my life. The abortion and braided lives is as close to what I went through as I could manage to put down. I had no medical attention at any time. In the Detroit working-class neighborhood where I grew up, teenage pregnancy seems to me, in retrospect, as common as it is now. But I never knew anyone who had an abortion in a hospital, a doctor's office, or even from someone who posed as a doctor. Often nowadays, a young woman says to me that if the right to choose is repealed, her doctor will, of course, take care of her. This naive certainty comes from a lack of understanding of what legality entails. The few doctors who did abortions safely, cleanly, and on a regular basis were protected by the local police, local governments, organized crime, or some combination. Those of us who did abortion referrals and helped women get abortions in those very dangerous times remember such doctors fondly, but their very existence was due to corruption. If a respectable doctor agreed to perform an abortion, often he would not take any responsibility for consequences. If a woman hemorrhaged or became infected, running a fever, he would not respond. There is an allusion in Lydia's testimony to an often forgotten trauma at that dreary time. One I remember best in the story of a friend of mine. Married for some years, she desperately wanted a child. Finally, she succeeded in becoming pregnant. She was thin and frail, and even the early pregnancy was difficult for her, but she was delighted with her condition. Unfortunately, about halfway through her pregnancy, she began to miscarry. She was in pain and bleeding heavily. Under the law forbidding termination of pregnancy, she was guilty until proven innocent of having aborted herself. No painkillers, no assistance was given to her when she went into the hospital, but rather she was treated as a suspected criminal at a time when she was feeling close to suicidal over losing her baby. She was devastated psychologically, and that was essentially the end of her marriage. It is unfortunate that most of the activists whose voices are heard are men. They are honorable men and deserve gratitude and recognition, but I have to say, in my time of working on circumventing and then repealing abortion laws, I met only women. It was women who created the underground networks of referrals, and women who marched and shouted and fielded obscene phone calls and were bused to state capitals and to Washington to lobby and march again and again. It was women who made crude posters of other dead women and who lettered banners on streets, and who screamed themselves hoarse in the streets of cities and towns. It is important to remember, whether you approve or disapprove of abortion, that other people will live their lives as best as they can. Married women will make their decisions with regard to the needs of the children they already have, their husband's desires and character, their family's economic status, and the other burdens on their time and energy. The legality or illegality of abortion is more of a determinant whether such a woman survives her choice than whether she makes it. We certainly have an abundance of children born to single mothers now, with abortions legal and generally not prohibitively expensive, although a woman may have to travel 100 miles or more to find a hospital or clinic that is willing to perform one. Fortunately, with the decay of the shame attached to bastardy and the word itself fading from the language, except as a curse word when no more of its original content adhering to it than damned evokes theological connotations. Of course, although society may not punish illegitimacy as once it did, the economic hardship and the lack of service as a woman alone with a child experiences are trouble enough. Women alone with children lead the statistics we call the feminization of poverty. However, whether abortion is legal or illegal, large numbers of women will resort to it. Whether you are talking about women in a hunting and gathering society or women in high rises, abortion is a necessary activity for our species until and unless we can absolutely control our fertility, because we are bonded to our young for such a long time they can carry out an independent existence. When we give birth, we are committing our time and our financial resources for at least the next 18 years and perhaps longer. There are always going to be times when a woman cannot make such a commitment and times when she cannot. Sex leads to pregnancy less certainly than sugar leads to tooth decay, but we do not think of punishing teenagers for eating fast food by withholding dental work. We will not prevent women from terminating undesired pregnancies by making abortion illegal, dangerous, and not infrequently fatal. We will simply increase the amount of misery and danger in our society. Listen to these women tell you a portion of how it was for those who grew up in the nastiness of those times when abortion was a dirty and potentially lethal secret and as common as the common cold. I was talking with my niece and her friend. Both of them are professionals in their mid-20s about the changes that have occurred for women in the past 20 years. I was describing how painful it was for me when I was 19 and had to get married. They both looked at me as if I had two heads and said, "Why didn't you get an abortion?" I said, "Because it was illegal," and they both just sort of stared at me. Then they said, "Oh, yeah." It is hard to believe that it has been only 15 years since we left behind an epoch when women agonized over what to do with an unwanted pregnancy. In its 1973 Roe v. Wade decision, the Supreme Court ensured reproductive choice for women by legalizing abortion. In the short time since then, we have developed a cultural amnesia so complete that young people appear to have no real knowledge about the shame and illegality which haunted the lives of their mothers and grandmothers for more than 100 years in America. This book is an oral history of those times. The stories included here are all true. It is not a controlled sociological study. We accepted the stories as they came, helter-skelter, by word of mouth, through a network of friends and acquaintances, through posted notices and authors' queries. People heard of our project and came forward to offer their own remembrances and observations. All we asked was that they tell their own story in their own words. Initially, this was to be a collection of stories about the women whose lives were dramatically and very directly affected by the fact that abortion was a criminal act. Those who had a legal abortion and those who had to resort to a shotgun wedding, giving up a child for adoption, or raising an out-of-wedlock child. However, we were soon approached by others who broadened our thinking and our scope. Not only women responded, men also wanted to tell what it was like to be involved in an unwanted pregnancy. Medical people talked about their own moral convictions and expressed strong feelings of sympathy and outrage about the dilemma of women who needed their help so badly. Gradually, it became clear that many other voices had their place here. Doing the interviews was profoundly moving. Many people had never told their stories before. Few had never told them in such intimate detail. As they talked, an initial hesitancy came way to a flood of recollections, and then came the feelings. Voices faltered and faded, and many women wept. Isolation was the common theme. Women couldn't turn to their mothers for help, even though they were desperate. Not one of them found out about an abortionist through her mother. There was no nurturing, no legacy of information from grandmother or mother to daughter. Instead, they speak of estrangement from their families and society. Some told of feelings of alienation, others of loneliness and fear. Most had sealed up these memories years ago. One woman who had told of grief and depression at each anniversary of her relinquished child's birth called us to say, "It's been easier for me since I talked to you. The way you responded has helped to free me from those feelings of mourning. I hope other women can read this book and feel the same way." As we went about gathering interviews, we had no difficulty finding women willing to talk about their illegal abortions. In fact, many sought us out. The women we found difficult to locate were those who had continued their unwanted pregnancies. The leads we did have to women who gave up a child for adoption, had a shotgun wedding, or raised an illegitimate child, often ended with the woman saying, "No, I cannot talk about this," even in confidence. As the number of interviews grew, we found that during those years when abortion was a criminal act, there was a notable difference between the feelings of women who had abortions and those who hadn't. There were women who felt they had to find a way to have an abortion because it seemed the only option that would allow them to go on with life even at the risk of losing it. They saw that choice as life-affirming. Afterward, they felt relief, some even exhilaration, at the idea that they had been given a second chance. Not so for those who were unable to find their way to an abortionist and were forced to give birth to a child. For them, the ordeal was unfinished. Those who gave up a child for adoption have said they would feel a lifelong tie to a child who exists somewhere in the world, whose life goes on without them. They find themselves looking into the faces of children, searching, wondering if that child's life might someday cross theirs. Those who raised a child out of wedlock face social censure head-on. Nowadays, it barely raises eyebrows, but then it was an unforgivable transgression, a violation of the illusion of chastity. Obviously, the woman had had sex without being married. The child was proof. She might hope to find anonymity as a new arrival in a different town by creating the deception that she was widowed or divorced. If she were unsuccessful, her child would be branded with the stigma of having been born. Then there were shotgun weddings, which came in two kinds. There were those couples who have gotten married anyway, who rushed the nuptials with a baby on the way and made the best of it. There were others who never intended to marry but did what they thought they had to do. Even more than 2 decades have passed since her unplanned marriage, one woman told us, "I saved face at the cost of giving up my autonomy, and the price I paid were years of my life. I still feel anger and resentment about that." In 1973, the Supreme Court voted 7-2 in favor of the decision that legalized abortion. Since this decision, fervent right-wing anti-abortionists have mobilized a well-organized, highly vocal force to attack the law. There has been little danger that the people of this country would agree to changing the abortion laws through an act of Congress. An abortion amendment would be unlikely, since poll after poll has shown that Americans overwhelmingly favor free choice in matters of reproduction and family planning. The danger exists on another flank. The Right to Life movement has been unrelenting in its effort to influence the executive and judicial branches of government and to exert pressure on the Supreme Court to overturn the law. As a result of this pressure, the Supreme Court agreed to hear a series of cases on the issue. On June 11, 1986, a seriously divided court affirmed the law by a margin of 5-4. Each time a case involving abortion is heard by the Supreme Court, there is a danger that the Roe v. Wade decision could be reviewed and overturned. Through the testimony offered here, we hope to fortify and strengthen those who believe that freedom for women is essential to us all. The men and women we interviewed entrusted us with information they hoped we could use to help those who come after. They fear that what could happen again, and they want to prevent it. In one woman's words, "It was a very desperate time. I think people forget. We took incredible risks. Young women think that if it became illegal, it would just be illegal. Well, when it becomes illegal, the places to have abortions done will go away, and again it will become a furtive, subterranean thing to get an abortion. Ask the guy who steals cars. He'll know where you can go." When I see everything that's happening today and the threat of losing our rights, I remember what the options were and just find that unthinkable, like going back to witch burning. Since the first edition of this book, we have added an interview with Patricia McGinnis, a founding member of the National Abortion Rights Action League. No woman can call herself free who does not own and control her body. No woman can call herself free until she can choose consciously whether she will or will not be a mother. Chapter 1, Caroline. I was raised as a good Catholic girl in a good Catholic family, and abortion was not a thing I was even very comfortable thinking about. When Caroline first heard about plans to write this book, she wanted very much to be involved and tell her story. I want other women to know how terrible an illegal abortion can be. However, she arrived half an hour late for the interview, saying, "I'm usually very punctual, but these memories are difficult to talk about, and I think I was trying to block them out." Carolyn is a 44-year-old woman who's a librarian at a college in a small rural Massachusetts town. As she talks about what she chose to have an abortion and recalls the pain of the experience, she is frequently overcome with tears. I really don't know exactly where to begin. When I start thinking about it, one of the things that occurs to me now as I think about it is how interesting it was that I really totally forgot that I was planning to come talk to you this evening, because there's a part of me that tried to block out this experience for a long time. For a long time, I think I drank to avoid the feelings, and it wasn't until quite recently, 5 years ago, after I stopped drinking for a while, that I went through a whole period of really reliving the terror of this experience. I think that I just effectively pushed it back. At any rate, when it happened, I knew right away that I was pregnant. It was in the summer between my junior and senior year of college. I was going to college in Cleveland, living there for the summer, and somehow I just knew. I remember walking over to the Cleveland Museum of Art the very next day, to the park around the lagoon, and sitting with the young artists involved. I said that I thought I was pregnant, that I had a sense I was pregnant. It was the first and only time that I was ever sexually intimate with this man. He was a young artist whom I had been seeing for some time. I wasn't particularly physically attracted to him, but he had always pressed. I liked him, and we had gone out for some time. On this particular occasion, we went ballroom dancing. I can't remember where, but we drove some distance with another couple to a big ballroom where there was an old-time band. We had dinner at their house first, then went dancing and had a lot to drink. And when we came back from that evening, he was pressing me, and I just finally got to the point where I couldn't struggle with it anymore. So I gave in. It certainly was not a planned sexual encounter. I had to think about birth control for myself, and somehow I immediately had the sense that I was pregnant, which didn't turn out to be true. I really didn't know what to do. I knew, though, that having a baby would ruin my whole life. The man involved felt responsible and wanted to marry me, and he attempted to persuade me once I knew I was pregnant. I didn't want to marry him, and I thought it was a very weak reason for getting married. He offered me a ring. He had just taken a teaching job, and he wanted me to come live with him in Columbus and have the baby. But I did not want to do that. I really did not know what to do. I spent a lot of time just seeing my life in shambles. I thought about going to a home and wed mothers, and I thought about how my family would deal with it and how it would affect my college career, my scholarships, my job. How could I go away and then come back and pick up the pieces? I don't know when I really started to think about an abortion. First, I thought about marriage and rejected it as an option. Then I envisioned the whole business of going away to a home. I couldn't even imagine telling my parents. I had lots of younger siblings at home, and I couldn't imagine being at home pregnant. It was just unthinkable. At any rate, once I decided that I just really couldn't put my family through the shame, didn't want to put myself through whatever, I married young and totally rejected marriage. I started thinking that I would try and find a way of having an abortion. I had earlier helped a friend get an abortion. It had seemed to be a fairly easy thing to do. She was the daughter of a doctor, and she had a previous abortion in Chicago. In this case, she was pregnant and just not facing the reality of that. Finally, I became very concerned about her, concerned that it would be too late, and took it upon myself to call her father, arrange to meet with him, and let him know that his daughter was pregnant. After really thinking through the implications, I decided that I had to risk her never speaking to me again, that her life was really in the balance. It was simple once her father knew. Very shortly, she was in the hospital. A week later, she was back in school, looking fine, feeling fine, and that was the end of it. It was easy for her because she had the right connections. It wasn't so easy for me. Things at that time in Cleveland were very tight. There had been several incidents reported in the paper. An abortion ring had been broken up. It was 1963, and when I followed up on the few leads there were, it seemed that it was absolutely the worst possible time in about 5 years to have an abortion in Cleveland. The police were following up on everything, and it was literally impossible. I knew of someone who had managed to arrange an abortion, I think in Pennsylvania, for $1,000. I didn't have $1,000. In the meantime, the weeks were going by, and I was more pregnant all the time, and it was really getting to the point that if I didn't do something soon, it was going to be too late. As I think back about it, what's incredible to me is that I never thought of going to my friend's father. I may have, but I can't recall whether I thought about it and rejected it. As I'm talking to you, I'm really struck that I didn't try to contact my friend's father, but for whatever reason, I didn't. I was very confused about the next step to have an abortion, and being raised as a good Catholic girl was not a thing that I was even very comfortable thinking of. But I didn't feel that I had any other option. I was getting desperate by this time because I was 9 weeks pregnant. I finally located an abortionist in Youngstown, Ohio. It was going to cost $100. I contacted the artist in Columbus, who was very angry that I was taking this step, and told me he was not going to participate in it. But with great reluctance, he gave me the money. I don't know what happened to my friends. I isolated myself in this. I had not talked to them. For some reason, the women who were my friends had not been involved. It must have had something to do with the fact that I judged myself very harshly because I was pregnant and because I didn't want to bear the child. I did confide in a social worker I made friends with during this crisis. I also became friendly with a younger couple, and the four of us together made this little trip to Youngstown, Ohio, about an hour and a half away to get my abortion. I think at this point I was 12 weeks pregnant. It was very late. This so-called doctor, the man who called himself a doctor, had two businesses. He was a bookie and he was an abortionist. He was an elderly man in a ramshackle little house in a disreputable, shabby section of Youngstown. It in no way fit my image of a doctor's office and house. I had never seen a doctor who lived like this man, or looked like this man, or acted like this man. I don't recall seeing any medical certificates on his walls. I don't think anyone who was a doctor would also be a bookie. I think there was some actual gambling going on while we were waiting, but this was my only option, and I was very desperate to go through with it. I recall questioning whether he was a doctor at all. I also questioned what I was getting myself into and whether I was going to survive this. He had a I went in certain denominations and I did give them to him in an envelope. He checked it very thoroughly to make sure it wasn't marked. He was very concerned about keeping the cops out of his operation, but I took the risk of turning my life over to him because I didn't think I had another choice. The social worker came with me and the other couple waited at the motel. The doctor also insisted that you had to be married. His scruples were such that he would only do this for a married woman. I think I borrowed a ring to wear and pretended to be married to the social worker. I remember his questioning us about it and giving me a hard time. I was just terrified, but then he said, "Oh, whatever," and took me in. He explained he was doing a saline injection and that there should be some cramping, and the abortion would happen within 24 hours. After we finished, we left and went back to the hotel. We all waited and waited and waited through the night, and nothing happened, so we all drove back to Cleveland. I don't know how many days passed. I did a lot to block out this experience, but I do know that when I finally aborted, I was alone in my room in the dormitory at school. I went through at least 12 hours of labor alone in my room. It was more than terrible than I ever imagined, partly because I was alone, partly because I was scared. I was timing the contractions, and I just didn't think I could bear anymore. I didn't feel I could cry out for help, and I just remember thinking, I'm going to get through this. I know that it went on for at least 12 hours. I remember noticing that the contractions were getting more frequent and more frequent, 5 minutes, then 4 minutes, then 3 minutes, and then there was a lot of blood, and there was a fetus. I was really beside myself and terrified. I didn't know what to do. There was more blood than I ever imagined. I used one of those metal waste baskets we had in the dorm rooms, and I remember it being filled up. I think I had gone through a whole night, and it was now mid-morning, and there weren't many people around. I managed to get to the bathroom, but I was terrified of someone discovering me, of being arrested. I remember taking this fetus and not knowing what else to do but flush it down the toilet, and I was terrified that it was going to go down and that it would clog up the system. I had managed to get through that night and morning by sheer grit and determination. I'm very stubborn. Somehow I thought then it would be over, but it wasn't over. I went on and on. I kept hemorrhaging and it just wouldn't stop. It went on for days and days and I didn't know what to do. I was afraid to say anything to anyone. I really didn't think of going to a doctor. I didn't think of going to a hospital. I was afraid I was going to be arrested and prosecuted, and I just kept hoping it would stop. It was getting close to Thanksgiving and I continued to bleed. Tried to go on with my life, which consisted of going to school and working. I'd become pregnant in August, and the abortion was in early November. I remember going home for Thanksgiving and wondering whether I'd have the strength to take the bus. While I was home, my mother kept saying, "I think you're anemic," and I remember being very drained and wiped out. Early in December, I became friendly with a very gentle, brilliant, but quite crazy college student who had been hospitalized when he was suicidal. I remember going to a fraternity Christmas dance with him, getting all dressed up, and going to the beauty shop to get my hair done, which is what you did in those days when you went to a fancy college formal dance. I was hardly able to walk home from the beauty shop to the dormitory, but I was going on. I was not going to let this get me down. I went to the dance that night, so weak that I couldn't dance. The boy was very kind and a gentle person, knew had problems himself. That night, I found myself confiding in him that I couldn't dance because I was so weak. I had this abortion and I was still bleeding and I didn't know what was wrong. He said he would see what he could do. He came to see me the very next afternoon. He'd gone to church and afterward talked to the rector of the Episcopal Church because he didn't know what else to do or who to talk to. And the rector, to whom I shall be forever grateful, was very wise and humane and kind. He asked my friend to bring me to him. I remember being driven to, of all places, this Gothic edifice and going to a formal bookline study. The rector, a gentle Christian man, expressed a lot of sympathy for me when I told him what had happened. He was very angry. He remarked that he had a lot of parishioners who had money to fly to Sweden to get an abortion, and it was really criminal that just because I didn't have money, I'd have to go through this kind of experience. He thought I clearly needed medical attention and he was going to do something about it. Now I was terrified of this, because I didn't want my parents to find out and I didn't want to be arrested. So he reassured me and he called one of the doctors in his congregation and made an appointment for me that very afternoon. I think my friend drove me there and left me. And when I finally saw the doctor, I got really frightened. He was so appalled at my condition that he said, "Do you realize you could have killed yourself?" He immediately called and made arrangements to get me admitted to the hospital. He said they would have to do some transfusions because I had lost so much blood, and asked me if I knew of anyone who could give blood. I called my friend and asked him if his fraternity would be on notice to contribute some blood. At the doctor's insistence, I took a cab back to my dormitory. My friend met me there and drove me to the hospital. They gave me about 5 pints of blood after they built me up and did a D&C. I wasn't yet 21, so they couldn't do it without my parents' permission. The doctor called and spoke to my mother and said I had been having some menstrual problems and there was nothing to be concerned about. The D&C was just a routine procedure and would help. He said that I was quite anemic. My mother gave her permission and never knew that I'd had an abortion. She said to me afterward that she always thought I was anemic. I must have been in the hospital 5 days. The Episcopal Church paid my hospital bill and the doctor never charged. I was very thankful and totally done at the end of the ordeal. I didn't feel guilty. I was determined once I made the decision to follow through with it, and I did. I really was desperate. If I had not been so desperate, I wouldn't have opted for the Youngstown, Ohio connection. I certainly wouldn't want anyone to have to live through the experience that I lived through. There's no need for it. I did make choices. I considered and chose not to choose marriage. I chose not to be an unwed mother. Abortion was the option of last resort, but I chose it because it seemed the only option that would allow me to go on with my life, even at the risk of losing it.
Sir, please don't fight for information.
Yes.
My name is Ember Urbach. I'm a social worker from Kansas City, and I'm going to continue reading stories of women who are trapped in maternity and desperately needed the assistance of organizations like Planned Parenthood to provide safe alternatives and health care for them. This gives us a glimpse of what can happen if legislators continue to push to reduce women's rights and reduce the ability for women to obtain safe medical care and maternal care. This is story 19. I am 33 years of age, have been married a little less than 14 years, and have given birth to 7 children, 6 of whom are living, one dying at the age of 2 years and 4 months from influenza, almost 5 years ago. I also have 3 miscarriages during this time and am now pregnant again, expecting to be confined in about 1 month. I do not feel that I have shirked the responsibility of motherhood, but do feel that I have all we can provide for, and feeling that you can instruct me in what to use as a contraceptive. I am writing you begging for this information. My health is still good, and I have a great desire to retain it for the balance of my lifetime, in order that I may be able to raise my family and also enjoy life as I should like to. Number 20. I have had 10 children and 15 years of married life. I have 8 living. They're all very healthy children. The doctors told me I was just the one to have them, but I just won't know more. We have not the money to do it. $200 a month will not do it right. I want them to have a good education, more than I have ever had. Now the doctors tell me that if I have more children, my health will be gone. I have also made myself have a miscarriage and nearly lost my life. That was 3 months ago. Since then, I have refused to have a thing to do with my husband. He says he does not blame, but I don't know how long it can last. I know he can leave, and for myself I do not care, but I could not work out enough to take care of the children. The oldest is 14, the baby is 16 months. I am only 33 years old, but if it wasn't for my oldest girl, who is 14, I don't know what I would do, but I cannot ask too much of her. 21. I am the mother of 10 children. The oldest is 18 years old, and my health is ruined. If I feel well one day, I feel terrible the next. I want to go to the hospital in the fall for repair work, and I'm constantly dreading pregnancy. 22. Please pity on me and send me some advice, as I cannot get any from the doctors here. I have 7 children and feel that is enough for one woman to raise. That is the most that we can feed and clothe properly. Husband and I, and the children too, work hard, but we'd rather give the children we have some good schooling than bring more babies every year. It was my dream when I was a girl, but with 10 brothers and sisters, I did not get much. The outlook was dark, and I married at 16. I was lucky to get a good man who has been good to me. I have been married 20 years and gave birth to 9 children. 2 died in infancy, and the rest are all stout and healthy and would make useful men and women someday. We're starting the oldest boy in school and college. He is 17 years old. The baby is 18 months old, and as I am only 36 years old myself, you know that means 2 or 3 more babies. My health has been bad for the past 6 months, and I dread another pregnancy. I live 20 miles from town and cannot get a doctor. Almost all of my life can't afford a hospital. I suffered death a dozen times with my last child. Birth control is the salvation of the poor, and as the working man and his family is in the majority, that makes for a better country to live in. 23. There isn't anyone that could appreciate help or advice in any way more than I do. I have 5 children. The oldest is 7 years old, and if I could manage to not have any more, I might live to see them or help them through school. I almost faint away at the thought of bringing another child into this world when I am not able to care for the ones I already have and can hardly feed or clothe them. I managed to send my oldest to school, but it is just to do without for the rest of us. I would give anything if I knew how I could prevent having more children. Not that I don't care for the children, but I'm just broken down and we haven't anything. Always had so much sickness until we have never got a start. I married only when 17 and haven't known anything but having children ever since. 24. I'm asking for some advice concerning my future welfare. I'm the mother of 10 children. I gave birth to the 10th on June 11th. The baby was born dead. I suffered untold misery and came near flooding to death and feeling awfully bad, yet not able to be up and doing this writing. I have 8 stout, robust children. The 9th one is 20 months old and weighs only 19 pounds, has 4 teeth, and not walking. I gave nourishment for him only 3 months. I would rather not bring the dear little things into the world if they are not healthy and stout. My health is so run down and I am so weak I cannot expect children healthy. 25. I'm writing you for advice, as I know you'll be able to help me in our condition. We need help now. Neither of us are able to work. My husband has been down, not able to work since last August. I'm afraid he will lose his mind. He's 38 years old. We have been married 12 years, and are the father and mother of 7 children, and will be another in 5 months if nothing happens. The last ones were twins. They are 10 months old and can't sit up yet, and have not got any teeth either. I have so many I can't take care of them like I ought to. I am down with my back nearly all the time. I just can't hardly go. I have not any strength hardly, and nerves all strained to death. If you can tell me how to stop having any more, I'll be 1,000 times glad. I have tried hard to learn something to stop having so many, but everything I've tried has failed. If I could have learned something long ago, I would have never had this many. It is breaking me down fast. I was 16 when I married. I am now 26 years old. I guess I take after my mother. She had 13, my grandmother had 11. She is 69 years old. My oldest sister had 11 children. The next oldest had 8. Chapter 4, The Struggle of the Unfit. 1. My baby is 14 months old, and I expect another again shortly. I am fond of children, but I dread having them so close together, and I do not care to have so many, for I am dreadfully nervous and get hysterical at times. My health is dreadful all during the 9 months. I am not able to do my work. Everything is neglected. I get so bad at times I cannot control my nerves. I have prayed and tried, but it seems like all in vain. I get so at times that I cannot stand just a little baby's cries. It works me in such a state that I pull my hair and scald and whip him merely for nothing. If someone would not take him away, God only knows that I may injure him. Then after all is over, I sit and cry and worry for hours to think of what I have done. The baby is so he is afraid and does not care for me and is also getting nervous so he cannot sleep. He jumps and cries in his sleep. So kindly give me some advice to keep from having so many, for I dread bringing these innocent babies into this world for me to abuse, for I am almost insane and dreadfully nervous at times, especially while I'm in this condition. If I do not get some advice or consolation, I do not know what will become of me. I do not want to be a burden or worry my husband, for he is in constant fear for our baby. I cannot have anyone stay with me, for it seems like the more around me, the more nervous I am. I often have wished I had never been born, and feel as though the only relief I would have is to take poison and put myself out of the misery I am in. Kindly give me some advice or consolation. 2. I have 7 children and expect to give birth to another in about 3 months. Also have been in the hospital 7 times for bladder trouble, blood poisoning, operations, and a lot of other troubles, all caused by having children. My health is dreadfully poor, and I never know from one day to another what will happen. The last 3 times of pregnancy, I had threatened miscarriages and been in bed for 3 weeks to 3 months. We are only poor people. We are not able to hire any help, only one man to earn our support money. I am now under the doctor's care and have been from the time the last baby was born. She is now only 8 months old. I do wish you could give me some information on how to keep from getting pregnant. I have got so discouraged I want to die. It would also be lifting a great care from my husband's shoulders. It is killing him as well as myself, because he works day and night trying to make enough to feed us and to keep going. I hope to hear from you in the near future, as you are my last deliverer but death. 3. I have been thinking of leaving my husband housework, and childbearing is just too much for me. I am 24 years old. I was married 6 years ago. 10 months after my marriage, a healthy baby boy was born to us, and we were glad, but I very sick. 1 year after, I had a false conception, and in July 1921, another baby boy. He is not sickly, but delicate, and within 13 months, a baby girl was born, and the doctors had a hard time saving my life. And now another baby is to be born in a few months. I am small. I weigh about 85 pounds and have never been as strong as the average girl or woman. I have to do my own housework as we cannot afford to have it done. I am nervous and in a run-down condition. I've consulted several doctors and they have told me not to have children, that I was too small. They've told me of no preventive. One doctor discouraged me by telling me that I would die if I had more children. But I know of some preventive so that I would not get pregnant for at least a few years. It would give me the courage to go through my confinement soon, no matter what the doctors have told me. I think it would give me a new lease on life. 4. I am the mother of 6 children, the oldest 10 years and the youngest 2 months, and I myself only 27 years old. I am an old, broken-down woman as far as health goes. I have not been able to take care of my children, let alone do my own work. I have been to 3 of the best doctors of the city, and they all tell me I have tuberculosis, and they have had me in bed several times for the rest cure, and yet none of them will tell me anything to use as a preventive, though it is childbearing that has made me this way. Now I am writing you to see if you can help me, for I feel that I shall die if I get in the family way again. My husband is very good to me and can provide for all we need. It is not that we do not want children, but I am not able to take care of them. I have to get a hired girl all the time. It seems too that I have no safe periods as some women seem to have, but get pregnant no matter how careful I am. So if you can help me, I thank you with my last breath. 5. I am now the mother of 3 living boys, and am only 23 years old and have been married 5 years the last January 1st. At the time I was married, I was 18 and very, very ignorant of sex relations between married couples. With my first baby, I became pregnant as soon as married. I had several doctors for pregnant sickness, as I could eat or drink nothing without vomiting until at last I vomited nothing but blood. Then I was ordered to the hospital where they kept me alive by nourishment through the rectum. 6. When I was married, I was very healthy, never had a sick day, and at the time I was ordered to the hospital, besides pregnancy sickness, I was on the point of a nervous breakdown. My baby came in September. He was not full-time, only weighed 6.5 pounds, and was always sickly until he was about 2 years old. In November, after he was born, I was weak and miserable and fainted at the least excitement and went to a doctor. He said I was pregnant again, and in February I miscarried and had hemorrhages after miscarriage. In April, after the miscarriage, I found to my horror I was pregnant again. I could eat or drink nothing, as with my first baby, only I was in more of a rundown condition to start with. We live on a farm of over 200 acres. We have 2 children, both very young. When the second baby was 11 months old, I was pregnant again. Besides, I was milking from 7 to 10 cows night and morning, nursing 1 baby, and cooking for 3 men most of the time, and sometimes 4. I had my hands so full and heart so. I was so irritable and nervous, and my husband and I could agree on nothing. 7. My husband is of a passionate nature, and I am not strong, and lost all vitality after my baby was born and I became anemic. No one knew me before I was married, which was at not quite 17 years of age. I had a good was solid, and I was solid and did not. But as soon as I got married, I became pregnant the first day. I didn't know anything. His mother never discussed anything to me. Even from the first time I menstruated, I didn't ask. A girlfriend told me. When I want to tell you how I suffered while pregnant. From morning till night, it's nothing but vomiting. I got so I couldn't look at anything. If I would be putting it near my mouth, I would vomit. Lightheaded, dizzy, weak, I had to give up housekeeping. They fed me on eggnog, forced it to me. Husband and his family mad with fury that he has such a hard luck with me. He didn't feel sorry for me, but for him, as they had to pay doctor. Of course, didn't do me any good, as all they would say is I'd have to suffer it out. I was an only child, and as you can imagine, my mother's feelings. She would cry over me as no one expected me to live, but God pulled me through. But that was just the beginning. I had an awful time giving birth to my child. No strength. They had to just tear it out. I was torn and had to have 7 stitches. My baby girl died. It was a blue baby, and it almost broke my heart, for after all that suffering. I lost it, and it was a beautiful baby, really short, but it was pretty plump. The doctor was surprised, for I hardly ate anything but a little fruit and eggnog. Then it wasn't a couple of months until I got pregnant again. Went through almost the same thing, but I could eat a little better towards the evening. But I could go nowhere, for if I were to just bend my head down, I would vomit. After that baby, we were never happy, as I had no health and my husband was disgusted. I have 2 children, a boy 6 years of age and a little baby girl now 7 months old, and have been pregnant 3 times between the 2. I was so sick in my stomach I could not go through with it, and have had them removed in between stages of my 6 weeks and 3 months in order that I might myself live. The last time when I carried my little girl, I went through the sickest part in the cool weather, that being in my favor, our doctor said. I was in bed most of the time and went for 5 days without eating a bite or drinking a drop of water. I had to lie flat on my back for 3 weeks to keep down those fits of vomiting, in which I couldn't even swallow the moisture that gathers in the mouth, especially when one is sick at the stomach anyway. I had to just let it run out of my mouth. I am not strong and robust in body either, and haven't been since my first, a boy, was born, as he was a premature baby of 7 months. My husband is so good and kind about these things, and is willing that I do anything to prevent it, for he would if it were possible. It renders me so hopeless during the whole 9 months. I can't do it myself, and maybe another operation, which is so against nature, no woman can have that kind of help. It makes me afraid to risk our physician's preventive anymore, and I come to you for information. 9. If anyone ever needed to know about birth control, I do. I've been married almost 8 years. I have 4 living children and 1 dead. I went through an abortion, and 5 of the best doctors we could get thought I would surely die, but somehow with the help of God and good care I passed through. But they said I might possibly risk becoming pregnant again. They said too much uric acid was the cause. I was swollen all over beyond description and had to remain in bed the biggest part of 7 months. and then the fetus was dead. The doctor said 10 days or 2 weeks before I was relieved because the doctors couldn't agree on my case. Part I thought had a tumor. They all said that they never knew or read of a case like mine. My husband was numbered among the best and had done all he could for me, except we were both ignorant. 10. I've been married since August 1919. In June the following year, I gave birth to a baby girl. I was in bed all the time before the baby came. After she was born, my health was so bad my milk didn't agree with her. She was sick all the time, had stomach and bowel trouble, and we almost lost her. In a few months, I was pregnant again, and in August 1921, I gave birth to another gift. I was so weak and nervous at this time that every little thing would drive me wild. I didn't give any milk to the baby and had to raise her on the bottle. She is a little poor thing now. In August 1922, I gave birth to another girl. In July 1924, I gave birth to a boy, which was only 6 months old when I began to menstruate again. The baby is 20 months old now, and I just lacked 2 months before I will have to give birth again. I have had a terrible time with this one too. My health is very poor. I am nervous and just faint off sometimes before I can get to lie down. My heart has almost worried me to death yesterday and today, and it looks like everything the children will do or say will make me run crazy. You can see I have my hands full, seeing after the children and having so much to do besides being sick all the time. My left side is paralyzed from no circulation, and my leg is almost blue from the swollen veins. My ankle is blue and as large as 2 ankles. Ought to be. We are just poor people not able to hire help, borrowed $300 last year to make a crop, and the drought caught us and we are not able to pay off a cent of it. 11. I'm expecting my 4th baby in about a month, and I certainly have suffered from the beginning, as I have a bad heart, and about every month, sometimes twice a month, I have a peculiar spell. I am numb from my fingers even to my tongue. It takes it from half an hour to the time everything turns black for the numbness to start. And then I have no use of that side. It may be I will have 4 or 5 of them about every 15 minutes, and again I may be worse. I think they are caused from my heart. I cannot pick up the baby or do anything while I am in that way, and while I have them most of the time, I am worse while in the family way. I have not had the first 3 children so close, but the last one, a boy, will not be 2 until a couple of months later. And I am so small, my bones will not give much, and I am so torn in bringing children into the world. I don't care much whether I live or die. I am nervous and in a run-down condition. I think when I have the 4th, my family is large enough to have a 10-room house to take care of, and all I do is my own washing, sewing, and all. I am 28 years old. 12. I am 31 years old and have been married 11 years. Shortly after marriage, I had paralysis, and my first baby was born dead, a boy. And then I was like that for another year and very happy, but I lost 1, and 2 years from that time, I was pregnant again and was very happy as the time went on. But when the time came, I found I could not bring my baby into the world without instruments, as the paralysis had left me in that condition. My little girl is now near 7 years old. 3 years after, I had another little girl, and last August I gave birth to another boy. I suffer worse each time. Last time I was in bed 3 weeks, and it was sometime before I was able to walk without holding on to anything. 13. Will you please listen to my plea? I am a mother of 7 children, 4 living and 3 that are dead. My oldest living child is 6 years old, and there are 2 dead which are older. My baby is 6 months old, and I have been married 9 years. With my last child, I suffered everything but death. I will tell you how it was. When I was just 3 months in family way, I began to suffer when I went to bed at night. I could not get up without help, in the same way when I sat down for any length of time. As the months passed, I grew worse, and just before he was born, I could not walk any better than a child who was just learning to walk. But when I got down the 9th month, I could not turn in bed, could not use myself at all, and when he was born and I got out of bed, I could not walk at all for weeks, and when I began to walk, I had to use a cane. I have no health now. I have been to doctors, and they tell me that I am having children too fast, but they will not tell me how to prevent it. The only thing they say is to get rid of it when I am caught, but that is not the kind of advice I want. Will you please give me some advice, as I need my health and strength to raise the 4 children I have. We are poor and cannot afford help, only to do the washing, but I do the rest. 14. I must write you to see if you will please tell me how I may obtain birth control, as I am the mother of 5 children and have had 5 miscarriages and have also suffered with epilepsy ever since my second child was born. During pregnancy, I nearly died with hard fits. Have come nearly getting burned to death 3 times from falling into the fire when a fit came on me. I will fall just anywhere when one strikes me. My physicians say I will never carry another child over 3 months. I have miscarried 5 times during 4 years, and I suffer so much. I am a poor woman and have had to work hard to support my little ones, as my husband is in bad health. 15. I am 28 years old, and my husband is 41, and we have been married 6 years. We have already got 3 boys, one 5 years old, one 3 years old, and one 1-year-old, and I am looking any time now to be down again. I am in awful health, not able half the time to live myself just to do work. I've had such an awful time with my last baby. I was stark blind 6 weeks before he was born, and was blind 3 days and nights, and did not know my way of the world. The doctor said it was some kind of tumor in my head that caused it, and it seemed like the more children I have, the worse it gets. So I sure would welcome a relief. I love my children, but my husband has to work for a living, and I am sick so much it takes so much for doctor bills, and we cannot save a dollar. Oh, if I could find some way to stop having children so fast, I would have my health better and be so I could take care of the children that I already have. 16. I am not yet 30 years old, and I am the mother of 5 children, the oldest 10 years old and the youngest 6 months. I am in poor health and very much run down, always have terrible confinements, am doubly ruptured, which adds additional agony when pregnant. I also have dreadful veins, which on one leg opens in 10 places when I am pregnant, and causes intense agony while doing my work, washing, etc., as I cannot afford to have help. I also take care of my invalid parents. While pregnant with my last baby, I developed kidney trouble, in which there's no doubt I will ever be cured. And I would be frightened to death to become pregnant again, as I almost lost the baby at birth and was very ill myself, and am in poor health ever since. As I am a married woman, I suppose I'll have more until I finally don't exist. 17. I have 3 children about 3 years apart. They are well in every respect so far, but I am of a mother whose uncles and aunts are epileptic. I have a sister who suffers epilepsy. My brother is a child suffering the same. About 2 months before my first child came, I had an unbearable itching all over my body. I nearly miscarried at 7 months, sores on the bottoms of my feet and on my hand, no irritation of the flesh at all. I found no rest until after the baby came, then it left me. I miscarried when the first baby was 13 months old. I know no reason, I didn't commit abortion. After that, I was always in fear of a miscarriage. I was all right with the second child, but with the third, not 5 months old, I suffered untold misery, itching night and day for 3 months before. This time I'm not entirely over it. I don't know what pregnancy might bring again. I think I cannot suffer what I have, and fearing what the children can be under such conditions. 18. My family consists of 2 darling little children, a boy and a girl. The little girl is 3 years of age, and my baby is 1 year. I have had the number of children I think is wise. Before the babies are born, I am of the muscles. I jerk and twist as though I had a stance, and of course, what sleep needs. I simply cannot bear to think of lying down, and every morning at 3 o'clock finds me sitting up waiting for daylight as I cannot lie still and sleep. This, of course, makes my baby sleepless, and it is hard and discouraging to take care of them. Now the baby is old enough where he sleeps a little better, and I hope to get a little rest myself, if my back only improves and there are no more babies to care for. I am still nursing my baby, and as I have not menstruated since his birth, I am in constant fear of becoming pregnant. Both my husband and myself do not want more babies. I have been left with a very weak back. The doctor tells me that the base of my spine is the cause of all my terrible backaches and suffering, as the ligaments have been torn away from the spine, all of which you undoubtedly understand. He thinks he can help me, but says another baby would certainly put my case beyond cure, and it seems as though I have endured enough suffering from my back alone, saying nothing of the pain of childbirth. Also, my limbs are terrible from varicose veins and are inflamed and sore all the while. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not finding fault with my little ones. God loved their baby hearts, as life would be incomplete without them. But won't you please tell me what to do and how to care for myself so as to prevent having any more? I'm only 27 years old. We have been married 5 years the 31st of this month. And now that we have our little family, we want to settle down and save for a home, and I want to help earn it. 19. I have borne the number of children I think should be in a good family, but only one of them lived, and that is my first. In this case, after I had been pregnant 1 month, my face commenced to twitch. The left side of my body would not keep still. For 2 months, I was not responsible, and people had to nurse and take care of me. 18 months later, I had another baby, which lived only 3 days. That time, I had an ordinary pregnancy period with the average amount of discomfort. 3 years later, I had another baby. The last month, I suffered great pains and was ordered to bed 2 months before the baby was due. I had a terrible time with my kidneys, and the doctor was at the house every day for over 6 weeks. The baby lived half a day. Last year, I had another baby, and it was what I always wanted, a girl, but I never saw her. I suffered hell for a year, during the whole 9 months of pregnancy and several months after, with little hope of having a baby in my arms after the 2 previous experiences. The first week, I had trained a nurse for the day and one for the night. The doctor who assisted him at the birth told my husband a few weeks ago that this last birth was a case that physicians read about but seldom or never have. 20. I am now in bed from a 3-month miscarriage, which is the second one in 11 months. The doctors tell me I'm not capable of bearing any more children. I am the mother of 5 now. When I am pregnant, I lose my mind entirely for long periods of time and have to stay in bed 3 or 4 months before the baby comes. 21. We have one baby now, 9 months old, and he's a little frail white boy. Has been sick since 2 weeks old. Had to put him on the bottle, and when the baby was 3 weeks old, he lay at death's door for weeks, and I sat up in a chair and held my baby all the time, only for a few minutes at a time. I was so worried about him. He was so low, and no one thought he would get well. Doctors say it was because he was not in a condition to have Doctors say it was because I was not in a condition to have children, and I was under the doctor's care throughout all my pregnancy, suffered terribly, and came to almost losing my life. We had only been married 10 months when a baby was born to us, but we are proud of him and think he is wonderful. But he does suffer so much from being sick. I am home all the time with him. My husband works for wages. It has taken almost all of his earnings for doctor bills, and yet we owe him. I have been under the doctor's care since 1 month after we were married when the baby was 3 months old. I was given up for an operation by 3 doctors, and on account of the baby's health, I couldn't go and leave him, and we didn't have $1 in the world to have someone care for him. And the doctors say I will never be able to give birth to another child, but still they tell me nothing to do. My trouble is all female trouble and heart trouble. At times I just faint away. 22. Will you kindly help a poor girl of 19 years of age whose age compares with a woman of 50? Before I married and after, until I got pregnant, I enjoyed the best of health, rosy cheeks, gay and happy. The world seemed so bright and friendly. I attended church, the movies, and other entertainments very often because I've always lived in some little town. I never once thought of much trouble and ill health most of the women today are going through. All the world was sunshine to me. I married when I was 17 years of age and lived a happy married life until I became pregnant, which was not very long. Then my life seemed wrecked because I was unable to do my work most of the time. My husband was not able to hire my work done because he was a poor working man and had just gotten up from an attack of pneumonia. When my baby was born, I had a bad time. They had to have 3 doctors with me. I stayed in bed 1 month and I have been no account anymore. My rosy cheeks turned to a pale face, my body frail, nervous, and weak. My happy, healthful days are gone, never to come again unless you help me. The doctor said that I could not live to have another baby, but I am almost 3 months gone now and my baby is only 9 months old. My God, what shall I do? I'm not able to work and my good husband is in bad health too. Just think, a girl of 19 years. This is horrible to think of the life that is pictured out before me. I often tell my husband that I had rather see my cold grave than to venture into childbirth again. I positively do not believe that I will live when this baby is born.
Trying to move with this, so if I'm not speaking loud enough, let me know. I just was really happy when I got told that I could come down here and talk to you all. My name is Phil Wood. I'm a constituent from Columbia, Missouri. I teach at the University of Missouri. Coming down here, I noticed the weather's changing a little bit. It's that time of year in Missouri. You know, every time in the springtime, I look at the weather and I just kind of have to laugh a little bit at my family. My mother's from Germany, and every now and then about this year, we talk with the relatives in Germany about the tornado season we'd have. Of course, it being my family, they had ready advice. You Americans just don't build your buildings right. They're made out of wood. And that was a sore point of discussion for many years, until one miraculous time, a tornado happened in their little town in Germany. And when they saw the steel doors to the bank fly past them and go down the street, all of a sudden they didn't have quite so much advice. Tornadoes happen in Missouri. Bad things happen. And it's just for the grace of God that your house has its peonies blooming by it, and the next field to you is flattened into the mud. I took a little time this morning to look at the Missouri State Vital Statistics. I saw in the year 2012 there were 76 late-term abortions in the state of Missouri. Now, imagine if a little town along the Missouri would get hit by a tornado, or say, like, I think it was 1990 or so, Roachport had all that terrible flooding. Why, our elected representatives would be down there to show solidarity with those poor people. I have a special place in my heart for those 76 families who had to make that rather difficult decision, because mine is one of those families as well. Many people have a really convenient answer about abortion. They might say, well, you know, it really shouldn't be the woman's decision. Maybe we can make a law that will really cover everything so terribly well that there won't be any unnecessary suffering, or people won't be making the wrong decisions. So here, in more or less simple language, is my story. I'm very lucky to have a young daughter. She's going to be a senior at the University of Minnesota. And after we had that daughter, we really wanted to have another kid. For reasons we couldn't quite explain, that second pregnancy just wasn't happening. So we explored fertility treatments. Those didn't work for a couple of years. And then finally, after changing physicians, we were told maybe we could do a gift procedure to stimulate egg production, fertilize the eggs, and reimplant them. And we were very happy to find out that it was positive, that the pregnancy took. That was good news, and then we waited a bit more, a few more tests, everything was going fine. Then time came in for an ultrasound, and we were told, oh, this is twins. We thought, oh, well, you know, there's worse things than having twins. We're going to have this second child that we very much wanted. I noticed at the time the doctor did not seem quite so happy about the twins as we did. They were placed very close to each other. Nonetheless, everything went along fine. Around the third month, we went in for amniocentesis and another ultrasound. And we were told, well, actually, there's a problem. The problem is this, that the two twins were so close to each other that they were sharing part of the placenta. So some of the blood from one twin was going out and not returning to it. It was going to the other twin. So one twin was smaller than he ought to have been, and the other one was quite large. So what to do? At about this time, fluids started to become imbalanced. My wife started to look like she was 9 months pregnant all of a sudden. And the procedure for that was something called amniodrainage, where they will stick a needle into the belly and drain off some fluid. We tried that twice. It didn't seem to resolve the twin transfusion problem that we had. Then we started going back and saying, well, maybe you need a really good ultrasound. We waited a few weeks for that. Went to University Hospitals, had a really high-resolution ultrasound. And we're told that, well, because of the amnio drainage, there were bands now flowing in the amniotic fluid. Maybe that would result in digits being cut off, or cleft palate, or other things like that. We say, well, can you see any of that damage? No, we can't. But we can tell you that the smaller twin is very small and probably won't survive. And it had underdeveloped, maybe not even kidneys. What could be done? Shall you go forward with the pregnancy? Shall you not? Well, we decided to go forward. We really wanted to have those children. We looked at the available medical advice. And we're told that there was a procedure where you could tie off the umbilical cord of one twin so that the other one would live. And after looking for that type of procedure, we settled on a doctor in Florida. Well, how best to get to Florida? Well, you're pregnant. Airlines will not fly you, and they will not fly a high-risk pregnancy. So my wife in the back of a van on a bed, and I drove, and she laid on the bed all the way down to Florida. We got to Florida and were examined, and that night the doctor came in and said, well, the amniotic bands are so profound that I cannot do anything for you. You need to go and have an abortion. We were, of course, devastated. So where do we get an abortion? He said, I don't know. This is a Catholic hospital. We don't do that, and we don't give out that information. Go home, have an abortion. So we drove home. Needless to say, that was pretty difficult. We were in touch with our physicians here in Missouri, and they said, well, there is an abortion clinic in St. Louis and Granite City. We stopped there, at which point they said, well, it's, the head of the larger twin is too big, we can't do that. You'll have to continue home, which we then did. And we then waited to see what our next step would be. So after about the end of that week, this is a few years ago, my hair was not quite as white as it is now. We went to Wichita to see George Tiller. I don't need to tell you how difficult it is to go past an abortion clinic with protesters. I'm sure that you can imagine what those protesters say and do when a woman who looks like she's 9 months pregnant starts walking through the door of the clinic. It was very rude. It was very inconsiderate. It was very difficult. Tiller's clinic was quite a surprise. First of all, you had to go through a metal detector to get into the clinic. And then after you went through the metal detector, the guard, you were in kind of a holding area. And covering the walls were framed statements from women and some families saying, thank you for your help for us. I was amazed at just seeing that visual display. I don't know if the words might be told you see. Abortion took a few days. He verified the low heart rate and so forth of the twins and said that he could help us out. He's a little over the top, and Dr. Tiller was a crusader. But he was also very compassionate. I was surprised that I got to be part of that abortion experience. I hope it's not telling any secrets out of school, but during the abortion, he gave my wife quite a bit of versing, so she doesn't really remember much of that experience. But he did administer digoxin to stop the heartbeat of the twins, and then we came back for the delivery. It went smoothly. I was there present for it. I was able to hold the boys when they were young. It was very difficult. I was surprised after that when Tiller came to me when I was in recovery and said, "I'd like to hold a little baptism for your boys. Do you mind?" I said, "Right." And he had a little bit of holy water and he baptized them, Lutheran, and he let me hold them for a bit. He had them in a nice little baby blanket. I got to say goodbye. And that was very important to me. We drove back to Columbia. We tried to kind of put ourselves back together a bit. The doctor in Florida, by the way, after the boys were delivered, said he wanted to have the boys' bodies so he could autopsy them for research, and said anything that could possibly help someone else. And we did that. He didn't find anything that was structurally worthy of publication. A couple of weeks after that, a rather thick packet came in the mail. And what is this? It's from Tiller's Clinic. And I opened it up, and there was a packet that said the words dignity, respect, and love. And I opened it up, and there he has taken pictures of all of his boys. That meant a lot to me. He was really someone who helped a family that had a tornado happen to it. Now, since then, of course, life has its small changes. We adopted a boy, as it turns out, from China. We just said we would like to adopt a child, healthy. And we were very surprised when it was a boy from Heilongjiang province in northern China. He's quite the extrovert. He is quite the joy of my life, every bit as much as my daughter is. I am surprised, though, to say that as he got ready to go to school, we found out that he was having some trouble seeing things. And it turns out that he has an inherited condition called retinitis pigmentosa, a pre-existing condition, if you will, and that he will eventually become blind due to that condition. I'm very grateful to healthcare efforts to help our children who can not have to worry about getting insurance for a pre-existing condition. I have another story to tell you too about tornadoes. My older sister was a registered nurse, and I have to admit, I'm a professor. I kind of like to live in a nice, tidy world too. We were in a restaurant in Iowa, and a lady sitting next to us all of a sudden kind of stiffened up and slumped down to the floor. And my sister said, "Here, give me the steak knife." And I did. She said, "Go find a ballpoint pen." And she did. Now, long story short, this was a woman who had some kind of anaphylactic shock, and my sister had used the steak knife to open her throat, and then used the ballpoint pen to provide an airway for her. After all the excitement had died down, I said to her, "Now, you're just a nurse. That would have been something I would have expected a doctor to do." She said, "The nearest doctor is 18 miles away. As a healthcare professional, I'm bound to do what I need to do." My older sister was the one I was very proud of. She was the first person to go to college. Unfortunately, well, she's about now 3 years ago, she lost her job as a nurse in the town. That also means she lost her health care. Unfortunately, during this time, she also developed diabetes. Well, trying to help out, I paid for her Cobra, because where are you going to get money to pay for these types of things? It's when you've been let go. It was very difficult. I also know, I'm fairly sure, that she wasn't taking all the insulin that she needed to be taking so that she could make it go for her. So I was not entirely surprised 2 years ago when I received a phone call from the husband saying that my sister had suffered a massive heart attack and died. She left behind her 2 boys. She had just taken the youngest one off to college to start college the week before. I wish that Medicaid could have gone there for my sister. I wish that she could have had the medicine that she needed to have the life that she could have enjoyed watching her 2 boys grow up into the fine young men they will be. As you might be able to tell, I don't often think about hurricanes, that is, until one comes through. I'm really very grateful to all the people who are here today. You are the ones who show up. You are the ones who care, even though it doesn't affect you personally. I wish I had your sensibilities. I come to the party late. I went onto a website that would allow me to do electronic petitions. And I thought, this Medicaid expansion thing, my sister's terrible, sad story, I should do something. I don't know what to do, though I'm not really a political person, so I put up a petition to say that Missouri should expand its Medicaid. I'm not exactly socially networked, but I was surprised when 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people signed. Representatives have signed. And the wonderful thing about that petition is it also had a spot for you to put on a few messages, a few notes, individual notes. I became aware of so many tornadoes in Missourians' lives. A woman who said, my mom needs care. Someone has to stay home and stay with her. I can't do my job anymore. We don't qualify for Medicaid. What am I going to do? Why are they not expanding Medicaid? A soldier who came back from service to the country said, all of a sudden, I can't work anymore. I can't concentrate. I don't know what's going on, but I can't hold on a job. Is this the way that Missouri wants to treat its veterans? It's not the abject poor that we're talking about. We're talking about people who are working enough that they are just over the poverty limit. It would seem to me that these are exactly the kind of Missourians that we would want to help. I wonder why I have not heard anything from the President of the Senate, why I have heard nothing from my representative about 5,000 signatures delivered to your office. If 5,000 people tell you that this is something you should do, the very least that that deserves is some kind of a response, some kind of answer, some kind of a statement of a justification. 76 women in 2012 sought late-term abortions. People will die as a result of the failure to expand Medicaid. They die not through any fault of their own. They pass on because we do not, as a society, provide for them the way that we ought. This concludes my remarks.
May I inquire of a future fellow Missourian?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Deb Lavender.
Joe.
Hi, I'm Deb Lavender. I'm here from Kirkland, Missouri. I'm here to participate in the filibuster for women in Missouri. So many times in our history, I don't think we are well represented. I have a book I'm going to read from today called Called to Courage, Women in Missouri History, from Margaret Ford McMillan and Heather Robinson. The women in this book have forged trails for the rest of us. From their time to ours, those trails have become paved roads and superhighways to a wide variety of goals. Today, women are running farms and construction firms, producing movies, and writing books. As many women as men are earning degrees in medicine, law, and other professions. At the same time, men are free to pursue non-traditional careers or even stay at home and raise kids as house fathers, something very different than previous times. Everyone benefits from the new opportunities the women in this book helped to create. We have come to understand that the women in this book were exceptional because they had the courage to make the best of their abilities. By doing their best, they played serious roles in the history unfolding around them. Sometimes they opened doors, brought new ideas to life, and served as role models for others. Often they broke barriers that separated women's spheres from those of men. Women and men today have more choices because of the women like these in this book. Although the women in this book were extraordinary, for every story told, thousands have been lost. Historians, our culture's memory keepers, have always been interested in business, government, politics, and war. They have written primarily of the men who became prominent in these activities. They usually worked at home, caring for family and running the households. In the absence of written records about them, it is difficult to document women's contributions or to determine their power and influence. In traditional oral cultures like those of Native Americans and African Americans, stories of extraordinary women were told to generation after generation. Yet even those oral traditions so often disappear. Many women did brave things, but we can only guess at their achievements or the source of their courage. For researchers, looking at history through the eyes of women is a challenging and exhilarating opportunity to solve mysteries. We sought these women in the biographies through family records and newspapers, always looking for the unrecorded point of view, always wondering, what did she think? As we worked, they found more and more answers to their questions. Some accountants in this volume were available only because these women were companions of successful men who left extensive records. We learned that even when a woman was very successful, as in the case of Nell Dunley Reed, her story was likely to be forgotten. We finally found extensive records of Nell's business filed in an archive under the name of a man she married after building a multi-million-dollar fashion empire. While it is frustrating that individual life stories are lost, it is much sadder that these stories of entire civilizations have disappeared. Among the earliest known peoples occupying present-day Missouri, well established here, and when the first European explorers arrived, were the Osage and Missouri nations. Theirs was a complex, successful story that had lasted thousands of years. Native American women had important roles in the daily life of the community. They worked at raising, gathering, and preserving food. They cared for children and passed traditions from elders to young ones. Their skills made them valuable to their people, and their knowledge made them valuable to European explorers. The first biography in this book traces the life of a Native American. She lived from 1700 to after 1751, the last date we hear of her. While much of her story is a mystery, we still know more about her than other women in Missouri. The pioneer Olive Boone
lived from 1783 to 1858, came to the Louisiana Territory as a 16-year-old bride with her husband, Nathan Boone. She guided a skiff and their swimming horses across the Missouri River to join Nathan's relatives near St. Charles. Family records and oral history show that Olive was independent and resourceful. For much of her married life, she stayed alone with her children and the family slaves while Nathan traveled on hunting, surveying, and military expedition that took him many miles away. Left on her own for months at a time, Olive survived the toughest of circumstances using only the raw materials available in the rough Missouri wilderness. In some cases, women showed physical and moral bravery beyond measure. Martha Jane Chisley, born a slave in 1833, was brought to the Northeast Missouri as a young woman. Brought up Catholic, she married Peter Paul Fulton, a slave of a neighboring farm, in the Catholic Church at Rush Creek near Monroe City, and their 3 children were baptized in the church. During the Civil War, Martha Jane escaped with her children to Illinois. She overcame many obstacles, persevering until her son Augustine was able to enter school and get an education. Her son later studied in Rome and became the first nationally known African American priest. Nell Donnelly of Kansas City was a pioneering businesswoman who founded the world's largest dress company, brightening the wardrobe of the housewife of her day, and at the same time creating fair working conditions for her employees. Born into an ordinary middle-class family in 1889, the 12th of 13 children of an Irish immigrant father, she achieved a level of celebrity that brought its own problems. During the worst of the Great Depression in 1931, Nell and her chauffeur been held for ransom. The kidnappers threatened to blind her and kill her driver. They might have carried out the threat if her close friend, Senator James Reed, had not managed to intercede with powerful political connections in Kansas City. Nell later married Senator Reed, but long before she was Nell Donnelly Reed, she had proven that a woman could establish and run a successful business without heartlessly exploiting those employees who helped make her success. Each of the women in this book called on her courage in difficult circumstances, and they all share other characteristics as well. Endurance is a quality many women share. The longer a race, on land, water, or ice, the better women perform, wrote Diane Hales in her book, Just Like a Woman. As evidence, Hale reminds us that the world's record for swimming the English Channel was set by a woman, Penny Dean, in 1978. Another woman, Anne Transon, ran a 24-hour race logging 143 miles, 4 miles farther than the man who was her closest competitor. Libby Riddles run the grueling Alaska Iditarod in 1985, and Susan Butcher won in 1986, 87, 88, and 1990. Shannon Lucid holds the U.S. record for time spent in space, 188 consecutive days. That special gift of endurance often turns out to be the key for success. In writing this book, we have focused on the history of the times, the role of the women, the choices available to them, and the way each woman transcended her time. This helps us see that with every generation, we learn more and achieve more. Even today, we are changing the world. I'm going to talk to you about Olive Boone. Without any company but my husband, I started to Missouri or Upper Louisiana. We had 2 ponies, 1 pack horse. It was a rather perilous way for so young a couple. I was just 16, my husband 18. Olive Boone, spoken to Lyman Draper in 1851. Olive Van Biber was born January 13, 1783, in a house on the Greenbrier River in Greenbrier County, Virginia. From an early age, she learned the skills necessary to survive on the frontier. Her young life, however, like the lives of most other young women of the time, passed without record. The record events of Olive's lives were generally those that involved her husband, Nathan Boone, the youngest son of the legendary frontiersman Daniel Boone. Still, when writing the history of the American frontier, we should take special care that the story of pioneer women is told. Although they have received little notice until recently, pioneer women played a vital role in the survival and success of their families. Sometimes left on their own for long time periods, often in harsh weather, pioneer women raised livestock, tended crops, hauled water, protected the homestead, and educated her children in the ways of wilderness survival. A woman cared for her husband and relatives when they were sick or growing old. Olive Boone listened intently to the stories of her famous father-in-law, and although she could not write, she managed to recall his stories and their experiences in great detail. In 1851, when Olive was almost 70 years old, she told many stories to Lyman Draper, who wanted to write a book chronicling the life of Daniel Boone. Although we know little about Olive's youth, it is certain, like other girls growing up on the frontier, she learned the skills necessary to survive from her mother and other women in the family. At a young age, she probably learned to weave, sew, cook, tend livestock, harvest and preserve food, and treat common sicknesses and injuries. And like other children, she probably grew up with stories of the wild frontier and of the dangers that were common. Life for pioneer women was unpredictable and often dangerous. Indian attacks, disease, harsh weather, and a lack of familiarity with the land made the frontier a place only a hardy few could survive. Frightening stories were told and retold, passed down in the community to serve as warnings. Olive told Lyman Draper about an experienced frontiersman who disappeared in 1770 while on a hunting expedition with Daniel Boone. I distinctly remember that Colonel Daniel Boone and Stewart had only separated to hunt or trap for some designated period and were then set to meet up at camp. While they were hunting, the Kentucky River flooded, trapping the two men on opposite sides. It wasn't until 1775, when building the Wilderness Road to the Western Territory, that they found Stewart's skeleton. Nearby was his powder horn inscribed with his name. Relationship between families, neighboring families, often made the difference between success and failure. Death itself brought families together. Women frequently did not survive their childbearing years, and men died young from accidents and battles. With no orphanages, neighboring families turned to one another to raise the surviving children. In just one generation, a complex web of relationships could bind families together. This was the case with the Boone and Van Viber families. Olive's family were known as Westering folk. Her father, Peter Van Viber, had come to Beauport, Virginia, from Holland with his brother Isaac sometime before the American Revolution. He met and married Marguerite Bounds, and together they had 10 children. Olive, the youngest, had 6 brothers and 3 sisters. The alliance between the Van Vibers and Boones may have first developed in 1774, when Isaac led a Virginia army that included Daniel Boone. In a battle at the junction of the Ohio and Kanawha rivers, later known as Point Pleasant, 1,100 frontiersmen fought a similar number of Native Americans and managed to defeat them, effectively eliminating them from the region. The frontiersmen made a small settlement there in what was then Virginia. After division of the state in 1863, it became part of West Virginia. Isaac died in the Battle of Point Pleasant, leaving behind a widow and 4 children, John, Peter, Isaac, and Rebecca. John and Peter each found wives and settled in Powell's Valley. It is unclear what happened to Isaac's widow and Rebecca. They may have gone to live with John or Peter. According to Hazel Atterbury Spankers, the Boone family, A Genealogical History, The remaining orphan, young Isaac, was adopted by Daniel and Rebecca Boone and raised as their own. It was not the first orphan raised by the Boones. 2 months before his wedding to Rebecca in 1756, Daniel took in the 2 sons of his deceased brother Israel. So in marrying Daniel Boone, 17-year-old Rebecca instantly became the mother of 2 sons. Daniel and Rebecca's son Nathan, Van Viber's future husband, was born on March 3, 1780, at Boone Station, Kentucky. Daniel had established Boone Station, now called Cross Plains, 6 miles northwest of Fort Boonesborough, a fort that protected settlers going west on the Wilderness Road through the Cumberland Gap. Between 1775 and 1790, the non-Native American population of Kentucky, then part of the Commonwealth of Virginia, exploded from an estimated 150 to 73,000 people. By 1776, enough people lived there to make the General Assembly of Virginia designate Kentucky as a county. 3 months before Nathan's birth, the General Assembly divided Kentucky into 3 large counties and appointed Daniel Boone sheriff of Fayette County. He had been elected to the legislature and was on his way to meeting with the legislature in Richmond, Virginia, when Nathan was born. Rebecca was 45 years old. Daniel was 45. They had been married for 20 years. The family lived in a large cabin with their sons Israel, Daniel, Morgan, and Jesse, Brian, and daughters Lavinia and Rebecca. They were also raising the 6 children of Rebecca's uncle, James Bryan, whose wife had died. A few years later, perhaps to enjoy a rest from the rigors of the wilderness, the Boones moved to the settlement at Point Pleasant, where Daniel opened a store selling skins, furs, and other goods. Olive's family also lived in Point Pleasant, and Jessie Bryan Boone soon married her cousin. Olive told Lyman Draper, "I am certain that my folks and Colonel Daniel Boone's family went to Point Pleasant when I was 5 years old, and Nathan Boone was 7 years old, and so this would make it 1787. The historian John Mack Fargo puts the Boones' move in 1789. Using either date, the move came within a year of 1788 experience that brought the Boone and Van Viber families more closely together. According to John Mack, Daniel, Rebecca, and their sons, including 7-year-old Nathan, were transporting a keelboat of ginseng root on the Ohio River from where it was shipped to China. As they neared Point Pleasant, the river's current became much stronger and the boat hit a large log. It veered and then filled with water. Luckily, no one was hurt, but the ginseng was nearly destroyed. The Boones were cold, wet, and exhausted when they arrived at the home of John Van Viber, Olive's cousin. According to Forager, Daniel Boone had once rescued John in a snowstorm, and John was pleased to provide the Boone family with shelter and hospitality for several days while they rested and prepared to complete the journey to Hagerstown. Although Daniel Boone's family sometimes traveled with him, more often on the frontier, while a man was hunting, surveying, and scouting Indians, his wife was left at home with the children and the slaves, if the family possessed them, for months or years. Highway robbers and vagrants took advantage of the isolation that left women and children vulnerable to the frontier's criminal element. Women had to survive as best they could in these unforgiving conditions to care for their children and maintain and protect the property their husbands had secured. Olive was no doubt aware of the dangers from the young age. In 1789, when Olive was 6, her niece and nephew Rachel and John were attacked by Shawnee Indians as they crossed a river near a sugar maple grove where their father John was working. Rachel was killed and scalped on the spot, and John was held as captive. The same year, Olive's aunt Bridgetta was taken from her cabin by Indians and held captive. She eventually escaped or was released, but her husband and children had been killed when the cabin was under attack. Joseph and Jacob Van Biber, who had been kidnapped in another incident, were also returned, having either escaped or been redeemed, according to Farragut. Settlements like Port Pleasant were often vulnerable to attack from Indians, desperately trying to protect their way of life. Occasionally, however, settlers and Indians helped each other. Olive told Lyman Draper about one instance when her father-in-law extended his hand in kindness while he was waiting for his brother to return from a supply trip to North Carolina. I have heard that when Daniel was waiting for Squire, he met an aged Indian who had been left to die by his tribe. He then killed a deer and, helping keeping only a small quantity, gave the rest to the old Indian. Daniel Boone moved his family from one patch of wilderness to another. The population of Kentucky kept growing. By 1792, it had enough citizens to become a state. Boone reacted by saying Kentuckians were got too proud, and Nathan remembered that Daniel said that when he left Kentucky, he did it with the intention of never stepping his feet upon Kentucky soil again, as if he was compelled to lose his head on the block or revisit Kentucky. He would not hesitate to choose the former. After establishing himself as a merchant at Point Pleasant, Daniel moved the family in 1792 to a wilderness cabin 60 miles farther up Kanawha River near present-day Charleston, West Virginia. Nathan stayed with his sister in Kentucky so he could attend a Baptist school. When he returned from school, Nathan spent a few months in the wilderness with Daniel, then persuaded his father to move back to Kentucky despite his earlier resolve never to return, and build a log house at Brushing Creek. When Olive's father died on October 10th of 1796, Olive and her mother moved from Point Pleasant to the home of one of Olive's uncles in Ohio on the Ohio River. 2 years later, Nathan moved to a cabin just 20 miles away. Daniel and Rebecca moved with him. Nathan and Olive now lived only a day's journey from each other. The Boone and Van Biber families had maintained a close relationship established through adoption and early friendship. The Boone and Van Biber family men hunted together, offered each other assistance, and the families have been bound more closely through the marriage of Olive's cousin, Chloe, and Nathan's brother, Jesse Bryan Boone. In 1797, Daniel Morgan Boone, Nathan's older brother, headed to the Louisiana Territory to hunt and explore. The territory was under Spanish control, so Daniel Boone instructed his son to meet with the Spanish officials. Draper recorded Nathan's recollection. He wanted to know the quantity of land granted to settlers, heads of families and children, and servants. He also wanted to know if settlers were required to embrace the Catholic religion. The Lieutenant Governor of the Louisiana Territory, Zenon Trudeau, invited Daniel Morgan Boone to move to the territory. The Spanish government had heard that Daniel Boone made Kentucky a safe place for settlers and hoped he would do the same for the upper Louisiana. Trudeau wrote Daniel Boone a letter. Nathan Boone remembered. He said that if he came, he should have 1,000 arpents of land for himself, and that each family who came with him would be entitled to 600 arpents, or perhaps 400 for man, 40 arpents extra for his wife, and 40 arpents extra for each child and servant. An arpent is about 8/10 of an acre. Daniel Morgan Boone told his family and friends that the area was beautiful and fertile, the perfect place for the Boone family to relocate. By the time the family left for the Louisiana Territory in 1799, Nathan had fallen in love with Olive, who was known as the handsomest woman north of the Ohio River. The two spent much time together, and she was probably distraught at the thought of leaving. He promised to write, and he asked that she take good care of herself in his absence. Nathan, his brother Daniel Morgan, their sisters Susanna and Jemina, and Isaac family traveled together, heading west of the Ohio River in mid-September 1799. Some of the party probably walked on the riverbank, watching for game they could shoot. Others may have ridden such that Nathan and Daniel carved from a giant poplar tree. Nathan remembered the boat was 5 feet in diameter and between 50 and 60 feet long. It would hold 5 tons of our goods and family merchandise. We spent much time completing the boat, and it was not until fall that they were ready to start. They planned to travel from the Ohio River to the Mississippi and Missouri to find the settlement Daniel Morgan had claimed. After only a few days, Nathan's travel companion noticed that he was withdrawn and sad, not like himself. One of them asked what was the trouble. He answered that he was deeply in love with Olive and that, although he wanted to move with them, he could not overcome his feelings. The crew had traveled 75 miles, but after much deliberation, Nathan turned back. He would convince Olive to marry him, he resolved, and bring her west to join the family. Perhaps to seal his fate, he purchased a marriage license on the way. Olive must have been surprised and pleased to see Nathan when he knocked on her cabin door. They married shortly after his arrival and began preparing for the journey west. The trip from Kentucky to Louisiana Territory would be a grueling one, she knew, and would require exceptional stamina and courage. She also knew that life in the wild territory would be considerably tougher than it was in settled Kentucky. Olive and Nathan were fortunate to have youth on their side. When they left 2 months after their marriage, she was 16 and he was 18. Aside from the exuberance of spirit, they possessed very little. Nathan spoke to Draper of his family's sentiments. When I married, it grieved the old colonel that he had nothing to give me, and my wife, which to start our new life. He lamented his losses and misfortunes, but we thought none the less of him. He was rigidly honest and possessed nice perceptions of justice. For their journey, Nathan and Olive each had a horse to ride and a pack horse. The pack horse carried some parched corn for the food, an axe for cutting firewoods, a few blankets, and probably a hunting knife. Nathan carried a rifle. The young couple survived on parched corn, which Olive prepared, and the game Nathan was able to hunt. At night, they slept by an open fire. They rode through Lexington, Kentucky, and at Louisville, they were joined by another couple who traveled with them until they reached Vincent's. One of Olive and Nathan's horses had become lame, so they stayed in Vincennes for a few weeks while it healed. They met settlers and travelers and heard many stories about the West. Years later, Olive reminisced, we traveled along the rest of the way, arriving in St. Louis on the last of October. My husband was offered 80 acres of land west of the river for one of our ponies. He laughed and said he wouldn't give one of our ponies for the whole town. Olive went on to explain that Nathan knew that where they were going, the pony would be worth much more. It is ironic that the 80 acres they were offered are now within the heart of St. Louis. In preparation for crossing the Missouri at St. Charles, Nathan obtained a skiff and they loaded their possessions onto it. They led the 3 horses into the water. Olive sat in the stern as Nathan pushed the boat into the water. He handed her the horse's reins and jumped into the boat